Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jane Foster nodded at Frigga's words, then shook her head. Yes, Umbrella was a company from Earth. Its boss should be human. But watching Lin use monstrous creations tear through enemies, she couldn't believe it. No ordinary Earthling could wield such power. Martial arts? Some hidden technique? Or was he even human at all? She had no answer. Frigga, however, quickly regained her composure. As queen and protector, she had no luxury to linger in shock. Malekith, too, steadied himself. He had no time for awe, not when the ether was within reach. But between him and his goal stood three abominations. Malekith's grip tightened on his sword. Sharp as it was, he knew it wouldn't be enough. Dark elves were not a warrior race. Without the ether, without cursed warriors forged from its fragments, they were frail shadows of what they pretended to be. Even his prized cursed warrior had been hurled away with a thunderous crash moments ago. Now, facing these monsters, Malekith hesitated. Even if they stood still, it might take him half an hour to kill one. Half an hour he did not have. Odin could appear any moment. Reports crackled in his ear. His ship was waiting just beneath Frigga's chambers. He only needed to leap out the window to escape. But should he flee or gamble everything here? He wavered, and the monsters moved. The Thunder Licker's claws sparked, arcs of lightning dancing across its limbs as it bolted forward. From the opposite side, the Frost Hunter's arm blade glowed an icy blue as it lunged. The massive tyrant did not join, instead looming protectively near Frigga and Jane like an unshakable sentinel. They struck in perfect unison. Malekith's instinct screamed, but there was no time. In a blink, the creatures were upon him. Pain exploded through his legs, searing heat and freezing cold. He staggered, looking down in horror. His left leg was raked open, electricity crawling along the wounds like living serpents. His right leg was cleaved, frost crystallizing instantly across the flesh until it was a block of ice. Lightning and ice, twin agonies that robbed him of all control. The ship was so close, just a leap away. And yet now, it might as well have been a world apart. You should have run, Malekith muttered bitterly, before snapping into his comms, soldiers. To me now. But before reinforcements could come, the world darkened. A shadow blotted out his vision. The tyrant had moved. With a thunderous stomp, the hulking monster pinned Malekith beneath its enormous foot. Black blood sprayed as his chest caved under the weight. Malekith howled, slashing his sword wildly, but the blade only carved shallow white marks into the beast's hide. The tyrant didn't even bother healing them. His weapon was worthless. And then, the door burst open. Thor stormed in, Mjolnir crackling with lightning, only to freeze in place. Before him, the Leviathan-like monster from the Battle of New York, the same one that had crushed Chitauri war beasts as if they were toys, was standing on Malekith's chest. The dark elf leader coughed up black blood, sword flailing in desperation, completely powerless. On either side, the Frost Hunter and Thunder Licker waited silently, statuesque guardians radiating menace. In the corner, Frigga and Jane stared wide-eyed at the scene, stunned into silence. Thor's grip on his hammer tightened. What is going on here? Thor instantly recognized the three monstrosities standing before him. He had seen them during the Chitauri invasion on Earth. The smaller ones were dangerous enough, but the towering brute, Thor would never forget it. That beast had crushed Chitauri leviathans with its bare fists, dropping war beasts that even his own Mjolnir strikes could not fell so easily. Yes, these things were monsters, but they were also powerful allies. So why were they here in Asgard? And why were they protecting his mother and Jane, while pinning Malekith, the dark elf king, helpless beneath their feet? Thor was stunned, almost disbelieving. But his instincts quickly pulled him back. His mother and Jane were still in danger. He rushed past the monsters and went straight to them. "Are you unharmed?" he asked, gaze shifting between Frigga and Jane. "We're fine," Frigga answered quickly. Relief washed over Thor, but when he looked at Jane again, there was suspicion in his eyes. These creatures were from Earth. Jane must know something. "What are they doing here?" he pressed. Jane shook her head, trembling, then stammered out. "They're Umbrella Company's creations." Umbrella. The name rang a bell. Thor wrapped her in his arms as she trembled, letting her steady herself. Then she remembered. Their boss, Linu, he's outside, fighting one of Malekith's cursed monsters. Thor froze. That name. Linu. The strange mortal who once gave him insight and guided him back onto his path. Could it be true? Thor stepped to the window, heart pounding. And there he was. The bald human fought like a storm given flesh. His fists cracked the air itself, each blow landing with enough force to shatter mountains. His speed was inhuman. The cursed warrior he pummeled had no chance to retreat before Linu was upon him again. Blow after merciless blow. It wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Thor gripped Mjolnir tighter. How could a mortal wield such power? And still, the cursed warrior endured, bloodied, broken but alive. The door to the chamber burst open. Odin strode in, eternal spear in hand, his face drawn with urgency. His eyes swept the scene and widened. 3 monsters, his queen and Jane safe, and Malekith, the ancient enemy, crushed beneath a titan's heel. He knew that face. The books of Asgard had preserved Malekith's likeness well. This was the same dark elf who had once battled his father, Bor, in a war that had scarred realms. And now, Malekith looked like a beaten animal. Odin's eyes rose, tracing the massive foot that pinned him down. His gaze hardened. Yes, this monster was no ordinary beast. It radiated strength even the All-Father could feel. Malekith too saw Odin, and more importantly, the eternal spear in his grip. His blood-stained lips curled in cold recognition. The weapon of kings. The mark of Asgard's ruler. His struggles ceased. Even broken and humiliated, pride kept him from thrashing like prey before Odin's gaze. "You," Malekith rasped, voice as cold as his blood-soaked smile. "So you are the God King of Asgard." His chest heaved painfully under the tyrant's crushing weight. His body was failing, but his arrogance lingered, clinging to the last fragments of his dignity. Although Malekith was in great pain inside, nothing showed on his face. As the old enemy of Asgard and the leader of the Dark Elves, he must show the momentum he should have. However, this momentum seemed a bit ridiculous in Odin's eyes. A guy who's been stepped on by a monster on the chest and is completely unable to escape, still wants to protect his image? What are you doing? Are all Dark Elves so rigid? Odin's face suddenly showed a look of ridicule. He didn't even know whether to talk to this miserable guy. And just then, standing at the window, looking out the window, Thor also noticed the arrival of his father. He hurriedly said to Odin, "Father, come and see." Outside, Linu's battle with the monster, or Linu's performance, was upgraded again, and he wanted his father to see it. After hearing his son's words, Odin hurriedly walked over. No matter how ugly Malekith's face looks on the ground. When Odin first walked in, although he was shocked, he had already seen that his wife and the Earth Woman were safe and sound. By this time, his mood had already relaxed. Coupled with Malekith's current state, it seems that there is no threat. He came to Thor's side in a few steps, followed the direction of Thor's finger, and looked down. Suddenly, Odin is no longer calm. Why is that person so naive? Who is he? Odin asked quickly. Thor shook his head, but then he said thoughtfully, "If you guess correctly, should be the boss of a company called Umbrella Company on Earth. His name is Linu." "That's an Earthling?" Odin grasped the key point of Thor's words immediately. How can an Earthling be so strong? Moreover, why does the lightning flashing on his body look familiar? Just when Thor called his father over. Linu is also undergoing changes. In the past few minutes, Linu had attacked the cursed warrior hundreds of times. However, he still did not suffer much damage. The defense of the cursed warrior is indeed outrageous. Linu estimates that there are only a few people in the entire Marvel Universe who can surpass this guy in defense. So, Linu decisively improved his offensive ability again. His whole body flashed with powerful thunder power. That is the genetic power from Thor, the powerful thunder, which is increasing Linu's speed and calendar area. Immediately afterwards, Linu's left hand suddenly turned dark blue, and an extremely cold aura erupted from his hand. That's the power of frost in the DNA of the giants of Jotunheim. Linu's right hand suddenly turned into a fiery red color, and terrifying high temperatures condensed in it. This is the power of Extremis. Extremis directly turned Linu's right fist into a temperature of thousands of degrees. Linu punched the cursed warrior in the chest again, leaving a dark blue mark on his chest. The power of frost in Linu's left fist spread along the cursed warrior's chest and instantly spread to his entire body, causing a layer of frost to condense on his body. Immediately afterwards, Linu's right fist came as promised. The terrifying high temperature, accompanied by Linu's punch, directly came into contact with the cursed warrior's chest. The violent explosion was countless times stronger than before. Under this punch, cracks appeared in the chest of the cursed warrior. The encounter between ice and fire caused extremely horrific damage to the cursed warrior. But Linu still didn't stop. His two fists kept hitting the cursed war king's chest. After more than 10 consecutive punches, Linu finally punched directly through the cursed warrior's chest. Immediately afterwards, the fist turned into a palm and directly grabbed the weakly beating heart in the chest of the cursed warrior. Then, with a little force, his heart was pulled out. Without a heart, even a guy like the cursed warrior, whose defense is nearly invincible, can only die. Cursed John's body fell. Linu, on the other hand, was still floating in the air, holding a dark heart in one hand, and the clothes on his body were dancing in the wind. Elegant, chic, and aloof. This is what Thor and Odin saw as Linu. This battle made Lin's hands feel full of excitement. All the abilities in the body have become integrated in this battle. Whether it's frost, fire, or thunder, you can do whatever you want. Even psychokinesis has been greatly improved. Linu can even use psychokinesis all over his body to give himself a short flight. It's terrifying. At this moment, in Frigga's room, God King Odin once again took a deep look at Linu floating in the air, turned his head, looked at his son Thor, and asked weakly, "Are you sure he is an Earthling?" Odin has naturally been to Earth and knows what kind of strength the people on Earth have. However, the bald man in front of him was so powerful that he even felt a hint of fear. Odin also saw the identity of the guy who was killed by Linu just now. It was a dark elf cursed warrior. In the books of the Asgard Palace, there are records of such cursed warriors. They possess powerful power and can be called invincible physical defense. In the entire universe, the Titans have the strongest magical defense. But those who want the most physical defense are probably these transformed cursed warriors. However, just now, that bald human actually used physical attacks to kill a cursed warrior. Odin couldn't help but tremble in his heart. If it were me, I would never be able to withstand the opponent's punch. Such a terrifying guy is actually from Earth? But before Thor could answer, Odin hurriedly asked again, "Is this guy your friend or enemy?" He doesn't care whether Lin 277U is from Earth. What he cares most about is whether Linu is an enemy. If it were an enemy, it would probably be a disaster for Asgard. Hearing his father's words, Thor was slightly startled, then shook his head. Thor shook his head, frightening Odin. "Isn't it a friend?" "No, I'm not asking if I'm a friend." "Silly boy, why don't you just say something?" At this moment, Thor seemed to be aware of his father's anxious gaze. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I shouldn't count him as an enemy. When he was on Earth, he helped." After hearing these words, Odin finally let out a long breath. From what Thor said, they shouldn't be enemies. With his mind settled, Odin began to pay attention to what was going on in the room. He looked at the three monsters in the room and asked again, "Where did these three monsters come from?" Odin took one look and knew that these three monsters were not intelligent beings. Although the appearance of three monsters here was a bit strange, Odin also saw that the three monsters seemed to be helping him deal with the Dark Elves. Therefore, Tuan Hui once again raised his own son. Thor looked at Jane Foster on the side, and then replied weakly, "These three seem to be creatures on the earth." A slight look of shock flashed across Odin's eyes again. How come the current Earth is completely different from the Earth I know? When Odin was young, he also visited Midgard, which is Earth. The Earth at that time did not have any high technology, and it looked similar to Vanaheim now. It is a completely agricultural society. However, compared to the various powerful races in Vanaheim, the people on Earth seem to be inherently weak. Therefore, Odin has never regarded the Earth as an important object of concern. But now, such a powerful individual appears on the Earth, which Odin did not expect. But, at this moment, Odin seemed to suddenly feel something. His expression condensed, and he hurriedly looked down the window. Sure enough, I saw an invisible dark elf spaceship. The spaceship seemed to be brewing an attack, and wanted to attack its location. Odin immediately raised the eternal spear in his hand, and fired a strong light at the spaceship. The Dark Elf's spaceship exploded, and Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, who was trampled to the ground by the desperate tyrant, finally lost all hope. Just now, he wanted to take advantage of Odin and Thor's shock at Linu's strength to arrange for his men to attack this room. This way he had a chance to escape in the chaos. However, he didn't expect to be discovered by Odin. That was his last chance. Unfortunately, it failed. Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, seemed to have lost all the strength in his body, and he let go of the long sword in his hand and threw it to the ground. Not only did he have no chance, but the Dark Elves also completely failed. At this moment, after Odin dealt with the spaceship, he came to Malekith again. Odin's face looked a little ugly. Just now, if I hadn't discovered it in time, if the weapons on the spaceship had attacked this room, I would have been in trouble. Not only the Dark Elf leader might escape because of this, and my wife and my son's girlfriend are likely to receive death threats. You are looking for death. Odin raised the eternal spear in his hand and pointed it at the desperate Malekith. The tip of the eternal spear suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. If he were hit by the eternal spear at such a close distance, Malekith would definitely be killed instantly. But, just at this time, Thor hurriedly spoke out to stop his father's behavior. "Father, don't kill him." Thor stopped him. Hearing Thor's words, Odin stopped attacking and looked at Thor, his eyes full of doubts. At this time, Thor hurriedly explained again, "Let's wait for the Earthling, Mr. Lin, to come over and then decide how to deal with this guy." Thor has grown a lot in recent times. Therefore, he felt that after all, Malekith was controlled by Linu, so it would be better to wait for him to come and decide how to deal with it. Don't mess with this scary guy. When he was on Earth, Thor knew how powerful the Umbrella Company was, and now he even knew how powerful Linu was. If you provoke Linu, you'll never get any good results. After hearing his son's explanation, Odin finally understood. He also understands how strong Linu is. He slowly put down the eternal spear in his hand, and then asked with some confusion, "Is that Earthling called Mr. Lin?" Thor explained, "No, his name is Linu. People on Earth generally call people with higher status and status Mr. Although Thor doesn't go to Earth very often, he should be considered an Earth-savvy person in Asgard. The explanation is not entirely correct, but there is nothing wrong with it." And at the moment, just when Thor had just finished explaining, a figure suddenly appeared at the window of Frigga's room. Bald head, coarse cloth training clothes, smiling. Linu landed slowly in the room. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire room became tense. Although it was basically confirmed that Linu was not an enemy, Linu's terrifying performance just now still made Odin and Thor a little nervous. But the least nervous person in the room was Frigga. She was the one who looked at all Linu's actions after his arrival. "Mr. Lin, thank you for coming to the rescue just now." Frigga took the lead and said slowly. She also understands now that without Linu, she and Jane Foster are definitely no match for the cursed warrior and Malekith. Hearing Frigga's thanks, Linu waved his hand casually and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I'm just stopping by. Don't worry about it." As soon as Linu spoke, the tense atmosphere in the room disappeared. Thor had already heard of Linu's name, and they had known each other for a long time, and they immediately started chatting with her in a familiar manner. At this time, Odin also showed his demeanor as a god king, and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Lin has come all the way, so why not have some fun in the palace and let me fulfill my duty as a landlord?" After hearing what Odin said, Linu did not refuse. There is still a certain gap between the Asgard seen on TV and in reality. And there is no conflict between Linu and Asgard. Linu even felt a little pity for the tragic Asgard in the previous life movie. Especially Thor, Linu's favorite character in the Marvel Universe movies. Only, he turned out to be the most miserable one in the end. It really made Linu feel a little uncomfortable. In that case, let yourself change his destiny. Linu smiled slightly and accepted Odin's invitation. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Odin is naturally very happy. If a strong man like Linu can be friends, it will be beneficial to both Asgard and Thor, who is about to take the throne. Compared with the joy in the room, Malekith was the only one who felt despair. At this moment, with his son's reminder, Odin became much smarter this time and asked Linu, "I don't know what Mr. Lin is going to do with this dark elf. They are inherently evil, and we can't let them run away again." Hearing this question, Linu thought for a while and said, "He is of no use to me. I just need a little blood from him, but you probably need him somewhere because Thor's girlfriend has a TIE particles. He needs to be taken out." Since Linu decided to be friends with Asgard, Linu didn't hide it. He explained that he only needed a little blood, and Wong's also told him about TIE particles. When Jane Foster heard Linu directly say that she was Thor's girlfriend, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Linu won the favor of almost everyone present with just one sentence. The name of the big boss of the umbrella company is not called for nothing. At this moment, Linu did not hesitate. He took out a special syringe from his pocket and came to Malekith. Malekith has simply closed his eyes now and doesn't care about anything. As for Thor, after seeing the syringe in Linu's hand, his heart suddenly trembled. He vaguely remembered that Linu seemed to be collecting everyone's blood. At that time, before drawing his own blood, Barton's blood was also drawn. And this time, when Linu comes to Asgard, isn't he going to smoke it for everyone? Thor suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The needle tube Linu took out is made of adamantium. It is a high-strength alloy made of vibranium as the main material. In terms of hardness, it is even stronger than vibranium. So, it penetrated into the veins of the dark elf leader Malekith very easily. After easily drawing out a tube of black blood, Linu took out the needle again. At this moment, Odin also called his palace guards over. Linu, who also controlled the desperate tyrant, handed over the leader of the dark elves, Malekith, to the palace guards. These palace guards were very skilled and put many shackles on the dark elf leader. The neck, legs, and hand were all locked up. Then, under Odin's command, he was escorted down. Linu no longer worried about Malekith's problem. How to deal with this dark elf was Asgard's business. The blood I need is already in hand, and that's enough. At this time, Linu also handed the needle in his hand into the hands of the desperate tyrant. Subsequently, with a flash of light, 3 biochemical monsters disappeared into Frigga's room at the same time. Come and go without a trace. Odin and others were shocked again. Linu's system does not have a separate storage space, but it does have 3 biochemical culture tanks. These 3 biochemical culture tanks can actually be used as storage spaces at critical moments. The previous Heart 610 was taken into the biochemical culture tank by Linu. This time, the syringe filled with Malekith's blood was brought back to his culture tank by Desperate Tyrant. Very convenient. With Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, being taken away, Odin left Frigga's room. He was going to arrange this grand party himself. After all, Linu is no ordinary guest. He not only saved his queen, but also his son's girlfriend. And, most importantly, he is a real strong man. An earthling who can single-handedly make the entire Aesir clan treat him as a friend or even an ally. Odin, he already knew that his body couldn't last much longer. He needed to pave the way for his son. A powerful ally is definitely something he must fight for, and Linu meets the potential of all good allies. After Odin left, Thor took Linu and began to tour the entire Asgard. Bao has nothing to worry about on Earth. The newly occupied Wakanda has been taken over by Abigail, so Linu doesn't need to do anything more. As for other matters of the Umbrella Company, Linu has always been a hands-off shopkeeper, not to mention too much. So, Linu also truly relaxed for the first time and started playing in Asgard. Night. A grand party was held in the Asgard Palace. God King Odin, with his queen Frigga, also attended the party. Thor, with his girlfriend Jane Foster, also dressed up to attend. The three warriors of Asgard are all present. The only female warrior who was in a bad mood, Sif, who had always admired Thor, also held back her laughter and attended the party. Even the guard guarding Bifrost, the patron saint of Asgard, Heimdall, was given a half-day holiday by Odin and showed up at the party. This is an unprecedented grand party, rare in all of Asgard. The purpose of this party is to welcome Linu, the powerful person on Earth and the boss of the Umbrella Company, to Asgard as a guest. After Odin announced the theme of the party, all the Asgardians understood that this bald man from Earth was definitely extraordinary, because even other gods are not qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment. Odin even took out the fairy brew that he had treasured for many years and took the lead in drinking it. Drinking and drinking each other. The cups and plates were in a mess. The fairy wine Odin brought out was very strong. Moreover, even those guys with supernatural powers are not able to resist. When the alcohol got a little bit high, all the Asgardians became more enthusiastic, especially under the deliberate leadership of God King Odin. The people of Asgard began to toast Linu. After the toast, it's time to drink. The people of the Aesir tribe are bold by nature and like to drink wine the most. Even Heimdall has completely relaxed his drinking habit. Mr. Lin, I want to challenge you. Whoever drinks a glass of wine first in this row will be the winner, Heimdall said with great enthusiasm. The party has now progressed, and a large area of the venue has already fallen asleep. Only a few physically strong guys can still stay awake. There's Odin, Thor, the three warriors of Asgard, Sif, and Heimdall. Definitely, Linu is not drunk either. His body is different from those of the Aesir Protoss. They all rely on their powerful physical digestion capabilities to relieve hangovers. But Linu is different. He doesn't need to relieve his hangover at all. When any alcohol enters his stomach, the power of extremists will instantly burn all the alcohol into water vapor. Nothing left. Until the end, Linu couldn't even use the power of extremists. The wine poured into his mouth and appeared directly in the biochemical culture tank of Desperate Tyrant. It's enough to feed the Desperate Tyrant. Only at the beginning, when Linu didn't intentionally cheat, Linu actually took a few sips and his head felt a little dizzy. After hearing what Heimdall said, Linu suddenly became interested. Then what if you lose? Linu asked with a slight smile. Heimdall was already drunk at this time, so naturally he was not afraid of anything. He slapped the table and said, I lost. I'll do whatever you want. Then he hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, if you lose, show us your strength on the spot. The Aesir people worship the strong the most, and many people have not seen Lin use strength. Linu responded loudly, Okay, if I lose, I will perform for you. If you lose, I won't do anything to you. I will just draw a tube of blood. A thick needle appeared in Linu's hand, and he slapped it hard on the wine table. Heimdall was in a daze and didn't care at all what Linu said. The competition between the two has officially begun. The remaining people who could stand were all cheering. Even Odin couldn't help but cheer for Himelvo. But even with Hymerda's strength, there's no way he can compete with Linu in a wine competition. Even if Linu really drinks it, Hymelda is definitely no match. And today's wine is indeed very powerful. You didn't even drink half of the 10 glasses of wine, and you fell on the table, Mr. Heim. At the scene, All the Asgardians who had been cheering enthusiastically just now stopped. Linu, after slowly pouring 10 glasses of wine into his stomach, picked up the syringe on the table, threw it to Thor, who was also dizzy, and said, "Go, draw a tube of blood for me." Thor swayed, picked up the syringe, and plunged it directly into Heimdall's shoulder. And at the moment, Linu looked at Odin with a smile. "Once you get Odin's blood, your mission to Asgard will be completed." Half an hour later, looking at the large group of Asgard people lying on the ground, Linu took 2 syringes and walked out of the party venue. At the moment, outside the venue, Queen Frigga and Jane Foster were enjoying the scenery and chatting. When she heard a voice coming from behind, Frigga slowly turned around. After seeing Linu and the 2 tubes of blood in his hand, Frigga did not show any surprise on her face. "Did Mr. Lin get what he needed?" Frigga asked with a smile. It seemed that she had known Linu's purpose for a long time. Linu was not surprised at all. Frigga was raised by witches, and many things can be seen even more clearly than Odin. She also seems to have known her purpose for a long time. Linu smiled slightly, looked at the 2 syringes filled with blood in his hand, nodded, and said, "I got them all." Linu didn't hide it either. Nothing necessary. Moreover, Frigga is not the kind of person who can be deceived. After finishing speaking, 2 rays of light flashed in Linu's hand, and the 2 syringes were instantly sent to the biochemical culture tank in Linu's mind. Frigga was also very happy with Linu's answer. Linu's calmness made her appreciate Linu even more. But, at the moment, Linu is also preparing to return to Earth. After all, Linu had just obtained so many genes, and Linu couldn't help but look forward to it. After a few casual greetings with Frigga, Linu said goodbye to Frigga and Jane Foster. A tesseract suddenly appeared in his hand, and then Linu's figure disappeared into Asgard. After Linu left, the door to the party venue was gently pushed open again. Odin, who was a little embarrassed in his clothes, walked out. At the moment, he didn't seem drunk at all. As a strong level godfather, he is not so easy to get drunk. It's just that I just pretended to be drunk on purpose. Through Thor's description and some of Linu's behaviors, he had already judged that Linu wanted the blood of the mobile phone. However, as the God King of Asgard, he could not let Linu drain his blood in public. This is inconsistent with his status as a God King. However, it's different when you're drunk. When you are drunk, anything can be forgiven. That's why he allowed Linu to P***K himself with a needle. This is a gesture of goodwill. Odin was very optimistic about Linu's strength and character, and was more determined to establish an alliance with Linu. Compared to an important ally, a tube of blood is nothing. How does it feel to have your blood drawn? Frigga naturally knew what Odin was thinking. After seeing Odin come out, she joked with a smile. Odin looked at his queen speechlessly, curled his lips, and said, "It's not that good. That guy probably drank too much and stabbed me 3 times. Frigga suddenly smiled, even more happily. There are not many people in this universe who can make the God King of Asgard look foolish. On the side, Jane Foster, who was listening to the conversation between the two, was shocked. Linu, the boss of the umbrella company, actually went to Asgard and took a tube of blood from God King Odin? 3 more injections? Jane Foster felt that her worldview had been refreshed. This world seems to be getting weirder and weirder. Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. In the boss's office, a blue light flashed, and Linu's figure still appeared. After returning to a familiar place, Linu gradually relaxed. Although I had a great time in Asgard all day long, it was not my territory after all. No matter how good the place is, it is not as good as your own home. But, recalling what happened just now, Linu was also a little sad. Odin, Heimdall, these 2 guys were not drunk. Linu naturally knows. Although they are very strong, their acting skills are many times worse than those on Earth. Especially Heimdall. When Linu took out the syringe and said he wanted to draw a tube of blood, he didn't even have any doubts. It's like I already knew it. Moreover, Linu didn't think that an Asgardian who liked drinking so much would be knocked to the ground by a few glasses of wine. So, Linu saw all their acting. But their original intention is always to let themselves get their blood without losing face. This is a matter that both parties are happy with, so Linu will naturally not expose them. At the moment, after returning to his office, Linu couldn't wait to take out all his gains this time. Suddenly, a light flashed on the desk in front of Linu. A total of 4 things appeared there. 3 syringes filled with blood and a dark heart. 3 syringes of blood, 2 red and 1 black. The black one is obviously the blood of the dark elf leader Malekith, and the red one is the blood of Heimdall and Odin. And at the moment, the attributes of these genes were also displayed in front of Linu. Seeing these genetic data, Linu suddenly became even more excited. Gene name: Malekith gene, leader of the Dark Elves. Gene strength: 3 stars. Available experience points: 300 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 50, agility 50, defense 100, attack 50, special 50-inch. The strength of the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, can only be considered average, not even comparable to Thor, with only 3 stars. However, the experience points given are quite a lot, and the defense power is relatively outstanding. 0. Immediately afterwards, Linu looked at the second syringe. Gene name: Heimdall gene, patron saint of the Aesir clan. Gene strength: 3 stars. Available experience points: 300 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 100, agility 20, defense 20, attack 20, special, vision, 140-inch. Heimdall's genetic strength and experience value are actually the same as Malekith's. However, the abilities of the two are different. The strongest thing about Heimdall is his eyes, and it is also clearly reflected in his genes. Then, Linu looked at the last syringe again. The blood in this syringe belongs to Asgard god, King Odin. Gene name: Aesir god, King Odin gene. Gene strength: 5 stars. Available experience points: 600 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 100, agility 100, intelligence 100, defense 100, attack 100, special 100. Odin's genetic strength actually reached 5 stars. This is the first 5-star gene that Linu has encountered. And the ability distribution of genes is very even, with a total of 6 branches, each with 100 points. There's indeed a reason why Odin is so powerful. Although he is old, his genes will not weaken. But when Linu's eyes slowly moved to the last heart, he was even more shocked, because the genetic strength of the cursed warrior is actually stronger than Odin. Gene name: Dark Elf Curse Warrior Gene. Gene strength: 5 stars. Available experience points: 700 points. Gene contains ability ranking: strength 200, defense 500-inch. Seeing the genetic strength of the cursed warrior, Linu was immediately shocked. There are only 2 branches in this guy's genes: strength and defense. Moreover, the defensive ability is terrifying. It turns out that just the defense ability alone has a total of 500 points. But, although he was shocked, Linu understood immediately. The genetic strength of the cursed warrior is stronger than Odin. This does not mean that he is stronger than Odin. It doesn't mean that his original genes are better than Odin's. Rather, there are other special reasons. The black crystal that allows dark elves to transform into cursed warriors is separated from TIE particles. Only the dark elves in the entire universe can actually use TIE particles. And TIE particles are one of only 6 infinite gems in the universe. So, the cursed warrior's genes became so powerful entirely because of TIE particles. His genes contain part of the power of TIE particles, so they are stronger than Odin's genes. It's not that Odin's genes are inferior to the Dark Elves, it's that Odin is inferior to TIE particles. If you think so, there's no problem. No matter how powerful Odin is, he cannot compare with Reality Gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. Linu shook his head and stopped thinking about those messy things. Now, finally, we have to do the most important thing. For Linu, raising the level of the Biochemical Technology Tree is the foundation for settling down in this world. The Biochemical Technology Tree not only allows Linu to obtain stronger biochemical monsters and improve the overall strength of the Umbrella Company, but also allows his body to become stronger and stronger with the upgrade of the Biochemical Technology Tree. Linu looked at the 4 powerful genes on the table, with a look of anticipation on his face. Immediately afterwards, Linu stretched out his hand and took the lead in picking up the first syringe. With a flash of blue light, the syringe in Linu's hand disappeared together with the blood inside. The Biochemical Technology Tree panel in Linu's mind suddenly burst into intense blue light. The experience of the 5 branches increased rapidly, and the experience of the main branch also increased by 300 points in an instant. As the experience of the Biochemical Technology Tree increases, Linu's body is also changing rapidly. Attributes such as strength, agility, defense, etc. are all improving rapidly. Every time he acquires a new gene, Lin Bao's body will improve a lot in a short period of time. Then, in the next few days, it will continue to slowly improve for a while. The Dark Elf leader Malekith's genes have the strongest defense power, so Linu's body defense has also been improved the most. Not only the bones and muscles in the body have improved defense, but even the skin has become stronger. 5 minutes later, only then did Linu feel that his body's improvement gradually slowed down. Immediately afterwards, Linu reached out and picked up the second syringe. Stored here are Heimdall's genes. Linu is still looking forward to Heimdall's genes, because he has an ability that is very unique in the entire Marvel Universe. Eye of Heimdall. This is an ability that Linu really wants. As the blue light flashed, the Heimdall gene in his hand was absorbed into the Biochemical Technology Tree again. The main experience of the Biochemical Technology Tree quickly increased by 300 points. The special branch also increased by 140 points. At the same time, Linu's eyes suddenly changed. In Linu's eyes, many star patterns suddenly appeared, just like Heimdall's eyes. Linu felt that his vision seemed to be a little strange. When I look at the wall of my office, I will automatically zoom in, as if I have an invisible magnifying glass, and I can see quite clearly. What's even more terrifying is that when Linu wanted to see outside, his sight actually penetrated the wall, and even directly penetrated the ground outside the Hive underground base, and directly saw things on the surface of the earth. What's more, when Linu raised his head and looked upward, Linu's sight seemed to be traveling through the void of the universe, directly across countless planets. Jotunheim, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, and even Asgard have all appeared in Linu's sight. All 9 kingdoms at a glance. Definitely, in addition to the 9 kingdoms, there are many other planets that can be clearly seen. But what Linu doesn't know is that his current eyesight is actually better than Heimdall's. After all, Linu's eyes have undergone many strengthenings, and the Hawkeye Barton gene has made Linu's eyesight improved once a long time ago. With the cooperation of these eyes and the Tesseract, Linu can go almost wherever he wants to go. It's terrifying. Linu can even see Helheim, where the goddess of death is located, which Heimdall cannot see. Finally, after a few minutes, Linu gently withdrew his gaze. At this time, his body had finally completed most of its strength improvements. Linu, on the other hand, picked up another syringe on the table without hesitation. The syringe that contains the genes of Odin, the god king of Asgard. There was a flash of light. The experience value of the Biochemical Technology Tree in Linu's mind skyrocketed. A total of 600 experience points. And each branch is very even. This is Linu's most even physical improvement. Strength, agility, intelligence, attack, defense, special, 6 branches, all of which increase 100 points of experience. Correspondingly, the overall strength of Linu's body has also improved a lot. In Odin's genes, the special column system does not have a separate display. However, that doesn't mean it's useless. These 100 points of experience points of the special branch represent some of Odin's unique abilities, such as lifespan, such as his will, etc. Therefore, Linu's improvement is also all-round. This improvement is obviously stronger than the previous 2 times. It also takes more time. Linu closed her eyes tightly, silently feeling that her body was getting stronger and stronger, and she was very excited in her heart. In the previous 5.2 lives, Linu knew Odin's strength and should be regarded as level Godfather. And level Godfather is very rare in the entire Marvel Universe. For example, in the later period, Thor, who had the Storm Axe, and Hela, the goddess of death, were both level Godfather strongmen. Level Godfather, in the Marvel Universe movies, should be regarded as the top strongman. Even Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet can only be regarded as level sub-Godfather. And at the moment, Linu's ability has definitely surpassed level Godfather. Feeling the endless power in his body like the vast starry sky, Linu couldn't help but become more and more excited. Finally, the improvement of Linu's physical strength gradually slowed down. Linu also looked at the last gene on the table. The genes of a cursed warrior who possesses part of the power of Ti particles. The gene of the Dark Elf Curse Warrior is the gene with the highest experience value that Linu has encountered so far. Even more genetic experience points than Asgard god King Odin. In particular, there are very few branches in the Cursed Warrior's genes. There are only two. One is strength and the other is defense. If you integrate the genes of the Cursed Warrior, it will definitely increase the defense power of yourself and your own biochemical monsters. Linu couldn't help but look forward to it. Immediately afterwards, Linu picked up the Dark Heart on the table. Then, with a flash of light, the Cursed Warrior's genes were absorbed by the Biochemical Technology Tree. The Biotechnology Tree in Linu's mind also burst into intense blue light. The Strength branch adds 200 experience points, and the Defense branch adds 500 experience points. The main experience level instantly soared by 700 points. Before absorbing these four genes, Linu's Biochemical Technology Tree trunk genes had already reached 3,800 points. But now, after absorbing four genes, it has directly increased to 5,700 points. Four genes directly provided Linu with 1,900 experience points. Quite scary. This trip to Asgard was full of rewards. Just after the Biochemical Technology Tree system absorbed the Cursed Warrior gene, Linu's body was also rapidly changing. The biggest change is Linu's defensive ability. Especially Linu's skin seems to be becoming more and more crystal clear. Just like jade. Although it still felt soft to the touch, Linu could feel that his skin seemed to be different from before. Now, although I haven't tried it, Linu's skin should not be harmed by Mjolnir's attack. This is the power of the Cursed Warrior gene. With such a defense, Linu's capital for exploring the universe will be even stronger. A few minutes later, the changes in Linu gradually became slower, and Linu finally came to the training ground. Subsequently, a light flashed in front of Linu, and the tyrant's figure appeared in the center of the training ground. The tyrant at the moment has undergone earth-shaking changes from his previous appearance. His originally bright silver body turned into pure black, and the lines of his body became stronger. Just by looking at it, you can feel the majestic power in its body. Not only that, there were many complicated patterns on the tyrant's skin, just like the pattern on the Cursed Warrior. Obviously, the tyrant's defense has also been improved a lot. Linu smiled slightly and whispered to himself, since the tyrant's form has changed, and the reason for the change should be because of the Cursed Warrior, then it will be called the Cursed Tyrant from now on. The desperate tyrant finally evolved again and became the Cursed Tyrant. Definitely. In addition to the tyrants, the strength of the Thunder Lickers and Frost Hunters has also been greatly improved. However, the changes on them are not that obvious. Moreover, because they were summoned by the Biotech Tree a long time ago, they cannot absorb the latest abilities on the Biotech Tree. For example, the extremist power of the Tyrant and the defense of the Cursed Warrior. They have neither. However, they can enjoy some increases in basic strength obtained through the increase in experience points of the main body. Therefore, even if the Thunder Licker and Frost Hunter have not learned new abilities, their strength is already much stronger than before. After seeing the changes in his three biochemical monsters, Lin Yu's gains from this trip to Asgard can be considered to have turned into his own strength. However, there's one more thing that worries Lin Yu. That is, the main experience has reached 5,700 points. There are only 300 experience points left before the main level is promoted to level 4. 300 experience points does not seem difficult for Lin Yu, because Lin Yu can use the Tesseract at any time and go anywhere in the universe. There are many powerful genes in the universe. It is not difficult to get 300 experience points. Therefore, Lin Yu is not particularly anxious. Soon, Lin Shou brought the Cursed Tyrant to the cloning laboratory. Today, after continuous expansion of the cloning laboratory, the number of biological clones has increased to 800,000. However, Lin Yu did not ask to continue cloning Thunder Lickers and Frost Hunters. Their number remains at 500,000. Lin Yu feels that 500,000 is basically enough. As for the 10,000 desperate tyrants, Lin Yu also arranged for Dr. Isaac to recycle them all and recreate them into Cursed Tyrants. Moreover, Dr. Isaac was also asked to increase the number of Cursed Tyrants to 100,000. 100,000 is already the limit of the cloning laboratory. Although there is a biological cloning culture chamber, the raw materials are consumed too much. Especially the Cursed Tyrant. After this evolution, its size has increased a lot. 100,000 is already considered the limit. After leaving the cloning laboratory, Lin Yu came to the virus laboratory. The injection of all armed members of the virus laboratory is still in progress, but has also come to an end. The Umbrella Company's 10,000 armed members are now almost all vaccinated. After completion, it is estimated that several large-scale military training operations will be conducted under the leadership of Weskier. Let these guys who have gained great strength get used to their bodies. After inspecting the virus laboratory, Lin Yu used the Tesseract again and came to Wakanda. Today's Wakanda has changed a lot from before. Countless Umbrella Company personnel are busy here. The Wakanda Palace was directly transformed into a huge amount of laboratory. A laboratory built on top of a vibranium mine. The 470 buildings other than the palace have become living areas for the staff and their families. With the recruitment of personnel and more people coming from the Umbrella Company headquarters, the place has become lively. Seeing Lin Yu's arrival, Abigail immediately reported her work situation to Lin Yu. Lin Yu is very satisfied. Moreover, the underground train line from the Umbrella Company's Hive underground base to Wakanda has also been put on the agenda. After all, you can't keep the portal open all the time. Tesseract. Lin Yu also has other uses. However, the construction of this train is not easy. After all, the distance is too far, and the terrain we pass through is somewhat complicated. After inspecting several of his laboratories, Lin Yu returned to his office again. Everything at the Umbrella Company was going smoothly, and Lin Yu didn't need to worry at all. Alice's recruitment work has basically been completed. Back to Lin Yu's side again, ready for call at any time. And at the moment, Lin Yu suddenly received a message. The Life Foundation's space exploration spacecraft is expected to land tonight. This is a great attempt by mankind to explore the universe. Lin Yu was slightly startled when he saw this news on TV. Life Foundation. Why does it sound so familiar? It seems that I have heard this name in my previous life. The Red Queen, help me check the information about the Life Foundation. Lin Yu hurriedly said to the Red Queen. With the Red Queen here, Lin Yu can get any information with just one sentence. In less than 2 seconds, the Red Queen's voice rang in Lin Yu's ears. Boss, Life Foundation is the largest pharmaceutical company in San Francisco and ranks second among pharmaceutical companies in the United States, second only to your Umbrella Company. However, although it can rank second, its market value is less than 1/10 of the Umbrella Company, and their main research directions do not conflict with the Umbrella Company. The two directions they are best at are the research and development of anti-cancer drugs and the space program. As for the space program, they have been implemented for many years. It is said that the spaceship that will come back tonight has their latest achievements, which is very valued within the Life Foundation. The boss of the Life Foundation is called Drake, and he is an Aeson descendant. The introduction of the Red Queen is very detailed. Linu also immediately understood why he felt very familiar after hearing this name. This Life Foundation is actually the company of Drake, the villain in Venom. They even work with the Umbrella Company. However, compared to the scale of umbrella companies, they are much smaller. Moreover, they only dare to study the minor aspects that the Umbrella Company is unwilling to do. But they were lucky enough to find a magical parasite while exploring the universe. And in the spacecraft that is about to arrive, there are 4 samples of the parasites they found. In this Marvel world, the Umbrella Corporation is simply too powerful. Therefore, the reputation of the Life Foundation has been completely overshadowed. Only in San Francisco, where the Life Foundation is headquartered, is his influence slightly greater. Even the former owner of Linu's body didn't know about the Life Foundation. And at the moment, after hearing the introduction from the Red Queen, Linu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Having watched the movies of his previous life, Linu naturally knew that these so-called parasites were Venom, Riot, etc. If they parasitize humans, they will make an ordinary person extremely powerful. But Linu also knows their 2 biggest weaknesses. One is afraid of flames, but the other is not afraid of harsh sounds. If this is the case, can I use the information I know to benefit from it? Linu estimated that those genes of parasitic life would definitely be able to provide a lot of experience for his biochemical technology tree. But this is not enough. Linu feels that if his biochemical monsters are infested with those parasitic organisms, they will definitely become stronger. If an army of millions of biochemicals were all infested with horrible parasites like Venom and Riot, then it would be terrifying to imagine. Perhaps we can talk to the strongest parasite. His name seems to be Riot. Linu suddenly noticed something in his heart. Alice, arrange a flight. Let's go to Marseille, Linu said to Alice. On the side, Alice hurriedly responded, Okay, boss. With Alice by his side, Linu feels very convenient in everything he does. Alice has already adapted to Linu's rhythm. Moreover, I never like asking unnecessary nonsense. Immediately afterwards, Linu contacted Weskier, who was training with his team members through the Red Queen. Although there is no danger in this operation, Linu still likes to control everything in his own hands and never allow any accidents. Weskier, take 2 teams of soldiers and follow me to Malacca, Linu ordered calmly. On the other side, Weskier immediately showed an excited smile when he heard that there was a mission. Going on missions with the boss is always a grand event. Last time, a hidden super country was directly destroyed. Quite enjoyable. And this time, go to such a far place, there will definitely be good things. Weskier acted hurriedly, and Linu was not in a hurry. There was still some time before night. At the moment, Linu took Alice to the Umbrella Company's headquarters building in Raccoon City. On the top floor of the building, in Linu's office that was not often used, he met the nominal CEO of Umbrella Company and the guy in charge of all the apparent business of Umbrella Company, James Marcus. This guy has long brown hair, a slender figure, and quite handsome appearance. In the Umbrella Company system, although he has great power, he is not the most core member. However, it can be regarded as one of them. Marcus was a little nervous when he heard that Linu, the big boss behind the scenes, wanted to see him. There are only a handful of times he can see Linu in a year. As for Linu, he has a natural sense of fear. But his business ability is undoubtedly beyond doubt. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Umbrella Company's pharmaceutical business to reach the absolute top position in the world. Boss, are you looking for me? Marcus came to Linu's office, hurriedly bent down, and saluted respectfully. There was a flattering smile on his face. There was a hint of reserve in the smile. It seems that he is afraid of making Linu angry. If there were media here and captured this scene, it would definitely shock everyone's attention. Marcus' image in the outside world is completely different from his current appearance. Linu crossed her legs, put one foot on the desk in front of her, and held her chin with both hands, as if she was thinking about something. After hearing what Marcus said, he nodded slightly and pointed to the seat next to him. Marcus, on the other hand, carefully came to the seat pointed by Linu and gently sat half of his buttocks on the seat. Good promise, and at the moment, Alice took a glass of water from his side and handed it to Marcus. Marcus was so frightened that he stood up hurriedly and greeted him respectfully with both hands. Alice's position in the Umbrella Company is just Linu's secretary. However, members who are slightly closer to the core all know that Alice's status in the Umbrella Company is absolutely second. Apart from Linu, she has the most power. Marcus felt that the glass of water in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I neither dare to drink nor put it down. Linu was still thinking about something and didn't speak. Alice seemed to notice Marcus's nervousness and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, just relax." After hearing Alice's words, Marcus' face calmed down a little. A few minutes later, Linu seemed to have figured something out, suddenly raised his head and asked Marcus, "Do you know anything about the Life Foundation?" Hearing Boss Linu's question, Marcus was suddenly startled. He didn't expect that his boss would be interested in the Life Foundation. As the apparent CEO of the Umbrella Company, he naturally knows about the Life Foundation. Although this company is small, it is considered the second in the industry. Marcus has been in contact with them at many events or meetings. Marcus even has a little personal relationship with Drake, the boss of the Life Foundation. "Boss, I'm a little familiar with the Life Foundation. After all, they're also developing in biomedicine, and our company also holds 10 small shares of the Life Foundation." Marcus explained slowly. He didn't understand what the boss meant, so he introduced it clearly. After hearing Marcus' introduction, Linu was also a little surprised. "Do we still have shares in the Life Foundation?" "How many?" Linu asked. Marcus hurriedly replied, "We hold 11% of the shares of the Life Foundation and are the second largest shareholder. The largest shareholder is Drake, who holds 30% of the shares of the Life Foundation." Linu's face suddenly became happy. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that it can really be operated. Originally, Linu came to see Marcus just on a whim, but now it seems that it is really useful. "I hope to take complete control of the Life Foundation within 3 days. Is that okay?" Linu said calmly. Marcus was shocked when he heard the boss's words. Complete control of the Life Foundation? What does completely mean? Become the largest shareholder? Or, "Boss, do you mean to let us become the largest shareholder?" Marcus asked cautiously. "It is not easy to become the largest shareholder of the Life Foundation, because Drake, the largest shareholder of the Life Foundation, controls 30% of the shares of the Life Foundation. Moreover, based on Marcus' understanding of him, it is not easy to get him to take out his shares." But at this moment, Linu said, "No, I need to fully control the Life Foundation. No one else can dictate." This sentence immediately shocked Marcus. The boss's intention is obviously to kick everyone out, including Drake, including other small shareholders. This approach is really difficult. If everything is done with money, it will cost huge amounts of assets. But spending money actually doesn't matter. After all, the Umbrella Company has a big business. But the question is, will the Lakers be willing to own the shares in their hands? After all, he established that enterprise by himself. Is there any problem? Linu seemed to see the hesitation on Marcus's face. "Boss, I still know something about Drake. He is very stubborn and values his company very much. It doesn't seem easy to get his shares." Marcus, he explained honestly. Although he was very nervous in front of Linu, he also knew that he must not lie in front of his boss. If you fail to complete the tasks assigned by your boss, you will be in trouble. Hearing Marcus' words, Linu was not angry. He just nodded slightly. Recalling the plot of the movie in the previous life, the guy named Drake seemed to be really not a good person. It seems really difficult to deal with using conventional means. And Marcus has no other power in his hands. Linu lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Let's do this. I will ask Weskier to give you a team of people. No matter what method is used, the entire Life Foundation must be controlled within 3 days, and they will carry out all projects, must be protected by me, and cannot be destroyed by anyone." Marcus' eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that the boss was actually going to give him a team of people, and they were Weskier's subordinates. Weskier's men, aren't they guys from the Biochemical Emergency Response Force? Marcus naturally knows something about those warriors. The Umbrella Company's armed forces are definitely the best in the world. And Marcus also vaguely heard the news. That is, the Umbrella Company's armed forces seem to be undergoing some secret strengthening. After strengthening the armed forces, each one has almost superhuman strength. With their help, there will be no problem. Marcus also had a ferocious smile on his face, betch. However, in front of Linu, it was very hidden. As one of the top executives of the Umbrella Company, although he has not yet joined the core layer, he is definitely not an ordinary person. I will make sure to complete the mission. Marcus stood up from his seat and said respectfully. Half an hour later, 2 planes took off from an airport owned by the Umbrella Company. The first one was relatively small and had luxurious interior decoration. It was Linu's private jet. The other was a large passenger plane filled with hundreds of armed members of the Umbrella Company, including Weskier. Their target was none other than Malice. It is also the place where Linu knows that the Life Foundation's spaceship crashed. However, due to the long distance, it is estimated that it will take 4 to 5 hours of flight time to get there. At the same time, just after Linu set off, Marcus also took action immediately. Under the leadership of Marcus, the entire Umbrella Company was running like a huge and precise instrument. Several small shareholders of the Life Foundation soon received calls from senior executives of the Umbrella Company. All kinds of money and share transactions are completed quickly. San Francisco, suburbs. In a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man with a big belly was swimming in the swimming pool of his villa. At this moment, suddenly a woman in business attire trotted over. While running, he shouted hurriedly, boss, your phone number." The middle-aged man, named Mike, slowly raised his head from the water, with an obviously unhappy look on his face. "At this time, it's my own training time, and I don't want to answer ordinary phone calls. Moreover, why is my secretary so obedient? Didn't I ask you not to disturb me at this time?" Mike said coldly. But the secretary standing next to the pool was obviously very anxious. She was a little scared, but still said, "Boss, this call is from Mr. Marcus." "Marcus? What Marcus?" Mike asked with a frown. But then he seemed to think of something. The anger on his face disappeared instantly, revealing a trace of panic. "Marcus? Is he the one from the Umbrella Company?" Hearing what the boss Mike said, the female secretary nodded hurriedly and handed over the phone in her hand. Marcus trembled with fear. He supported his body with both hands and hurriedly climbed out of the swimming pool. And he nervously took the phone from the female secretary. After pressing the connect button on the phone, Marcus' attitude instantly changed 180 degrees, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. Marcus's voice came over the phone. However, the voice seemed a little cold. "Mike, transfer your shares of the Life Foundation to me," Marcus said straight to the point. Hearing Marcus' words, Mike's hands shook slightly, and he almost dropped his phone into the swimming pool. He was not familiar with Marcus, but Marcus was too famous in the United States, and they had had 2 simple contacts. Definitely, there's a big gap between the status of the two. In San Francisco, Mike can only be regarded as an ordinary rich man. But Marcus is different. He can be ranked at the top of the entire Kai Kingdom. The United States congressmen, governors, and other officials are all guests of Marcus. But those 5 points of shares in the Life Foundation are Mike's entire property. If given to Marcus, he would lose all sources of income. If another person said this to him, even someone with equal status to him, he would immediately fall out. However, it was Marcus who spoke, so he did not refuse immediately. However, his voice was a little soft, and he said, "Mr. Marcus, those shares are all my belongings. Although the Life Foundation is not as profitable as an umbrella company, it is definitely a company with good profitability. The shares in Mike's hands can bring him millions of dollars in income every year." Mike was a little unsure of what Marcus meant by this. "Is it possible to buy your own shares? If I buy it, it will be a little more acceptable. Although selling the shares of Life Foundation will be a big loss. After all, this is a company with good future prospects." But even if Marcus wanted to use his power to put pressure on himself, there was nothing he could do. This is the gap caused by identity and status. But what Mike didn't expect was, on the phone, Marcus said slowly, "Sell me your shares for 5 times the market price." Hearing this, Mike's face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, it was 5 times. 5 times the market price. Then you will make a lot of money. It's just that it's a bit incredible. As Marcus, even if he was only offered the normal market price, he would never be able to refuse. However, he actually gave it 5 times. Mike was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Marcus's voice came again on the phone. How about it? Do you still need to think about it? Mike was so frightened that he hurriedly said, No need to think about it. I agree. How could I not agree to such a good opportunity? At 5 times the price, I can definitely use the money to invest in a better business. Then, Mr. Marcus, when will the transfer contract be signed? Mike asked cautiously. On the phone, Marcus's voice came again. Now, you come to the Umbrella Company headquarters building now and sign now. Mike was shocked. So fast. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he denied them all one by one. Regardless of whether there is something fishy or not, I have no other choice. If it were another person, he would never believe that the other person could come up with so much money at once. Even Stark Industries, another large company in New York, might not be able to do it. But Marcus is different. In other words, the umbrella company behind him is different. As long as it's a matter of money, I've never heard of an umbrella company not being able to do it. Okay, I'll leave now. Mike responded hurriedly. The call was quickly hung up, and Mike didn't dare to stop at all and hurriedly put on his clothes under the service of his female secretary. Moreover, he asked his secretary to contact him for his private jet. San Francisco is on the west coast of the United States, while Raccoon City is near the east coast. The distance is not very close. However, by private plane, it takes less than 2 hours at most. This is just a small thing among all the things that happened after Linu left. There are 7 or 8 people in the entire United States who have the same experience as Mike. These are guys who control a small stake in the Life Foundation. Under the dual influence of money and power, they are very willing to hand over their equity. But Drake, the founder of the Life Foundation and now the largest shareholder, is not so easy to hand over his equity. And Marcus did not use the same method to deal with those small shareholders to deal with Drake. In a secret base in Raccoon City of the Umbrella Corporation, an armed team of 20 people led by Weskier's deputy, a strong man about 2 meters tall, arrived at the base. The location of the base is not too far from the Raccoon City headquarters building. And this time, Marcus is already waiting at the base. Seeing the strong man, Marcus hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Although he was only Weskier's deputy, Marcus still didn't dare to be careless. In the Umbrella Company, Weskier's status is also somewhat special. If calculated, Weskier's power in the Umbrella Company should be ranked 3rd, second only to Alice. At the same time, he is the actual person in charge of all the armed forces of the Umbrella Company. It can be said that no one in the Umbrella Company dares to offend Weskier. Please give me flowers. Even his deputy is not something ordinary people can provoke. But Weskier's deputy didn't show any pride after meeting Marcus. After all, it was a task arranged by the big boss Linu himself, and he did not dare to be disobedient in this matter. Soon, Marcus handed over the mission to Weskier's deputy. The task is simple. That is, get Drake back. Hearing that he was just arresting an ordinary person, Weskier's deputy smiled disdainfully. In the past, it would have taken a lot of effort to catch someone like Drake. After all, a guy with this status will definitely have a private armed force around him. But now, there is something different. Each of the 20 people he brought with him was injected with the G virus. With their strength, even if they were to deal with a New York military base, there would be no problem. 0. Used to catch a Drake, it's really overkill. But he did not dare to refuse this task, nor did he dare to be careless. If they are careless and fail to complete the tasks assigned by the big boss himself, they may have to throw them away as cloning materials. Okay, I understand. Let's set off now and bring you back in 5 hours, Weskier's deputy said confidently. Subsequently, under the leadership of Deputy Weskier, 20 armed members of the Umbrella Company boarded the transport plane that had been prepared and headed toward San Francisco. At the same time, just when the Umbrella Company was annexing the Ecological Foundation under Marcus's arrangement, Linu, who was sitting on his private jet, enjoying red wine and beautiful women, suddenly received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! It is detected that alien host life has arrived on the Earth, which can provide a lot of experience points for the Biochemical Technology Tree. Please go to the host to get it as soon as possible. Linu was also slightly startled when he heard the system prompt. Unexpectedly, has the spaceship landed? Red Queen, help me check if there is any news about the crash of the spacecraft. Linu said hurriedly to the Red Queen. In 2 seconds, the Red Queen's voice reached Linu's ears. Boss, half a minute ago, a spacecraft crashed in the mountains and forests east of Malawi. There were many witnesses. I investigated and found that this spacecraft belongs to the Life Foundation. And now the boss of the Life Foundation, Drake, is at the Life Foundation headquarters, controlling an armed force and searching for the wreckage of the spacecraft. Linu didn't expect that the spacecraft had already crashed before he arrived. It seems that we need to speed up. Linu made arrangements softly, and the speed of the two planes increased again, heading towards the direction of the landing of the spacecraft. And at the same time, in the control room of the Life Foundation headquarters building in San Francisco, Life Foundation boss Drake is staring nervously at the big screen in front of him. On the big screen, the scene of the armed team of the Life Foundation searching for the spacecraft was displayed. On that spacecraft, there were 4 alien beings they discovered, very important to the Life Foundation and Drake. Beside Drake, there are dozens of employees of the Life Foundation who are cooperating with the operations ahead to ensure that the search can be completed smoothly. But at this time, a secretary suddenly came to Drake's side and whispered something in his ear. Derek's expression suddenly changed. What? He said quietly. There were people from 0-30 who bought all the shares of the small shareholders of their company while they were busy with the spaceship. How does this look like it was done to yourself? Derek's face looked a little ugly, and he frowned and asked, who did it? Has the investigation found out? It is absolutely impossible for an unknown person to be able to buy so many shares of the Life Foundation at once. Although the shares in the hands of those small shareholders were not as large as his own, Drake was still a little uneasy about being targeted in this way. At this time, the secretary said, it's a man named Marcus. According to my investigation, he should be the CEO of the umbrella company. When he heard the name Marcus, Drake already thought of the umbrella company without any explanation from his secretary. There are only a few people in the entire United States who have such strong financial strength to buy so many shares of the Life Foundation at once. The umbrella company is the richest among these. Umbrella company. What do they want to do? Drake secretly guessed. Although Marcus bought in his own name, Drake doesn't think he has this ability. It must be the decision of the umbrella company as a whole. In other words, it was decided by the big boss behind the umbrella company. As the actual controller of the Life Foundation, Drake naturally knows some secrets that others don't know. For example, he knew that there was a low-key boss behind the umbrella company, and Marcus is just Pony Boy doing things for him in front. You go down first. Derek said calmly. No matter what the other party means, I don't have time to care about these things now. The current task of searching for extraterrestrial life is the most important thing to him. Only, after hearing the news, Drake always felt uneasy in his heart. It seemed like he was being watched. At the moment, in the screen, the Life Foundation's combat team finally found the location where the spacecraft crashed. They reported their findings to the Life Foundation headquarters through voice. Boss, the spacecraft suffered serious damage. One of the 4 storage containers was broken, and the alien creatures inside escaped. All the astronauts have died, and the survivors. No, there's still one alive. Call an ambulance. They actually found one person among the astronauts who seemed to be alive. This was good news, and they hurriedly called an ambulance. And this time, in the control room of the Life Foundation headquarters, Drake was not in the mood to care whether the astronaut was still alive. He hurriedly ordered, bring me those 3 storage containers first, don't worry about the others. After hearing Drake's order, the captain of the armed team hurriedly responded, okay, boss, we are preparing to return now. But that's when the squad leader seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and his expression suddenly became tense. There was also a strange sound coming from the communicator. It seemed that there were many people around, slowly approaching. In the picture, the surrounding light can also be seen faintly. It seemed like it was surrounded. "What's going on? Answer quickly," Derek asked anxiously. In the communicator, the captain responded hurriedly, "Boss, something seems to be going on. Everyone is hiding, in defensive formation." The team leader immediately began arranging his team members before he finished speaking to Drake. He seemed to have seen many figures surrounding them from all around. Moreover, from the sound of rustling around, the number of people was definitely not small. In the control room of the Life Foundation headquarters, Drake became even more anxious. This mission must not fail. But his worries had no impact on the task ahead. At the moment, a figure has come out of the darkness. The man looked short, and his hair was neatly combed and reflected an oily sheen under the firelight. What's even more weird is that in such a dark night, he is actually wearing a pair of sunglasses. Can you see the road with sunglasses? No one knows. But the captain of the combat team of the Life Foundation became nervous when he saw that figure, because that man was wearing a black combat uniform with a red and white pattern on his chest, which was quite conspicuous. "Stop! If you get closer, we'll shoot." The squad leader raised the weapon in his hand and shouted. And at the moment, the man in black did not stop. Instead, while continuing to move forward, he said, "You have been surrounded. All of you, put down your weapons and raise your double decks." The team leader of the Life Foundation looked a little ugly. The other party was obviously prepared. But if they really surrender, then this mission will probably be a complete failure. While he was thinking, he pointed the weapon in his hand at the man in black who was still approaching. "Don't go any further, or I'll shoot," he shouted again. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the figure of the man in black had disappeared before his eyes. The squad leader was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and wanted to look around. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw a man in black suddenly appearing in front of him. It was the man in black who was 20 or 30 meters away just now. Why is he so fast? The squad leader was suddenly startled, and the weapon in his hand instantly turned around. But he suddenly felt that the weapon in his hand was not moving at all. "No matter how hard I try, I can't move an inch." Then he saw a hand grasping the muzzle of his weapon. The man in black in front of him had a mocking look on his face. What's even scarier is, when the team leader wanted to order his team members to fight back, he found that in front of each team member, there was a man in black standing. The squad leader was dumbfounded. How did these people appear in front of each of their team members? In the control room of the Life Foundation headquarters, Drake was also dumbfounded. In the video screen, 5.3, he just saw a black shadow flashing past, and a man in black appeared in front of the captain of his armed team. In the lens, the Umbrella Company logo on the chest of the man in black is emitting a strange red glow. It's an Umbrella Company again. Not only do they acquire shares in their own company, but they also want to seize the extraterrestrial life they discovered. There was silence in the control room. All the staff looked at everything on the screen with their mouths open. But at this time, the door to the control room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. In this quiet moment, it seems extremely obvious. Everyone in the control room, including Drake, turned their heads in confusion and looked in the direction of the door. A group of men in black suddenly appeared in their sight. The combat uniforms they wore were exactly the same as in the video, and on their chests, they all carry an obvious logo of the Umbrella Company. "How did you get in?" Derek was shocked. "This is your own territory, your own base camp. Moreover, this main control room is the most important place in the company, and there are usually armed forces guarding it outside. How did they get in so quietly? What about your own armed forces?" But immediately afterwards, Derek thought of something. His expression suddenly changed. "I'm afraid that the armed forces I have arranged in this building are no match for the other party. Because on the big screen, those from the Umbrella Company have shown their strength. Their speed is simply inhuman, just like Ghost. I am afraid that the power in my own hands cannot stop such an enemy." At this moment, Drake took a few steps back in panic, and then said, "What do you want to do?" This is the headquarters of the Life Foundation. It is a crime to break in without permission. Drake is now a bit angry. Even he himself knew that there was no law at all between people of their level and volition. Whoever has the biggest fist is the law. And at the moment, just as Drake stepped back in fear, more than a dozen men in black entered the room. They were expressionless and scattered around the control room. "Mr. Drake, come with us," the tall man who came in first said slowly. Immediately afterwards, before Drake could refuse, the man dodged and quickly came to Drake. Drake couldn't even see how he got here. The speed was so fast that Derek only saw a dark shadow flashing across his eyes. Then, the man grabbed Drake's arm directly. The power coming from his arm made Drake give up his struggle instantly. With his own thin body, it was completely impossible to escape from these people. He could only choose to obey. Drake was taken away. Those were several teams of men in black, also slowly leaving from the door of the control room. Until the last man in black walked out of the control room door, he suddenly turned around and looked at the staff in the control room with a ferocious smile on his face. "You should know what the consequences will be if the news here is spread," the man said coldly, turned and left. Only the staff of the Life Foundation were left who didn't even dare to take a breath. They had seen the Umbrella Corporation logo on the chests of the men in black. If it had been the past, they might have done something. But now, since the Battle of New York, the Umbrella Company seems to have become no longer the Umbrella Company it was before. They don't dare to say anything nonsense. Even if the man in black didn't remind them in the end, they would never dare to reveal what happened here. Definitely. Even if they tell what happened here, I'm afraid it won't have the slightest impact on the Umbrella Company. Malai is mute. Soon, under Weskier's order, all the armed forces of the Life Foundation were dealt with. And 3 glass vessels containing extraterrestrial life were also taken into the hands of the Umbrella Company. But Linu didn't care about these 3 alien beings. What Linu wants is the guy who escaped. Among these 4 alien beings, the strongest one is the guy named Riot who escaped. His whole body can be transformed into various powerful weapons, making him very powerful in battle. Red Queen, detect all movements within a radius of 10 kilometers. If you find any moving humans, tell me immediately. Lin Bao arrange for the Red Queen. The area around here is all barren mountains, and the chance of human beings appearing there is very small. If anyone is found, it must be the guy possessed by the Riot. And at the same time, Linu and Weskier also chased in the direction where the ambulance left. In addition, some armed members of the Umbrella Company returned to the Umbrella Company's plane with 3 alien beings. Just when Linu arranged for everyone to search for traces of the Riot, Drake, the boss of the Life Foundation, was also escorted by the Umbrella Company's armed forces to a secret base in Raccoon City of the Umbrella Company. Soon, Drake was taken to a secret room. In this room, Marcus has been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Drake, Marcus also had a smile on his face. Pointing to a chair in front of him, he said, "Sit down, Mr. Drake." Being under the eaves, he had to lower his head. Derek could only slowly sit opposite Marcus. Behind him, 2 armed members of the Umbrella Company stood there quietly. Drake has no chance to escape or be disadvantageous to Marcus. First, you acquired a large number of shares in our company. Then you sent people to our the wreckage of my spaceship. And finally, you captured me here. What exactly do you want to do? Drake said coldly. He had already vaguely guessed the purpose of the Umbrella Company. After all, his spaceship had just crashed, and he was targeted by the Umbrella Company. It's obviously related to the alien life in the spacecraft. However, he still pretended not to know anything. "Mr. Drake, don't get excited. This time I want to trade with you sincerely," Marcus said with a smile, as if he was discussing a deal with a partner. "Deal?" Drake was slightly startled. "What deal?" Drake asked again. Marcus said, "Our company wants to acquire your Life Foundation company, so I want to acquire the shares of the Life Foundation that you hold from your hands. Isn't this a deal that everyone will be happy with?" After hearing Marcus' words, Drake finally confirmed his previous guess. The other party not only wants the few alien life forms in the wreckage of the spacecraft, they even want the entire Life Foundation. This is certainly impossible. The Life Foundation is all my hard work. If you hand over all your shares, you will have nothing. Derek shook his head slowly and said, "This is impossible. Even if you kill me, I can't hand over the shares." Derek's tone was firm. Taking away his Life Foundation is no different than killing him. "Are you sure you don't need to think about it? We are willing to buy your shares at twice the market price, so that you can get a lot of money, and you could do nothing for the rest of your life and retire early," Marcus said slowly. But Drake is obviously pretty stubborn, although there is no way he can escape from the clutches of the Umbrella Corporation now. However, he was unwilling to hand over his hard work. "Kill me. I've already made a will 560 years ago. You still won't get my shares after I die," Drake said coldly. But, hearing Drake's words, Marcus smiled slightly and then said, "You haven't figured out one thing yet. That is, in front of the Umbrella Company, your little secret is not a secret at all." As soon as these words were spoken, Derek's expression changed slightly. However, he still held back. He does have a secret, and it's a deeply hidden secret. At this moment, Marcus continued, "You have an illegitimate son in Aeson Kingdom. Your will is to let your illegitimate son inherit your shares. You may think that you have hidden your illegitimate son well, but I know that his name is Salman is now in a small town in Uttar Pradesh, India, with 2 nannies and 3 bodyguards." After hearing these words from Marcus, Drake's face finally could no longer remain calm. He had never told anyone the secret of his illegitimate child. Salman's existence is unknown to everyone except himself, and his own will was to give all his shares to his illegitimate son after his death. "I originally thought that my illegitimate son would be safe in Aeson State and no one would know about him. However, I never expected that Marcus would know this secret. But, at the moment, this is nothing." Marcus' next words directly caused Drake to collapse. Marcus smiled and said, "If you die and your son becomes an orphan, I will donate a large sum of money to the local government, then adopt Salman, become his adoptive father, and then bring him to the United States, cultivates it well." Drake was completely devastated. All his confidence comes from the fact that he has a secret heir. Moreover, his illegitimate son is still in Aeson Kingdom. Aeson Kingdom is far away from the United States, and Drake was born in Aeson Kingdom. Aeson Kingdom can be said to be his base camp. But, since Marcus dares to say this, then with the strength of the Umbrella Company, he can definitely do what he said. Even in Aeson Kingdom, the power of the Umbrella Company is absolutely unmatched. Derek lowered his head. The look on his face gradually turned into one of loneliness. "I am indeed whimsical." He actually wanted to go head-to-head with the Umbrella Company. Derek finally figured it out. "I don't have the capital at all. If the Umbrella Company wants to destroy itself, it is as easy as dealing with an ant, and it will be crushed to death with 1 foot." At this moment, Marcus spoke again. He smiled, as if what happened just now had never happened at all, and said slowly, "How is it? Have you thought clearly?" Marcus had actually noticed that Drake seemed to have lost the confidence to resist. While asking, Marcus took out a contract from the drawer in front of him. "This is an equity transfer contract." Derek smiled bitterly, picked up the contract, and read it. It is clearly written above that the Umbrella Company will purchase 40% of its shares in the Life Foundation at double the market price. And it's in cash. Pay immediately. After reading it over and seeing that there seemed to be no problem, Drake signed his name without hesitation. "Since I couldn't resist at all, I simply signed it. Anyway, the price is pretty good." Marcus is also very happy. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Soon, Drake was released. However, the Umbrella Company did not send him back, but threw him directly outside the secret base. Drake was on the verge of tears. However, there is no room for reasoning. But the money from the Umbrella Company arrived quickly, extremely efficient, and didn't lie to him at all. Only, Drake didn't give up. He is still thinking about his alien life. Those things he had worked so hard to obtain, and now he had to give them away. Derek's face was gloomy, and he picked up his cell phone and dialed his secretary's number. "Call plane to pick me up in Raccoon City." Although he is no longer the boss of the Life Foundation, it has not been announced yet, so the aircraft under the company's name can still be used. As for Drake, he hailed a taxi and headed to the airport. The other side, after Red Queen used all the satellites in the world to detect, coupled with the search by Weskier and others, Linu finally found Riot possessing a woman in the wilderness. The woman was walking forward step by step on a small road. In her hand, she held a logo on the clothing of a Life Foundation employee. On their way to Earth, Riot heard from the astronauts that the Life Foundation would have new spaceships flying to their planet. That's why the Rioters are looking for where the Life Foundation is. If you control that spaceship, you can bring all your subordinates on your planet to the Earth and occupy the Earth easily. Riot has learned some things about this planet by searching the memories of several humans it has parasitized. This place is simply a paradise for my own race, because on this planet there are countless flesh and blood lives. Not only can they become parasites of their own race, but they can also become food for their own kind. Just perfect. But that's when a human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Riot was delighted. He thought that no one else would appear in such a place. Unexpectedly, a human came to the door on his own initiative. When he is parasitic on a human body, he will constantly devour the organs of that human body and consume the host vitality. If energy is not replenished in time, the host will gradually die. Seeing a bald man walking towards him, Riot transformed without any hesitation. Countless silver mucus suddenly poured out of the woman's body. Then, the woman's body was completely covered. In less than 2 seconds, the human woman transformed into a huge amount of silver monster. Its whole body was extremely thick, emitting silver light under the moonlight, and its mouth was extremely large, with the corners of its mouth split directly to the position of its ears. In his mouth, there was countless disgusting mucus flowing down his chin, which looked quite terrifying. Even Weskier, who was hiding in the distance and watching with night vision binoculars, was startled. Just now, Linu suddenly asked him to come over. He thought his boss had something in mind for that woman. So, Weskier asked everyone to put down their telescopes and stop peeking. Then I secretly observed it with night vision binoculars. But I didn't expect that that woman would turn into such a terrifying monster. Definitely, Weskier didn't worry about his boss because of the woman's change. Weskier already knows a little about his boss's strength. Since the boss dares to go there by himself, he must be sure of victory. Weskier picked up the night vision binoculars in his hand again and quietly looked in the direction of Linu in the distance. And at the moment, in front of Linu, a ferocious smile appeared on the violent face, which looked particularly ferocious in this dark night. But, in contrast, Linu still looked calm. Riot was slightly confused. Under normal circumstances, humans would be very scared when they see what they look like. But the human being in front of me seemed a little different. This suddenly sparked an interest in Riot's heart. Otherwise, instead of eating him, parasitize him and look at his memory. In Riot's heart, he suddenly changed his mind. He decided to change his host. At this moment, the violent body rushed towards Klin's hand quickly. Linu, however, still stood there quietly with his arms crossed, smiling. Finally, the Riot came to Linu's side, and one of its hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed Linu's neck. Then, countless silver mucus peeled off the woman's body and rushed toward Linu's body. Linu, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all and was still waiting for something quietly. Riot is not human after all, and he didn't notice anything wrong with Linu's behavior. If he lived and practiced on Earth for a long time, he would definitely feel that there's something wrong with this human being. But now, his understanding of human beings is still a little too little. Finally, the last ray of silver also disappeared from Linu's body. The woman opposite also slowly collapsed to the ground, losing her life. When the violence left the woman's body, it also devoured her internal organs. And at the moment, just after the Riot parasitized Linu's body, a voice suddenly appeared in Linu's mind. "Hey, why can't I see your memory?" The voice was a little confused, as if he didn't understand why he couldn't see the memory of this host. But then, the sounds of Riot's became a little tense. "No, why can't I control your thoughts? What are you, The Riot was a little panicked. Those people who were parasitic before can easily see their memories. But this host is completely unable to see the memory. And the Riot was even more horrifying to discover. It seems that this host body is so strong that it's terrifying. Just when Linu was possessed by the Riot, far across the ocean in America, a private plane taking off from Raccoon City was flying toward San Francisco. On the plane, it was Drake who had just come out of the Umbrella Company's secret base. Now, he is no longer the CEO of the Life Foundation. Not even a single share is left. It can be said that he has absolutely no relationship with the current Life Foundation. But the destination of his plane was still the location of the Life Foundation. He didn't give up. Although the Umbrella Company forcibly bought out all his shares, he could still do something before everything was handed over. There are many secrets in the Life Foundation that others don't know. There's also a lot of research data that only he can see. So, after he planned to go back, he would first copy the important research data. Perhaps, with this money and the previous research materials, I can make a comeback. But he is not planning to choose the location for his comeback in the United States. In the United States, umbrella companies are simply too powerful. He couldn't fight them at all. However, it is different in Asen, my home country. If he were there, he would definitely be able to establish a new business empire and even control the political situation of Asen Kingdom 86. In that case, the umbrella company's tentacles would be powerless against itself. Go get me a glass of wine. Drake ordered his secretary as he lay on the sofa of his private jet with a smile on his face. But just when his secretary got up and was about to pour the wine, on the plane, there were two huge amounts of explosions from both sides. The secretary was so frightened that she almost sat on the ground. Derek was also shocked. How come there is such a sound? And, along with the explosion, the plane shook violently. Drake hurriedly climbed to the window of the plane and looked outside. When he saw it, he was immediately shocked. The propellers on the wings of the plane actually caught fire. He hurriedly ran to the other side. And sure enough, it was also on fire. The plane only had two propellers, and both of them exploded. Drake was horrified. This is on a plane. If the plane loses power, it's doomed. He hurriedly walked towards the cab. The first thing he wanted to do was ask the captain of the plane and what happened. But when he opened the cab door in a panic, the scene he saw shocked him to the core. At the moment, in the cab, a monster covered in black metal armor was using its sickle-like claws to pierce the chest of the aircraft captain. The tip of its claws penetrated directly behind the pilot's seat of the aircraft. On the side, the first officer's head fell to the ground, and there were many traces of frost on the broken neck. The first time he saw this monster, Drake knew what it was. Although his company is far away in San Francisco, he has also seen what happened in New York on the news. This black figure is exactly the same as those on the news. So, its origin was naturally clear to him. Umbrella Corporation. Drake shouted in horror. He finally understood. The Umbrella Company was simply not prepared to let itself go. They just tricked themselves into signing, and after getting the shares, they wanted to kill themselves. But Derek understood a little late. A cold light flashed, and he discovered that there were 3 more wounds on his chest. Immediately afterwards, a lot of frost appeared on the 3 wounds. Derek's eyes went dark, and he passed out. But the Frost Hunter wearing a steel battle suit did not stop. He came to the cabin and killed his secretary and 2 flight attendants in the chaos. Subsequently, the Frost Hunter returned to the cab again, and then jumped down from the broken front windshield of the cab. News of the plane crash quickly reached the ears of various media. After all, the Life Foundation is a very large company, almost comparable in size to Stark Industries. In San Francisco, it's well known. In an instant, the crash of Drake's plane became a hot topic. Tonight, Life Foundation CEO Carlton Drake's private plane crashed and caught fire and crashed. All the crew members on the plane, including Drake and his secretary, died. After preliminary investigation, the main cause of the plane crash should be it was the bird that hit the flight, causing the engine to catch fire and causing the explosion. There are also rumors that the main cause of this accident was that the pilot drank too much before the flight and was unable to respond to the emergency immediately, which led to the death of his boss. Linu didn't care about Drake's affairs. Since everything is handed over to his subordinates, he will have unconditional trust in his subordinates. And, although Drake was very powerful in the previous movie, it was only because he was parasitized by the leader of these parasitic life forms. He was originally just a weakling, and his life foundation, although very strong, is still weak compared to the Umbrella Company. Linu is not worried about the acquisition of Life Foundation and Drake at all. I believe that my subordinates can still handle this small problem. At the moment, in the uninhabited jungle of Malawi, Linu stood quietly on the path in the night with a calm expression. However, the riot in his body was quite unstable. It has discovered the difference in Linu. In the past, he could see the host's memory, but Linu's memory seemed to be completely blocked, and he couldn't see it at all. Moreover, unlike other parasitic life forms, Riot can completely control its host through parasitism. However, this host cannot be controlled by himself either. Riot was even more surprised to find that the host's body seemed to be flat and a bit terrifying. All the internal organs in his body seemed to be like steel, tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary people. And at the moment, just when Riot was nervously checking Linu's body and feeling a little frightened, Linu suddenly spoke. "Let's talk, Riot. Do you know my name?" A confused voice sounded in Linu's mind. Linu said calmly, "Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you want to take the Life Foundation spaceship and bring all your companions back." Hearing Linu's words, Riot was even more surprised. "How did you know?" Riot asked in horror. Linu chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about how I know it. I have an idea. I can help you bring all your companions here. But you need to let all your companions obey my command and enter my arrangement." Inside the host body, hearing Linu's words, the rioting voices suddenly turned cold. "That's impossible. How could my men obey your orders? Even you have to obey my orders," Riot said angrily. Immediately afterwards, it started to take action. Linu's body surface began to seep out silver mucus. He is preparing to transform, so that even though he cannot control Linu's brain, he can control his body. As long as you control your body, that's enough. As long as you can control the other person's body, you can find the next host. Riot controlled his body and began to seep out from the surface of Linu's skin. And just then, when a duplication body of the Riot had appeared outside, some black lines suddenly appeared on Linu's body. Those lines, like spider webs, instantly covered Linu's entire body. Whether it's on the arms, body, or face, all are covered with black lines like spider webs. At the same time as these lines appeared, Riot, who was seeping out of Linu's body, discovered in horror that he was stuck dash. Linu's skin can't penetrate anymore. Originally, his skin only looked a little stronger than ordinary people, but it could still seep through. But now, it discovered that Linu's skin had become harder than steel. He couldn't even get out. "It seems that I am trapped in the body of this host." Riots broke out. "What do you want to do? Why is your skin so hard? Let me out quickly, or I will eat your internal organs." Riot shouted wildly. Linu, on the other hand, had a slight smile on his face. "This ability of mine comes from the cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. Their skin is extremely hard, and you can also make your skin hard. After the skin became hard, his body directly became a cage, trapping the Riot in his body. Submit to me, and I will let you out," Linu said lightly. "But the Riots obviously will not be so easily surrendered. You are looking for death. You are forcing me to eat your internal organs." Riot roared again. He actually didn't want to swallow Linu's internal organs. As a parasitic life, if it is exposed to the air for a long time and has no host, its life will be very fragile. But now there is obviously no one else in this place. Therefore, he is not willing to die with Linu. And this is also the reason why Linu keeps his subordinates far away. At this time, a light suddenly lit up on Linu's arm. It's like magma that just erupted. At the same time, Linu's body was rioting, and he howled loudly in fear. No, God. What is this? No, stop it." Linu had just used the power of extremis and instantly burned part of Riot's body. The high temperature of extremis is simply its biggest nemesis. But after hearing the frightened cries of the rioters, Linu did not stop. The entire half of his body turned red. Thousands of degrees of heat erupted in Linu's chest, making Riot feel like he was soaked in magma. Finally, the riotous shouts gradually turned into pleas for mercy. "Stop now. I am willing to obey you. I will admit defeat. I am willing to accept you as my master. Please let me go." Riot is afraid of death. He has survived for a long time, for thousands of years. The longer you live, the less you want to face death. And in just a short period of time, more than half of Riot's body was burned away. If you want to regain your strength again, it will take at least a long time. After feeling almost done, the light in Linu's body gradually extinguished. The body temperature also gradually returned to normal. At the moment, Linu still looked calm and asked calmly, "Submit to me, and I will take you to pick up all your companions. If you resist me, no matter where you escape, I will burn you to ashes." After Linu's torture, he completely surrendered. At the same time, it also understood how powerful Linu was. Even if he is parasitic on other beings, he is definitely no match for this person. The high temperature in his body seemed to be aimed specifically at himself. It was impossible to fight him. "Okay," Riot said weakly, but then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, "But you have to provide me with enough food." Riots came to Earth originally for food. Without food, he would rather die. Linu smiled slightly and said, "There's plenty of food. I haven't told you yet, but with my power on this planet, I can have anything I want." After hearing Linu's words, the last thought of resistance in the riot disappeared. If Linu really has a huge power on this planet, as he said, then it wouldn't be a big deal to recognize him as the master. Soon, Linu reached a consensus with the riots. Immediately afterwards, Linu took Weskier and others back on the plane and returned to Raccoon City. At the same time, the Umbrella Company is also accelerating the work of taking over the Life Foundation. "Please give me flowers." Under Marcus's arrangement, the Umbrella Company sent a large professional team to conduct an asset inventory at the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco, including anti-cancer drug research and development, as well as space exploration information. All were in Marcus' hands. Definitely, there's also an ongoing space exploration project. Before Linu arrived in Raccoon City, Marcus hurriedly reported the situation of the Life Foundation to Linu on the phone. "Boss, they're currently working on a space exploration project. They originally expected to launch the spacecraft in 10 days. Do they still need to continue this project?" Marcus asked cautiously. He is very smart. "I have vaguely guessed the reason why the boss wants to acquire the Life Foundation. 0.0. In other respects, the Life Foundation is incomparable to the Umbrella Company. However, in terms of space exploration, it does go a little further than the Umbrella Company. Therefore, regarding the launch of the spacecraft 10 days later, he felt it was necessary to ask his boss Linu for instructions." After hearing Marcus's report, Linu said calmly, "Continue to retain the space exploration project, and you can take care of other departments by yourself. In addition, don't stop the launch mission in 10 days. Just proceed according to the original plan." "Can. Okay, Nibbin." Marcus responded respectfully. Half an hour later, Umbrella Company's Hive underground base in Raccoon City, a training ground. Just after returning, Linu summoned the Cursed Tyrant. When Riot saw the terrifying body of the Cursed Tyrant, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What kind of monster is this? It's too scary," Riot exclaimed in Linu's mind. Linu smiled slightly and said, "This guy will be your host from now on. You can go there now." Linu didn't want the Riot to be parasitic in his body all the time. Putting aside whether it's good for your health, Linu has many secrets that she doesn't want others to know, not even parasitic life. Moreover, Linu felt that it was not a good feeling to have other intelligent beings talking in his head all day long. The Cursed Tyrant is very suitable as the new host of the Riot. The most important thing is that the Cursed Tyrant also has the hard skin of the Cursed Warrior and the power of extremis. As long as the violence enters the body of the cursed tyrant, it will never come out again. Riots also have a mind of their own. Originally, it thought that Linu wanted to trap herself in his body forever. Now it seems that he actually wants to put himself in this monster's body. Although the cursed tyrant is ugly, in the eyes of Riot, a strong guy like the tyrant is the best host. And the most important is, if you enter that guy's body, you can no longer be controlled by him. This does not mean that he will escape now, but that he can use Linu to bring all his companions back. By then, he will have an army of millions in his hands, and he will no longer have to be afraid of this human being. No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he can't compare with his own race. At that time, it will be much better to leave when you want and stay when you want than to be controlled by others now. Are you sure you wanted to enter this guy's body? Riot asked in disbelief. It must be asked clearly. 103, and Linu's answer was also very concise. Go ahead. I can't trap you in my body for the rest of your life. I believe in your promise. Linu's words were very sincere. It's like actually believing the words of the Riots. Riot was very confused, but he still poked his head out of Linu's body. Linu, on the other hand, didn't make any movement, just crossed his arms and watched quietly. Finally, the silver mucus that Riot stretched out came into contact with the cursed tyrant. Then he accelerated suddenly and ran out of Linu's body, pouring into the cursed tyrant's body. Linu could even hear the laughter at the moment when the violence left his body. Riot was overjoyed. After entering the violent body, he felt that he could be at ease. However, happy for no more than 2 seconds. After all the violent bodies entered the body of the cursed tyrant, it was horrified to discover the brain of this new host was completely blank. This is a guy with no memory. And I can't control his thoughts at all. His thoughts are like a stone, cold and hard. Riot hurriedly wanted to try the transformation, but he discovered a fact that made him extremely frustrated. The skin of this new host suddenly became hard. I can't get out at all. Immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying happened. Riot suddenly felt that the body of this new host was starting to get hot. It actually has the ability to turn the body into extremely high temperatures. Oh my God, isn't this going from one cage to another? Riot burst into tears, happy for nothing. But Linu did not control the cursed tyrant to hurt the Riot. He just wanted Riot to know that escape was impossible. And at the moment, Linu also lifted the hardening of Riot's body skin, and Riot hurriedly seeped out of the cursed tyrant's body, transforming into a silver monster that was taller and stronger than the cursed tyrant. However, despite having transformed, Riot did not dare to do anything. If he wants to escape from this body, in the process, his whole body can become that high temperature and burn himself directly to ashes. But although he knew he couldn't escape and felt a little depressed, he still became excited after the transformation. The body of the cursed tyrant is simply too powerful. This is much more enjoyable than when I was parasitic on the bodies of those previous humans. Although this guy has no mind and cannot control him without transformation, his strength after transformation is quite terrifying. Parasitic life forms like Riot can become more powerful only if their host is strong. And the body of the cursed tyrant can fully unleash the ultimate power of violence. Added together, it's perfect. Riot squeezed his fists and felt the seemingly endless power in his body. He felt like he could easily smash even a mountain in front of him. This is exactly the body of my dreams. And this time, Linu suddenly spoke. He looked at the extremely excited Riot, smiled slightly, and said, "You seem to be very satisfied with your new host, so let's give it a try." Later, Linu added, "By the way, I don't need the high-temperature power just now." Linu also wanted to know how powerful the Riot and the Cursed Tyrant were. And beating up Riot first will also help to make him obedient in the future. Hearing that Linu actually wanted to compete with him, Riot suddenly showed an even more excited look on his face. In his life, none of the hosts were as powerful as the Cursed Tyrant, and he himself has never felt such terrifying power. That human didn't have to control his own high temperature to fight with himself. Could it be that he wanted to die? Although the violence was in Linu's body, he once felt how strong his body was. But Riot still feels that Linu is definitely no match for him. Human, do you want to die? Riot had a contemptuous smile on his face, as if he was deliberately irritating Linu. After all, Riot has lived for countless years, and its IQ is not low. He wanted to fight Linu very much. I really want to teach this human being who trapped himself a lesson. It would be even better if you accidentally kill the opponent during the battle. Seeing the insidious appearance of the Riot, Linu stretched out a hand, hooked the Riot, and said, "Come on then, I will show you what real power is." A bright light flashed in Luan's eyes, and a disgusting tongue protruded from his bloody mouth, shaking it in front of him. His two arms directly turned into two huge amounts of sickles. The two sickles look extremely sharp and are 4 to 5 meters long. Moreover, there was no hesitation in the Riot at all. A pair of sharp sickles slashed at Linu from both sides. This move looks extremely terrifying. If Linu doesn't dodge quickly, he will most likely be cut in two. However, Linu showed no signs of dodging at all. Does he want to resist? Riot seemed to have guessed what Linu was thinking. That being the case, then go faster. Leave no room for regret for him. Riot controlled his body and took a sudden step forward. Two huge amounts of sickles accelerated again and struck Linu on the waist in an instant. And Linu, still with a smile on his face, quietly watched all the actions of the Riot. Dang, 5.9 inch. When the two huge amounts of sickles touched Linu's waist, they made a clanging sound. Moreover, it looks like there isn't even a trace of blood on Linu's waist. Riot was stunned. He knew that Linu's skin was very hard, and when he was in the mucus form, he could not penetrate his hard skin at all. But now I'm not in slime form. Riot's ability is to be able to transform into a variety of weapons, and these weapons are as hard as metal. This can't leave any trace on him. Riot was suddenly startled in his heart. But at the moment when he was slightly stunned, Linu made a move. His body squatted down slightly, and then his legs suddenly exerted force, and the ground under his feet was crushed by his terrifying power. Then, Linu's figure turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the Riot instantly. Riot shocked. Linu's speed is really too fast. It was so fast that even his eyes couldn't keep up with Linu's speed. That's not to mention his body. Riot was just about to gather a shield in front of him to resist Linu's attack. It felt like Linu had hit her chest. A terrifying force burst out from Riot's chest. That power is really strong and scary. The rioting body instantly flew towards the distance of the training ground like a cannonball. Boom! After flying 40 or 50 meters, the ball hit the wall of the training ground. Moreover, a huge human-shaped hole was directly smashed into the wall. Riot's whole body almost fell apart. Plus under Q%, he almost fell off the cursed tyrant's body. Although the damage caused by physical attacks to Riot's will be greatly reduced, the power of Linu's punch is too great. The violent body has been injured, and when Linu threw this punch, he looked quite casual, as if he didn't use any strength at all. The Riot embedded in the wall, an afterimage flashed in his eyes, and Linu's figure appeared in front of him again. Shocked by the Riot, he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't fight. I surrender. I surrender." 14 inch. The Riot was completely frightening. If he was punched again, his body would probably suffer a lot of damage. Hearing the words of Riot, Linu also retracted his fist. Linu is also prepared to teach it a lesson so that it can understand how powerful he is. But I didn't expect that this guy would be so cowardly. Now that he has begged for mercy, Linu is too lazy to take action again. But Linu still has one thing to do. He gently grabbed Bao Lu's arm and pulled hard, directly pulling off part of Bao Yin's body. Then he said to the confused Riot, "Then just stay in the body of the cursed tyrant." Riot didn't understand why Linu tore off a piece of it, but he didn't dare to ask anything. It was so shocked by Linu's power that it was speechless. And at the moment, Linu waved his hand gently, and the Riot after the transformation went directly back to the biochemical culture tank in Linu's mind. The biochemical culture tank, provided by the system, is a completely independent space. There, no matter how powerful the rioters are, they will never break out. Linu took some fragments of the rioter's body and turned around and left the training ground. Soon, Linu returned to his office. At this moment, Linu finally had time to absorb the riot gene. Linu looked at the silver riot body fragment in his hand and couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement and expectation on his face. A line of small words also appeared below the riot body fragments. Gene name: Parasitic Life Leader Riot Gene. Gene star rating: 4 stars. Available experience points: 400 points. Gene contains ability distribution: Special, Transformation, 300, Special, Parasitism, 100 inch. This is the most special gene Lin Yu has ever seen. It does not have attributes such as strength and agility. It only has one attribute, and that is special. Moreover, within the special branch, there are 2 finer distinctions. Transformation and parasitism are both easy to understand. Parasitism is the most basic ability of life like Riot, and every parasitic life has this ability. And transformation is an ability unique to Riot. He can use his body to transform into a variety of weapons, which are extremely powerful. And the most important thing about the Riot gene for Lin Yu is that it provides very rich experience points. And Lin Yu's main level is only 300 points away from reaching 6,000 points. With 6,000 points, the leader can be promoted to level 4. This is what Lin Yu is looking forward to most. At the first level of the main trunk, the system rewards the first-generation lickers. At the second level, it rewards the first-generation hunters. And in the third season, it rewards the first-generation tyrants. Lin Yu is looking forward to what kind of biochemical monsters will be rewarded at the 4th level. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of light in Lin Yu's hand, the fragment pulled off from Riot's body disappeared. And the biochemical technology tree in Lin Yu's mind instantly burst into violent light. The experience value of the special branch has increased by 400 points. The main experience also increased by 400 points. Adding the original 5,700 points, it instantly exceeded the 6,000 points standard required to upgrade to level 4. Directly reached 6,100 points. The system prompts also sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! The level of the main trunk of the biochemical technology tree has been upgraded to level 4. It will reward a new biochemical culture tank and a biochemical monster tracker. It has been stored in the 4th biochemical culture tank. The host can check it by himself. Next time when the main body is promoted, more powerful biochemical monsters will appear. Please host actively collect excellent genes to increase the level of the biochemical technology tree. After the system prompts, the smile on Lin Yu's face suddenly bloomed. All the biological monsters rewarded by the system are basically from Resident Evil movies or games. And this 4th one is no exception. Tracker. Lin Yu is naturally familiar with this name. In the Resident Evil movie, he only appeared once, and it was in his original form. He was mutated from Matt in the first Resident Evil movie when he was injected with a virus by the Umbrella Company. Tracker, also called Nemesis. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of light in front of Lin Yu, and a guy about 2 meters tall appeared in the center of the office. This tracker is obviously not what he looks like in a movie. It seems that he should be regarded as the 2nd generation of trackers. The first generation of trackers wore leather jackets, held rocket launchers in their hands, and carried powerful firepower systems on their backs. His attack methods basically rely on thermal weapons. But the tracker in front of Lin Yu had a naked upper body, with many red tentacles on his shoulders and arms, just like the tentacles of an octopus, but without the suction cups on the tentacles of an octopus. 257 those red tentacles are like red tongues, quite disgusting. But these tentacles are not just showy. The most powerful thing about the tracker is his tentacles, because those tentacles are his weapons. Moreover, these tentacles can be extended and shortened, and they actually look somewhat similar to parasites such as Riot. Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. If all those parasitic organisms were allowed to parasitize on the first-generation trackers, they would definitely cooperate very well. And Another characteristic of the first-generation trackers is that they have relatively high IQs. Unlike the first three biochemical monsters, which can only think about the simplest problems, the tracker's brain is almost the same as that of humans. Definitely, it will not have thoughts of betrayal just because it has a relatively high IQ. After all, it comes from a system and will not betray Lin Bao at all. Obedience to Lin Yu has been deeply engraved in its genes. Even other trackers cloned using its genes will never betray Lin Yu. The Red Queen, call Alice over. Lin Yu said to the Red Queen. Half a minute later, Alice's figure appeared in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu asked, "Tell someone to take the 3 alien beings brought back from Malaxi to the virus laboratory. I will be there soon." Lin Yu decided to give it a try to see if these parasitic life forms could perfectly integrate with the first-generation trackers. Alice went to make arrangements for those alien parasitic life forms, and Lin Yu came to the cloning laboratory. Lin Yu summoned the first-generation tracker. Seeing this biochemical monster, Dr. Isaac was surprised again. He didn't know that Lin Yu got it from his own Biochemical Technology Tree, and thought it was developed by other departments of the umbrella company. Soon, Dr. Isaac removed some genes from the tracker. Lin Yu calmly ordered, "The name of this monster is Tracker. Let's not do large-scale cloning for the time being. Let's clone 1,000 of them and wait for my news." Lin Yu decided to first test the degree of integration between the tracker and the parasitic life, and then decide how many trackers to clone. In terms of pure combat power, although the trackers are also very strong, Lin Yu already has 3 biochemical monsters under his command, and each one is very powerful. There is no need to waste resources on cloning a large number of trackers. But if the tracker can perfectly integrate with the parasitic life, then it can be considered. After all, with the addition of parasitic life, the tracker's strength can definitely be greatly improved again. After explaining Dr. Isaac's work, Lin Yu came to the virus laboratory. At the moment, the G-virus injection work in the virus laboratory has been completed. Now it looks a little deserted. Alexia and Maya Hansen had already been waiting for Lin Yu's arrival in the laboratory. Alice has also brought the 3 alien parasitic life forms here. The reason for choosing to do this experiment in the virus laboratory is also very simple. The virus laboratory has many sealed small rooms. In this kind of room, these alien parasitic beings cannot escape even if they want to. After all, Lin Yu had watched the Venom movie in his previous life and knew that these alien parasitic life forms could escape through the vents. But in the sealed room of the virus laboratory, they couldn't leave. Soon, with the help of Alexia and Maya Hansen, one of the alien parasites was put into a sealed room in the virus laboratory. This alien parasitic life form is all black with some blue lines. It is the protagonist of Lin Yu's previous life movie, Venom. At the same time, the first generation of trackers were also put in. Lin Yu and others stood outside the glass window, nervously watching the situation in the sealed room. Alexia and Maya Hansen are also interested in these alien life forms. Like Lin Yu, they're all looking forward to the success of the integration of the two. At this moment, in the sealed room, the Venom seemed to have discovered the tracker appearing in a room. It gently stretched out a mucus tentacle and reached the tracker's body. Immediately afterwards, as if the hungry wolf had seen its prey, it jumped directly onto the pursuer. Then it slowly penetrated in. Lin Yu and others also hurriedly looked at a testing instrument on the side. In the instrument, the data representing the tracker's physical condition is very stable. There is no change except that the metabolism seems to be slightly faster. And this metabolic rate has absolutely no impact on the tracker. 2 minutes later, the tracker still stood there calmly. There were no accidents at all. But at the moment, the Venom in the tracker's body was completely panicked. It suddenly discovered that it couldn't control the host's body. The Venom is scurrying everywhere in the tracker's body, but it can't do anything. Moreover, when talking to this host, he didn't respond at all, just like a wooden person. At this moment, the door to the sealed room was suddenly opened. The Venom that had nothing in the tracker's body instantly saw hope. Moreover, there happened to be a human bald head right at the door. It was immediately ready to come out of the tracker's body and possess the human being. But before it could make any move, its eyes suddenly turned pitch black. He actually came to a completely dark and even smaller space. Venom was dumbfounded, completely trapped in the pursuer's body, in a virus laboratory. After Linu took the Venom and the tracker back into the biochemical cultivation tank in his mind, he also looked at Maya Hansen and Alexia. These two women still had a hint of excitement on their faces. I am very excited that these alien creatures can be integrated with biochemical monsters. If it could be used for research, it would definitely be exciting for scientists like them. And at the moment, before the two of them could ask for anything, Linu took the initiative and said, "The other two alien parasitic life forms will be left to you to study." But after hearing Linu's words, the two women suddenly became more excited. As a scientist, being able to research extraterrestrial life makes them feel happier than anything else. However, you need to study extremis for me before studying these two alien life forms. Linu said calmly. Extremis is something that Maya Hansen has been studying for a long time, and it is basically almost successful. It is not very difficult to research in an umbrella company. Moreover, with Alexia's help, it will definitely be of great help in studying extremis. As for why Linu needs extremis, it's simpler. Among Linu's 4 biochemical monsters, only Tyrant has the ability of extremis. So, now only the Tyrant can control those alien parasitic life forms. However, Linu wanted to let the alien virtue be possessed, and there is only one way. Inject all trackers with extremis. In that case, the tracker can have the ability to turn the entire body into high temperature. For those disobedient alien parasitic life forms, you can kill them at any time. At this moment, after hearing Linu's words, Maya Hansen was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Boss, what do you want extremis for?" The G-Virus is stronger than extremis. It can not only restore ability with the terminal disease, Dejao virus, it can also greatly improve the host's ability. Maya Hansen was confused. After having the G-Virus, she had long forgotten about extremis. After all, the G-Virus is more powerful in improving the host. Linu smiled slightly and explained, "What these alien beings fear most is fire and high temperature. If you want to make them obedient, the power of extremis is very useful, and asking you to recreate extremis is not to inject humans with it, but inject these biochemical monsters." After listening to Linu's explanation, Maya Hansen finally understood. Making extremis for biochemical monsters should be easier than making it for humans. Maya Hansen said, "Biochemical monsters are stronger and more adaptable than human bodies. The adaptation requirements for extremis will also be lower." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news," Linu said with a smile. A few days later, New York City. In an exhibition about spiders, a high school student named Peter Parker was suddenly bitten by a spider that ran away during the tour. He didn't pay attention at the time, but after returning home, I felt a little dizzy and then passed out. Although he was unconscious, the spider's genes had undergone certain mutations in his body. The spider genes and his genes were perfectly integrated. The long night finally passed. When Peter Parker woke up again, he was surprised to find that his body seemed to have undergone some strange changes. His eyesight was surprisingly good. After wearing his original myopia glasses, he couldn't see clearly. I took off my myopia glasses, but I could see clearly. In addition to his eyesight, his body became stronger, and his originally weak body actually grew muscles. For all this, Peter Parker is a little at a loss. He didn't understand why this was happening. Could it be because I was bitten by a spider yesterday? Peter Parker looked at the small wound on his hand that had been bitten by a spider and fell into deep thought. At this moment, suddenly there were some strange sounds coming from downstairs. Peter Parker's hearing is quite acute. It seemed that many people came to my home, but his uncle and aunt didn't even make a sound. This is wrong. 263. All the hairs on Peter Parker's body suddenly stood up. This is also the ability he has just gained. As long as there is danger, he can feel it. Although Peter Parker has not yet mastered his ability, he immediately became cautious. Peter Parker approached the door of his room and put his ear to the door, wanting to hear what was going on outside. But I just heard some footsteps. Nothing else can be heard at all. My uncle and aunt seem to make no sound. At this time, they should be cooking. Moreover, if guests come, they will definitely say hello. If it's the enemy, then they should yell. However, there is none of this. There are only some subtle and messy footsteps. At this time, a clear sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Someone came upstairs. He came here for himself. Peter Parker couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Although he now has great power, he has not yet learned how to use it. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, Peter Parker hurriedly took 2 steps back and stayed away from the door. At this moment, the footsteps finally stopped in front of his door. Then, the door suddenly opened. A short guy wearing sunglasses and a black combat uniform appeared at the door. This man is none other than Weskier, the leader of the Umbrella Company's armed forces. As soon as he opened the door, a smile appeared on Weskier's face, and he said, "Hello, little Spider-Man." Peter Parker felt a moment of panic in his heart. I just discovered the changes in my body this morning, and this person actually already knew about it. The name Little Spider-Man is definitely because he knew he was bitten by a spider, so he called him that. However, now Peter Parker is more concerned about the safety of his uncle and aunt. "Who are you, and what did you do to my uncle and aunt?" Peter Parker asked slightly anxiously. Although he was asking questions about his uncle and aunt, Peter Parker looked at the side window out of the corner of his eye. He could already feel the powerful strength and keen speed in his body. If he used all his strength, he should be able to jump out of the window in an instant. That way, you can escape. Only by escaping can you have a chance to save your uncle's doll. Countless thoughts flashed through Peter Parker's mind. At the moment, just when Weskier opened his mouth to say something, Peter Parker moved. His speed took off instantly. When he just ran hard towards the window, Peter Parker felt happy in his heart. This kind of power and speed is simply not something humans can possess. At the same time, he already felt in his heart that he would be able to escape. As long as you can escape, there is still a chance for everything. If you are caught Beth by this man in black, then you and your uncle and aunt will have no choice but to be slaughtered. Peter Parker was getting closer and closer to the window. Although the window is closed, you can definitely escape easily by breaking the glass. Peter Parker's face already showed a smile that looked like he was surviving a disaster. But at this time, Peter Parker suddenly felt a black shadow flashing in front of him. Boom! Peter Parker's body hit a black shadow. Peter Parker was pretended to be a little dizzy, but the black figure didn't move at all. It was like hitting a big mountain. Peter Parker, who fell to the ground and got up again, raised his head, and his expression suddenly became cloudy. The man in black who was originally at the door had actually blocked the window. When he started running, he clearly didn't move. But why is he so fast? Is he a human being? Immediately afterwards, in front of Peter Parker, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the man in black. Then, he felt that his neck suddenly received a heavy blow. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and Tiao Fu fell to the ground. Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City Hive underground base. Weskier came to Lin Yu's office with a syringe filled with blood. In Lin Yu's eyes, the genetic attributes of Spider-Man Peter Parker suddenly appeared. Gene name: Human and Spider Integrate Gene, Spider-Man Peter Parker. Gene star rating: 3 stars. Available experience points: 200 points. Gene attribute classification: Strength 60, Agility 80, Special 60-inch. However, Lin Yu is not in a hurry to absorb Peter Parker's genes. But after taking the syringe, he asked Weskier doubtfully, "I heard that you brought Peter Parker back directly?" Originally, the task Lin Yu gave Weskier was just the gene of Peter Parker. But when the Red Queen reported the mission to herself, just now, she said that Weskier had even brought back Peter Parker. Hearing Lin Yu's question, Weskier said excitedly, "Yes, boss. I think Peter Parker is very smart and reacts quickly. He is a good young man. If he is trained, he will definitely become a powerful warrior." Weskier's words made Lin Yu slightly stunned. Weskier has taken a fancy to Peter Parker's ability. Lin Yu suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You were originally supposed to be a member of the Avengers, but now you become a member of the Umbrella Company. But Linu didn't care about such trivial matters. He waved his hand casually and said, "Okay, you can figure out yourself. Don't let other children scare you. After all, Peter Parker is just a high school student. Don't worry, boss. I will train him well. There is no future as a student." Weskier said with a smile. SHILD really hasn't had anything that allows them to flex their muscles recently. The Avengers can only punish the remnants of Hydra hiding in the dark. They want to do something big, but probably the biggest evil force on the planet is the Umbrella Corporation. After all, those biochemical monsters don't look like positive characters at all. But they don't dare to mess with the Umbrella Company, especially Thor in Avengers. After Linu Asgard and his team last time, the one he wants to please most now is Linu. Before he came to Earth, his father, God King Odin, specifically told him to maintain a good relationship with Linu. What Thor wanted to see most when he came to Earth this time was Linu. He originally wanted to go find Linu first, but after thinking about it, he didn't have any good reason. You can't go there and directly say that you want to have some relationship with Linu. So, 320 came to Earth this time, and Thor went to SHILD first. Coincidentally, SHILD happened to be holding a meeting with all the Avengers. Originally, Thor didn't want to participate. After all, he was an Asgardian and did not regard himself as an Avenger on Earth. But Nick Fury said that he would also invite Linu to attend the meeting, and Thor immediately agreed to Nick Fury's request. And at the moment, in a conference room in the SHILD headquarters building, all the Avengers were sitting around the conference table. But, except for Thor, no one else looked very good. During a previous capture of Hydra remnants, they accidentally injured several civilians. This caused great repercussions in society, and they also blamed themselves. In this meeting, they vaguely knew seemed to be held to restrict their actions. At this moment, the door of the silent conference room was pushed open from the outside. A bald man wearing gray casual clothes walked in. This person is Linu, who just returned from San Francisco. He was not very interested in this meeting. What he is interested in is just to know who dares to make plans for him. Linu had no time to worry about getting the Avengers to sign some messy terms. But if someone's idea hit him, it would be a bit unforgivable. Opening the door, Linu saw what was going on in the conference room. This picture made Linu feel familiar. It seems that in my previous life, I saw him while watching the movie Captain of the United States 3. But there's still some differences from that time, because 3 characters did not appear. One is Vision, which did not appear because the mind gem was in the hands of Linu. The second one is Wanda. Her ability was originally inspired by the mind gem. Without the mind gem, she doesn't seem to be a powerful Scarlet Witch now. These 2 reasons for not appearing are indirectly related to Linu. The third one is directly related to Linu. Think, it was Linu who killed him. That's General Ross. In the movie, after he quit the military system, he went into politics. Moreover, he became the actual person in charge of the superhero bill. But General Ross was gone, but another person still appeared. It was a guy who was licking his belly, a little fat, and had few hairs on his head. Apparently, he should be the MP now responsible for the superhero management bill. Linu is not very familiar with these official MPs. Some basic relationships are maintained by Marcus. At the moment, after Linu came in, everyone looked at Linu. Especially that congressman, there was some unknown light shining in his eyes. Others were more or less shocked when they saw Linu. I didn't expect that Linu would actually attend such a meeting. As for Thor, he was more active. He stood up from his seat and gave up his seat to Linu. Moreover, the smile on Thor's face actually seemed a bit flattering. Everyone doesn't understand. Although Linu is very strong, he is only an earthling, and Thor is the Prince of Asgard, nicknamed Thor. A prince of the gods and a true god would have such an attitude towards Linu. It's simply unimaginable. Definitely, it's normal for others not to know. After all, no one on Earth knew about Linu's last trip to Asgard. No one knows that Linu once saved Thor's mother. Thor would never spread such a thing casually. Seeing Thor's attentive look, Linu didn't care and casually sat down in Thor's original seat. At the moment, there are seats available elsewhere. But what shocked everyone even more was that Thor did not go over and sit down, but stood quietly behind Linu like a butler. This is incredible. In the conference room, everyone's faces were full of questions. Why do I feel that something is wrong with the atmosphere? But at this time, the only congressman who didn't see anything wrong suddenly spoke. I believe everyone has guessed the reason for this meeting, so I won't explain more. I have the contents of the superhero registration bill in my hand. You can take a look first. After the congressman finished speaking, he casually distributed a few points of the agreement to all the Avengers present. Definitely, Linu is no exception. He gently placed the last agreement in front of Linu, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and said, "Although Mr. Lin is not a superhero, everyone can see the power of the Umbrella Company. If it were just them, when the superhero signs this agreement, the majority of the American people will definitely not agree to it. So, as a public figure, please, Mr. Lin also signed this agreement." This congressman did not use any questions. There seemed to be a commanding tone. This was something Lin you didn't expect. If Alice or Weskier were around, the congressman would probably be punched away by them in an instant. But Lin was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Unexpectedly, on Earth and in militia, there are still people who dare to speak to me like this. This congressman is so confident. It is obvious that someone is supporting him behind his back. Linu smiled slightly and said to the congressman, "You 0.1 and the people behind you don't seem to know me and my company very well." Linu's words, coupled with his expression, immediately made the Avengers and Nick Fury in the entire conference room turn pale. They know Linu very well, especially Nick Fury. He suddenly felt that he had made a mistake in calling Linu over. You should take it upon yourself and resolutely stop it and call Linu over. Nick Fury seems to see in Linu's smile the shadow of when Linu helped Asgard deal with Hydra spies. Nick Fury felt as if his heart was about to pop out. And at the moment, the congressman seemed not to understand the meaning of Linu's words and said slowly, "I definitely know the strength of Mr. Lin and the Umbrella Company, but this is the United States, the great United States, and I will never want to be alone. Fight against the whole Seligen." The congressman's words suddenly made the whole room quiet. All the Avengers, including Nick Fury, were stunned. What this congressman said clearly had a strong intimidation tone. Everyone looked at the congressman and Linu in shock. They could already hear the smell of gunpowder in their words. Sweat broke out from Nick Fury's forehead. But he can't do anything now. He feels that even if he wants to make amends now, it's already too late. By the time the congressman said those words, it was already too late. Although Nick Fury has not had many contacts with Linu, he also understands Linu's character very well. He is the most intimidating person. If the congressman had been more respectful and told Linu nicely, maybe Linu wouldn't have done anything extraordinary. But now, that congressman has completely angered the devil Linu. As a guy who knows deeply how powerful Linu's Umbrella Company is, Nick Fury doesn't think there is anything the United States officials can do to restrict Linu. If the Umbrella Company is just a pharmaceutical company on the surface, it doesn't matter. 14, however, the strength of the Umbrella Company was already demonstrated during the Battle of New York. Hundreds of thousands of biochemical troops are in the United States. Nick Fury has been paying attention to the war in New York from the beginning to the end, so he should be the guy who knows the strength of the biochemical monsters of the Umbrella Company best besides the Umbrella Company's own people. No, it can't be done. Even if it's too late, I still have to stop it. Otherwise, if the Umbrella Company goes to war with the United States officials, the entire United States will be completely in chaos. Congressman Pete, let's think about it again. After all, Mr. Lin is not a member of the Avengers. It is not appropriate for him to sign this contract. Nick Fury's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of something. This congressman named Pete was not something he could afford to offend. Congressman Pete has a lot of power. After all, SHIELD is also an official organization. It is not a good thing to offend a congressman who directly manages S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Nick Fury doesn't want to offend Linu. If you offend the United States officials, The most they can do is dissolve SHIELD and remove yourself from office. If you offend Linu, you will probably be swallowed by some terrifying biochemical monster immediately. One is a position, the other is life. Nick Fury knows which is more important. However, the congressman obviously did not understand Nick Fury's good intentions. Or, in other words, he also had his own trump card. Director Nick Fury, as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, you have such disregard for the overall situation, which really disappoints me. Counselor Pete said coldly to Nick Fury with a cold expression on his face. Nick Fury hurriedly explained again. Mr. Congressman, I didn't mean. Nick Fury was interrupted by Counselor Pitt before he finished speaking. He waved his hand and said, Today, you all have to sign this agreement. If you don't sign, you will be going against the entire United States. I think you don't want to see yourself being wanted around the world. Congressman Pitt is very confident. It seems that he holds a powerful trump card in his hand. After hearing what Congressman Pete said, except for Linu and Thor who stood silently behind Linu, all the other Avengers' faces turned ugly. Although they all have strength beyond ordinary people, it will be difficult for them to live if they are wanted by the world. After all, they can't leave the Earth like Thor. Their home is on the Earth. And the largest and most powerful organization on Earth is the Millennium Official. At this moment, what was a bit unexpected was that Tony Stark actually said slowly, I agree to sign this superhero registration bill. When we fight against the enemy, we do sometimes hurt innocent people. I think it is necessary to sign this bill. Tony's words suddenly made everyone somewhat confused. Tony, an arrogant man, would actually agree to this agreement. Especially the Captain of the United States looked at Tony with even more shock. He thought Tony would stand with him on this matter. But the problem is it's not appropriate to talk about this now. Linu hasn't spoken yet. Linu has been silent since Congressman Pete forcefully threatened Linu and all the Avengers. There was no expression on his face either. Very peaceful. This makes Linu seem a bit low-key, or his presence is much reduced. That's why Tony took the initiative to stand up and agree to the agreement. But after Tony finished speaking, he found that the entire conference room was still quiet. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Linu, the great master, has not expressed his stance yet. Everyone didn't look at themselves, but looked at Linu, who was sitting there quietly. Behind Linu, Thor also looked at everyone present with a strange smile on his face. He is the most relaxed now. No matter what agreement you make, you will definitely not be able to sign it on your own head. And this Earthling dared to provoke Linu. He really couldn't think of any trump cards the other party had. Linu is a strong man that his father, God King Odin, wants to win over. Don't these ignorant Earthlings still know Mr. Lin's true strength? Thor couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart. If Linu showed his power that was more powerful than the gods, would they still dare to threaten Linu? Would they still dare to be on an equal footing with Linu? Thor wouldn't dare anyway. So as soon as Linu arrived, he gave up a seat to Linu without even sitting down. 547. These ignorant humans. Thor thought to himself. The conference room was still quiet. Only Counselor Pete seemed satisfied after hearing Tony's words. He looked at Tony with a teachable smile on his face and said, Mr. Stark is a smart man. I think you should learn from Mr. Stark. Congressman Pitt's words made everyone's faces look even uglier. The Avengers present were all low-ranking people. Being told what to do by an ordinary person like this really made them feel suffocated. But they really don't want to be wanted by Malekith. And, more importantly, Linu hasn't spoken yet, and they don't want to express their opinions first. When the sky falls, shouldn't it be the taller person who is in front? Before Linu came, Thor was the tallest. After Linu arrived, looking at Thor's movements and behavior, it seemed that Linu had become the tallest one again. All the Avengers were silent. Nick Fury didn't know what to say. They all looked at Linu again. And at the moment, Linu's calm face finally showed some changes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said to Congressman Pitt with a smile on his face, You dare to speak like this. It seems that the person behind you must be the top leader of Malekith. Linu is in a good mood recently. I just upgraded the Biochemical Technology Tree, got a new biochemical monster, and sent a spaceship to the rioting hometown. It is estimated that it won't be long before I have a powerful biochemical warrior that combines tracker and parasitic life. Everything in the Umbrella Company is getting smoother and smoother. With the improvement of his own strength, he can hardly see his opponents anymore. So, after Linu came to this conference room, he was not too anxious to do anything. Watching Congressman Pitt gesticulating in the conference room, Linu felt like watching a Joker show. But there is always a time when I get tired of watching Joker's performances. You dare to talk like this. It seems that the person behind you should be the top leader of Malekith, Linu said with a smile. Hearing Linu's words, Congressman Pitt did not show any surprise or other expressions. It is indeed obvious who is behind him. Without the authorization of the top leader, he is just a small member of the parliament and would not be so arrogant. His ability to achieve the position of a member of parliament shows that he is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. Most people really don't dare to fight against a behemoth like the Umbrella Company. Even congressmen will be destroyed by the Umbrella Company in minutes. There are more than 500 members of Congress in the entire United States, and those who rely on Umbrella Companies account for at least nearly half of them. It can be seen how powerful the Umbrella Company is in America. But there's a saying that wealth can be gained through danger. Danger and opportunity coexist. Basically, no one would dare to offend the Umbrella Company. But if you dare to do it, you will get greater rewards. The power of the Umbrella Company is too great, not only economically, but also in terms of military force. It has also begun to research biological monsters, which makes some senior officials of the United States unable to sit still, especially the top one. He feels that if the Umbrella Company is allowed to grow stronger, the entire United States may no longer be his territory. So, the top leader arranged for Congressman Pitt to do this. As long as this agreement is signed, all the armed forces of the Umbrella Company, including the army of biochemical monsters, will be restricted by the top leader. When the time comes, as long as it is used properly, the armed force of the Umbrella Company can even become a sharp blade in the hands of the top leader. Congressman Pitt saw an opportunity in this matter. The two most powerful forces in the United States are fighting. Although it would be safe to stay far away, only by participating in it and choosing one side can you gain the greatest benefits. The top leader has promised Congressman Pitt that as long as he completes this job, he will have a great chance of promotion in the future, and he can also become a popular person next to the top leader. So, only then would Congressman Pete take such a big risk to deal with the Umbrella Company. Moreover, he felt that since he had chosen to take sides, he must fulfill his responsibilities well. Otherwise, not only will this opportunity be wasted, but both parties will be offended. Between the leader and Linu, he can only offend Linu. Mr. Lin, I think you have thought about one thing wrong. The reason why you and these Avengers signed the superhero registration bill is not the intention of any one person, but the will of the people. Do you understand? The people of the United States want you. To sign this agreement, you must sign ! Congressman Pitt is quite smart. He neither denied nor admitted. He just sublimated the issue. As long as you stand on the side of public opinion, whatever you do is right. Congressman Pitt couldn't help but cheer for his on-the-spot response. This is a skill he has honed over many years of experience as a member of parliament. But his ability was used in the wrong place. Linu doesn't care about public opinion. Don't care who is in charge. If something like this had happened when Linu had just traveled to this world, Linu might have to consider the gains and losses. But now, whether it is Linu's own strength or the power he controls, it has exceeded the limit that ordinary people can imagine. And Linu has long planned the future development direction of the Umbrella Company. It is certainly impossible to stay on Earth forever. The Umbrella Company's biochemical army is getting bigger and bigger, and its presence on the Earth will only restrict the development of the Umbrella Company. Therefore, Linu doesn't care at all about the top leaders of America and the public opinion of the people of the United States. Just because you don't care doesn't mean someone can make up their own mind. At this moment, Linu no longer paid attention to this Joker-like Congressman Pete. This guy is just a soldier sent by the top leader. Linu suddenly picked up the phone. Linu usually doesn't carry a mobile phone with her, and Alice usually holds it for her. This time, Linu came out alone, so she brought her mobile phone. Originally, Linu could have asked the Red Queen to make a phone call for him, but in front of so many people, Linu did not want to expose the Red Queen's existence. So, after Linu traveled to this world, she picked up her mobile phone and dialed a phone number for the first time. It's been a long time since I've used it, and I'm a little unskilled. But, fortunately, the phone number is still easy to find. After dialing the number, it rang less than 3 times before being picked up. On the phone, a familiar voice came. Is this Ms. Alice? The vice president's voice came over the phone. Usually when Linu contacts him, he will ask Alice to call. So he thought it was Alice contacting him again. No, it's me, Linu. Linu said lightly. On the other side of the phone, the vice president seemed slightly taken aback. He hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Lin, it was you who called me personally. Is there something wrong? For the vice president, he has long been in the same boat as Linu. Moreover, Linu also cured Haunua, his daughter's leg. The two have long been deeply bound together. But Linu's next words immediately made the vice president completely paralyzed with fear. In the entire conference room, all the Avengers, Nick Fury, and the congressman's eyes widened in an instant, as if they had heard something extremely incredible. Mr. Vice President, do you want to be promoted? Linu asked with a smile. Vice President, promotion. In the conference room, everyone was dumbfounded except Thor, who didn't know why. Especially Congressman Pitt. His face instantly showed a look of horror. What does it mean? Promotion? When the vice president is promoted, besides being promoted to the top position, are there any other positions called promotions? Senator Pitt staggered back 2 steps and squatted directly on the ground. This umbrella company is too brave. No matter what Linu's future plans are, no matter how powerful umbrella companies become, the Earth in the Marvel world is one of the home bases of the umbrella company. How can you allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Linu was originally not interested in the politics of the United States, and who would be the top leader had nothing to do with him. The relationship with the vice president is just because of his presence, which makes many things more convenient. And now, the top leader actually thinks that the umbrella company is easy to bully. So, Linu is ready to solve the root of the problem once and for all. The congressman in front of me is actually just a microphone. If the problem of the top leader is solved, everything will be fine. At the moment, in the conference room, after hearing what Linu said, everyone was stunned. Congressman Pitt squatted on the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. Nick Fury, who was sitting opposite Linu, also looked at Linu with surprise, as if he wanted to know whether what Linu just said was true or false. However, he soon realized that it was impossible for Linu's character to lie. There is no need for him to lie. If Linu really does this, I'm afraid it will definitely succeed. By then, no one in the entire United States, or even the world, would dare to go against Linu or the Umbrella Company. In addition to these 2 people, the other Avengers also looked at B8 Linu in shock. They thought about how Linu would fight back, and even thought that Linu might kill this congressman who didn't know how high the sky was. But they didn't expect that Linu's revenge was completely directed at the person behind Congressman Pete. Moreover, the identity of that person has also been made clear. That is the top leader in Kaigwa. Mr. Lin, would you like to think about it again? Nick Fury said nervously. In the entire conference room, the only one who dared to talk to Linu now was Nick Fury. Congressman Pitt was directly abolished. I was so frightened by Linu's words that I didn't know what to say. His biggest backer, the person he believed could promote him and provide him with life insurance, was actually someone whom Lindsay described as someone he could easily replace. He was so frightened that he couldn't react and couldn't say anything. As for Nick Fury, he actually didn't want to persuade Linu. However, as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, his ideas are still very traditional. Seeing the leader replaced was really something he couldn't accept. But Linu didn't even look at him. The vice president's voice also came on the phone. He didn't expect that Linu would actually say this on the phone. He didn't even know that Linu was making this call in front of so many people. Mr. Lin, are you kidding? The vice president hurriedly looked around him. After making sure there was no one, he covered the phone with one hand and whispered to Linu. He was almost frightened by Linu's words. Have you ever seen me kidding? Tell me, do you want to be promoted? If not, then I'll find someone else. Linu said decisively. His tone was slightly dissatisfied. This hint of dissatisfaction was a bit harsh to the vice president's ears. He responded hurriedly. No, I'm not questioning Mr. Lin. It's just that this matter is really incredible. The vice president was so frightened that he hurriedly explained. He definitely wants a promotion. I definitely don't want to be replaced. Without the protection of the umbrella company, he is nothing. Moreover, his daughter needs to frequently go to the umbrella company for injections of medicine to maintain her legs. However, it is a bit difficult to get promoted. He couldn't figure out what method Linu wanted to use to promote himself. However, Linu did not explain, but said directly, "Get ready. I will give you 1 hour, and after 1 hour you will be the top agent." This time, before the vice president could say anything, Linu hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Linu made another call. Alice's voice came through the phone. "Boss?" Alice asked doubtfully. This was the first time Linu called her on a mobile phone. Linu usually asks Hong to call her later. Linu calmly ordered, "Ask all the media controlled by the company to prepare. In an hour, the top leader of the United States will be murdered at home, and the vice president will become the acting president. Media reports must lead the trend and ensure that the vice president able to win public opinion." Talking about public opinion, Linu also looked at Representative Pitt, who was still squatting on the ground. Public opinion is not what a member of parliament says. But for Umbrella Corporation, a company that controls countless top media outlets, what is public opinion? Okay, bored. Alice replied calmly. Although she didn't know why her boss suddenly changed the top leader, she still trusted Linu's orders unconditionally. Even if Linu asked her to kill the top leader herself, she would not hesitate at all. Immediately afterwards, Linu dialed another phone number. Soon, an excited voice came from the phone. "Boss, what's the mission?" Weskier asked excitedly on the phone. Since he was injected with the G virus, he has become more and more eager to perform tasks. The more difficult the task, the more excited he is. Assign a few people to protect the vice president, help him deal with some competitors, and follow his arrangements within 2 days. Linu ordered lightly. When he heard that the mission was to protect people and that they were dealing with ordinary people, Weskier suddenly lost interest. He replied listlessly, "Okay, boss." Linu immediately hung up the phone. At the moment, the entire conference room was still silent. Everyone was staring at Lin nervously. They were all a little frightened. Linu was actually in front of them, arranging these actions step by step. There was no avoiding them at all. It feels quite shocking. Is this the power of umbrella companies? But this is not the end. Immediately afterwards, a biochemical monster suddenly appeared next to Linu. That biochemical monster suddenly appeared without warning. It looks like a lizard walking upright, with a cold aura shining all over its body, especially the claws on its hands, which are as sharp as blades. Around it, you can feel that the air seems to be much colder. The appearance of the Frost Hunter shocked everyone, especially Counselor Pete, who was squatting on the ground. He didn't expect that Linu would carry such a terrifying monster with him. He didn't even know where the monster came from. Congressman Pete has seen such a monster on TV, but seeing it live is completely different. That monster is 100 times more terrifying than the one on TV. Congressman Pitt finally realized that he seemed to be on the wrong side. I originally thought that in the entire United States, the top leader was the person with the most power, but I didn't expect that with powerful force and money, power was only temporary. Everyone in the room suddenly smelled the smell of urine. Congressman Pitt was so scared that he peed. Linu pretended to pick up the phone again. "This mobile phone has a lot of drama today," he said into his cell phone. "Help me find out where the top leader is now." In fact, this sentence was said to the Red Queen. With the Red Queen here, the position of the top leader can be easily found. Immediately afterwards, The Queen's voice rang in Linu's ears. "Boss, the current leader is giving a lecture at Harvard University in Boston, with tens of thousands of students and teachers watching." Linu smiled slightly after hearing the words from the Queen. This guy is actually not in the capital. Instead, he went to Houston to give a speech. But that's okay, and Houston is a little closer than the capital. At the speed of the Frost Hunter, it would take no more than an hour to get there. Linu gently put down the phone, and then the Frost Hunter behind him quickly turned into an afterimage and ran out of the conference room door. The Frost Hunter was so fast that everyone in the room didn't see any movement at all, and the Frost Hunter disappeared before their eyes. Seeing the departure of the Frost Hunter, the Avengers, Nick Fury, and Counselor Pete in the conference room had already guessed something. Linu should be planning to let this biochemical monster kill the leader. Too arrogant. In front of everyone, he not only arranged all the actions, but even directly dispatched biochemical monsters. Even Nick Fury, who had seen Linu massacre those Hydra at the SHIELD headquarters, could not help but tremble slightly in his heart. This time, although there was no killing at the scene. However, Linu's goal is too special. That person is the most powerful person in the entire United States. Unexpectedly, Linu dared to attack him directly, and this task was arranged in front of so many people. Simply lawless. But, at the moment, Nick Fury no longer wants to persuade Linu, because he knew that no matter what he said, Linu would not listen. It is impossible for a person like Linu to change his mind just because of a few words. Moreover, if you talk too much, it will affect your impression in Linu's mind. SHIELD is an official unit after all, and now, the official leader is expected to be replaced by someone from Linu soon. So, if Linu's operation is successful, wouldn't the person who actually controls SHIELD become the Linu in front of him? The more Nick Fury thinks about it, the more incredible it becomes that things are unpredictable. There was silence in the conference room. Counselor Pitt, still squatting on the ground, looked at Lin Chun in horror. At this time, he really didn't know what to do. He had already forgotten about the superhero registration bill. He had no doubt that the biochemical monster sent by Lin, you could kill the person behind him. Can the bodyguards around the top leader stop that terrifying biochemical monster? The answer is obvious. Not to mention those bodyguards. Even if the United States military dispatched an entire army, they probably wouldn't be able to stop that biochemical monster. And there are hundreds of thousands of such monsters in the hands of the Umbrella Company. Congressman Pitt finally realized that he seemed to have offended the wrong person. I'm also on the wrong side. Not only did he make a mistake, but even the person in charge behind him probably didn't expect that the boss of the Umbrella Company would dare to attack him directly. And this time, Linu sat on the chair in the conference room, leaned back, and changed into a more comfortable posture. Everything has been arranged. I no longer need to worry about it myself, he said softly. Then, since everyone is fine, come watch the leader's wonderful speech with me. After Linu finished speaking, the monitor on the wall of the conference room was turned on. The Red Queen controlled the monitor and began to play the speech of the top leader. The picture was taken through the school's surveillance equipment, which happened to be facing the leader who was giving a speech. Everyone couldn't help but look at the big screen. Even Counselor Pitt turned his head tremblingly and said, "Look at the city on the big screen." At the moment, on the big screen, the leader was giving an emotional speech. You were born in a wonderful era. Today, the United States is prosperous and powerful. Even if it faces an alien invasion, it can still eliminate all enemies with the cooperation of various departments. Everyone now knows that outside our Earth, there is not only the endless starry sky, but also various alien races. Human beings are not the only intelligent life in the universe, but we don't have to worry, because we are ready to deal with alien life. The leader was giving a hard speech. It seemed that he was the one who solved all the aliens in New York. Please give me flowers. But the students who had no idea were excited to hear it. They shouted the names of their leaders. Crazy and became a top fan. Moreover, he also decided to choose him as the leader in the next election. Regarding the Battle of New York, Linu did not let his media promote the Umbrella Company. Linu just wants to make a fortune quietly. As a result, Many people do not know much about the details of the Battle of New York. That's why the top leaders were given the opportunity to take credit for themselves. But occasionally, there are students who have studied the Battle of New York and are not as ignorant as others. During the break in the speech, a student suddenly asked, "Your Excellency, Chief Executive, are those ugly biochemical monsters controlled by the government? Why did I hear that those biochemical monsters were created by the Umbrella Company?" 0. Upon hearing this question, the leader's face froze slightly. But then, a smile appeared on his face again. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of New York. I thought to myself, I guess these biochemical monsters are now under my control. Even a super enterprise like the Umbrella Company cannot go against the authorities. All their property can be frozen with just one word, and the big boss of the Umbrella Company will also become a wanted criminal. Being listed as a wanted criminal by the United States has no place on the planet. This is the reason why the top leader dared to take away control of those biological monsters from Linu. The leader smiled and explained, "This student, your question is very good, but I want to help you correct it." A smile that he thought was charming appeared on the leader's face. After a pause, he said again, "Whether it is an umbrella company or other companies, as long as they are on the land of the United States, they must obey the United States. State's official arrangement. After all, we are elected by the people." The leader's words immediately made the crowd excited again. A reason. Great America is not a place where capitalists can do whatever they want. The real owners here are the people. Even if it is an umbrella company, it must listen to the United States officials elected by the people. The speech continues. But what the leader didn't know was that there was a rapidly speeding shadow heading towards Boston. And this may be the last speech in his life. Evening. In the conference room, all the Avengers, as well as Nick Fury and Senator Pete, were nervously looking at the picture on the big screen. They understood that what Linu asked them to watch was definitely not this speech. Instead, let them see the top leader being killed by that biochemical monster. This is a warning. Warning to everyone here. Whoever the Umbrella Company wants to die must die. Linu didn't kill them just because they didn't offend Linu. If they have any other ideas like the top leader, then their fate will definitely be the same as the top leader. Linu, that is indeed what he thinks. Regarding these Avengers on Earth, as well as SHIELD, Linu does not want to kill them all because of some conflicts. Linu is not an executioner. Moreover, when watching movies in his previous life, Linu liked these characters very much. As long as they don't do anything detrimental to themselves, they can still live well on the Earth. And 527 can still do what they want to do. In addition, the Earth is Linu's base camp. Even if he wants to attack the entire universe in the future, the Earth will be one of Linu's base camps. Therefore, Linu does not want any civil strife to occur in his hometown. Having these guys here is equivalent to adding a layer of protection to the Earth. Although their strength is average, it is more than enough to deal with some minor troubles. Coupled with the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the combination of the two saves Linu a lot of worry about protecting the Earth. This is why Linu wants to let these people understand his strength. Killing chickens to scare monkeys can make these people calm down. But look at the speech of the top leader in the picture. Not everyone only cares about his life or death. The Avengers, listening to the words of the leader, actually felt very uncomfortable. Originally, it was the Avengers and the Umbrella Corporation that resisted the Chitauri invasion, and there was no official credit from the United States at all. They even released nuclear missiles, which not only failed to achieve any success, but also caused trouble. But in this speech, all the credit went to them. It's so heartbreaking, especially Thor. He also heard the outrageous words in the leader's speech. "Mr. Lin, are you going to kill this guy?" Thor asked excitedly, standing behind Linu. After Linu sat down, he didn't speak again. Now, seeing this excessive guy, I couldn't help it. It's obviously Mr. Lin's credit. This guy who doesn't know how high the sky is taking it for himself. It's really abominable. Linu smiled and nodded slowly. And Thor said excitedly, "This kind of person really deserves to die." In the entire conference room, only Thor, who had been on Linu's side from the beginning, dared to speak. Others don't have the courage yet. After all, things haven't come to an end yet. More than half an hour later, an afterimage suddenly flashed across the screen. Everyone's mood became tense. Most of the people in the room had very good eyesight, so they clearly saw the fleeting shadow on the screen. The speed of that shadow can only be seen clearly when looking at the overall situation. If they were at the scene, they would just feel a little dazzled, just like when they saw the Frost Hunter before. Under Linu's control, the Frost Hunter showed no hesitation at all. Without pausing, he came directly to the podium. And at the moment, neither the audience in the audience, nor the top leader on stage, nor the bodyguards wearing black suits and headsets on their ears around the top leader saw that Ingrid. I just felt that there seemed to be a breeze blowing around me, with a hint of coolness in the breeze. Then, a red mark appeared on the leader's neck. The mark was very shallow, like a thin red line. And, on that thin line, there were some traces of frost. Immediately afterwards, something happened that shocked tens of thousands of spectators and dozens of bodyguards. I only saw an afterimage flashing before my eyes, and the expression of the leader was frozen on his face. Just now, when he said he was excited, the expression on his face was a bit exaggerated. But this exaggerated expression suddenly solidified. Then, his head slowly slipped from his neck. Exclamation point. The head fell on the podium and made a thumping sound. The whole place was in an uproar. The female classmate was so frightened that she quickly covered her eyes and screamed. The male classmate took the opportunity to hug the female classmate, who was frightened and panicked by the narrator. The bodyguards hurriedly took out their pistols from their arms. Some looked around nervously, and some went to the podium to check. But there is nothing to see anymore. If you're shot somewhere in the body, there is still a chance of rescue. However, the head just fell off, and even if the gods came, they couldn't save it. The entire United States is in complete chaos. The top leader actually lost his head during the speech. Countless reporters rushed to the scene after hearing the news, and countless politicians began to operate. And at the moment, in the SHILD conference room, finally, Congressman Pitt's last glimmer of hope was dashed. Just now, although he was scared to death, he still had a trace of luck in his heart. As long as the top leader is still there, there's still hope for him. But now, he is completely desperate. My biggest backstage has fallen. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was obsessed for a moment. Please forgive me. I'm willing to work for you. Congressman Pitt seemed to have come to his senses and no longer remained silent. Instead, he lay on the ground and begged Linu for mercy. Now he's given up all dignity, just to save his own life. But, however, Linu withdrew her foot and did not let him catch it. Subsequently, Linu stood up slowly, ignored the horrified looks of everyone in the office, and turned to leave. Linu didn't kill Congressman Pete. Killing such a small person will only dirty your hands. However, he has offended Linu, and even if Linu doesn't kill him, he will never survive. Naturally, someone will get to know him. After Linu stood up, Thor hurriedly followed. Linu glanced at Thor lightly and did not object. The two of them left easily. Only the confused Xia haters and Nick Fury were left in the conference room. At the moment, seeing that Linu left directly, Congressman Pitt turned his attention to Nick Fury. Now, in the entire conference room, it is estimated that only Nick Fury can save him. 0.6. Counselor Pitt hurriedly crawled to Nick Fury's feet again and begged, "Director Nick Fury, I know you have a good relationship with Mr. Lin. Please save me. Just say a word. Mr. Lin will definitely let me go." But he understood something wrong. The relationship between Nick Fury and Lin cannot be said to be very good. The reason why Nick Fury has always been respectful to Linu very early on is not because of their good relationship, but because he knew Lin used strength earlier than anyone else. Seeing the guy under his feet who was so arrogant before, but now suddenly turned into a puddle of mud, Nick Fury kicked him away in disgust, and then said to the communicator on his ear, "Come on, two people, throw this guy out." Nick Fury was afraid of Linu before, but now he doesn't want to offend Linu even more. Not to mention, he was originally very annoyed by this arrogant Congressman Pete. Soon, The news that the top leader was beheaded during a speech spread throughout the United States. All the people learned the news through media reports. But as for the cause of the leader's death, it has never been investigated. In all the video images, only a black shadow could be seen flashing past, and a red mark appeared on the neck of the leader. As for what that black shadow is, no one knows. Definitely, with the technological level of the Marvel world, it is quite simple to get the true appearance of that black shadow. But what is very strange is that there is no public image in which the appearance of the black shadow can be seen. Even the traces of frost on the leader's neck have been covered up. All major media have already reported all the news about this matter. However, in all the news, various anchors speculated that the attack on the top leader was related to aliens. There is a great possibility that they are the Chitauri who survived the Battle of New York. After all, in the speech, the leader personally admitted that the United States officials had wiped out all the invading Zeta-14 people. In this case, those aliens naturally want to find the official leader to take revenge. Everything was finally explained. All the people spontaneously organized and took to the streets to mourn the leader who died at the hands of aliens in order to protect everyone from fighting against aliens. At the same time, officials are also conducting a major purge. The vice president, who had been prepared in advance, appeared in front of the public for the first time and took office as the interim leader. And he also said that he would thoroughly investigate the attack on the top leader. Moreover, we promised to find out the truth and find the murderer within one day. This guarantee set off a shocking wave throughout the United States. One day, to find out the truth, I will go to the murderous people. This is simply an impossible task. The vice president, who had no sense of presence before, was actually able to make such a promise. It just shocked everyone's jaws. Is he bragging, or is he really capable? All the people of the United States are continuing to pay attention to this matter. If the deputy leader really finds the murderer within one day, then it is estimated that all the people of the United States will elect him to become the official leader directly. Time passes slowly. Almost everyone in the United States is paying attention to this spotlight created by the agent leader. People even forget to continue to mourn the dead leader. And all the media are also doing various programs to increase the reputation of the top agents. It seemed like they had agreed upon it. As for the people who had been in that conference room that day, after leaving the conference room, they never said anything about what was in the conference room. Nick Fury has locked himself in his office for a day. The United States captain spent the day hitting the sandbags in the training room. He had been frozen for 70 years. When he woke up, he found that the world had become different. Fortunately, the United States is still there. However, today he suddenly discovered that the United States did not seem to be the United States he once knew. Why would a top leader be killed at will by the boss of a company? But no one dared to stand up and say anything. The captain of the United States could only turn his helplessness into strength and hit the punching bag. Iron Man Tony Stark was also confused. He had previously thought of agreeing to the official superhero registration bill, but now it seems that he was too naive at the time. Even if he agrees, his so-called superheroes will just become thugs of the Umbrella Company. After all, the authorities are now under the control of the Umbrella Company. And even if people like me want to become thugs of the Umbrella Company, they probably still look down upon me. Those biochemical monsters are much stronger than my own group of Avengers. As for the Senator Pete who appeared in the conference room, he disappeared after being thrown out of the SHIELD headquarters building by Nick Fury. I don't know if I'm dead or alive. However, the possibility of survival is slim. After a whole day of being in the spotlight, night, the top agent suddenly appeared in the news broadcast room. In a live broadcast, I met audiences from all over the United States. In this live broadcast, he reported the complete investigation process and the final results to people all over the world. After a day's hard work by the agent and his team, the murderer was finally found. The murderer turned out to be a human who obtained a small part of Chitauri's technological equipment. His name is Adrian Toombs. There's a whole team behind him. After the Battle of New York, they collected a lot of Chitauri weapons and equipment, hoping to make a fortune with these equipment. However, what they didn't expect was that their thoughts were eroded by the remaining Chitauri thoughts in those equipment. Then, under their planning and using Chitauri's equipment, they carried out this assassination. Finally, on the TV screen, all the people of the United States saw Adrian's personal confession. After the assassination was completed, his consciousness became clear. I regretted the things I had done. Therefore, the deputy chief handed him over to the United States Supreme Court, and the result of the judgment will be announced in 2 days. Because this matter was thoroughly investigated by the top agent personally, and coupled with the publicity of various media, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. 1 day later, Umbrella Corporation Raccoon City headquarters building, top floor. A guy wearing sunglasses and a hat, covering himself tightly, pushed the door open and walked into Lin Bao's office under the leadership of Alice. After seeing Lin Yu, he hurriedly took off his hat and sunglasses and then respectfully shouted, "Mr. Lin, this person, if anyone saw him, will be shocked, because he is the one who just became the top agent." And at the moment, when he saw Lin Yu, he actually felt like a younger brother meeting his boss. But Lin Yu also has no airs. He stood up to greet me with a smile and communicated a few words cordially with the agent's leader. What they said, no one knows. 433. Even the fact that the top agent came to the umbrella company to interview Lin Yu on the second day after taking office, not many people knew about it. The world is still going on as usual. However, the world of the Marvel world, the United States, has changed. Originally, Lin Yu was planning to leave the top agent to eat at his place. However, while the two were chatting, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the power of Dormamu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, and the human body's integrate gene appear in New York. Please go to the host to obtain the gene as soon as possible. Dormamu is the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Its power is unfathomable, although it is only part of his power and the human body's integrate gene. But the host, please don't miss it. Hearing this system prompt, Lin Yu instantly understood what was coming. In the Marvel movie world, Dormammu should be considered one of the most powerful bosses. Although it was stopped outside the Earth by the Ancient One using the power of 3 holy places, it is simply an invincible existence in other universes. Just thinking about the genes of this level of boss, Lin Yu knows that it must be able to provide a lot of experience. It seems that I can't keep you for dinner today. Let's wait for another day. You have just taken office, and you must be busy with a lot of things, so you should go back first, Lin Yu said with a smile. Regarding Lin Yu's eviction order, the agency's top executive did not feel at all inappropriate. He hurriedly said goodbye to Lin Yu and Alice, put on his hat and magic crystal, and left the Umbrella Company headquarters building. Lin Yu, on the other hand, took out the Tesseract. A blue light flashed around him and disappeared into his office. Already guessed who the guy who integrated part of Dormammu's power appeared in New York. He should be the eldest disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, and the disciple who betrayed Ancient One, Kaiselius. Although the Ancient One also used Dormammu's power, the system did not prompt when he saw the Ancient One. In other words, Ancient One probably only borrowed Dormammu's power and did not directly integrate Dormammu's power into his body like Kaiselius did. This is also the biggest difference between Ancient One and Kaiselius. One was just borrowed, while the other's mind was directly affected by Dormammu. In his previous life, Lin Yu watched Doctor Strange movies many times. The plot from the Doctor Strange movie is very familiar. In this life, Lin Yu has already met the Ancient One. There was no conflict between the two. After fighting once, Ancient One felt that he was no match for Lin Yu, and Lin Yu had not done anything to harm the Earth. There was no need for them to become enemies. Lin Yu also hopes that the Ancient One can use her magical power to protect the Earth from invasions from other dimensions. At the same time, the Ancient One also knows that Lin Yu also played a role in protecting the Earth during the Battle of New York. The two seem to have reached a tacit understanding. Don't provoke anyone. Let's protect the Earth together. The Earth is Lin Yu's home base, so it is natural to protect the Earth. As for a character like Kaiselius, Lin Yu naturally doesn't like him very much. Linu used the Tesseract to travel directly through space and came to New York City from Raccoon City. Not far in front of him was the location of Holy Place in New York. At the moment, in the Holy Place of New York, there seems to be a chaotic fight. Kaiselius, who had just integrated Dormamu's power, was ready to destroy the 3 holy places. He was very fast. He first destroyed the holy place in London, and then quickly arrived at the holy place in New York. What he wants is to destroy all holy places and let Dormamu come to Earth. Linu, on the other hand, had no intention of going in to stop Kaiselius. Standing not far from the New York Temple, Linu suddenly asked the system softly, "System, this guy who integrated Dormamu's power, how many Dormamu genes does he have in his body?" Linu is very concerned about one question, that is, how many Dormamu genes are in Kaiselius' body. If the number is too small, then Linu may have to temporarily let Kaiselius go, risk Dormamu coming, and then obtain enough genes from Dormamu. But if you do this, the risk is actually very high. Linu didn't know whether his arrival would have a butterfly effect on many things. If Dormamu comes and Doctor Strange can't deal with it like in the movie, the Earth will be doomed. With Linu's current strength, I'm afraid there's no way to deal with something like Dormamu. Only the power of magic can prevent it from coming to the Earth. Soon, the system's voice sounded again. Back to the host. This time, in the target body, 60% of the experience in the Dormamu gene can be obtained. Systematic answer, concise and clear. Hearing this answer, Linu suddenly understood. 60% is quite a lot. In other words, if Dormamu's genes can provide 1,000 experience points, then Kaiselius' genes can provide 600 points. Linu is very satisfied with this result. If that's the case, there's no need to risk releasing Dormamu now. Moreover, when you become stronger, you can go to Dormamu's territory and easily obtain its remaining genes. In this case, just kill Kaiselius right here. Linu thought to himself. Linu steps forward slowly, and at the moment, just when Linu was walking to New York's holy place. In the holy place of New York, a magic battle is going on. The magician, who guards the holy place in New York, fights with Kaiselius and his companions. But even though the magician was pretty good, he was still far behind Kaiselius. Especially Kaiselius has passed the ceremony and obtained part of Dormamu's power star. Soon, the magician guarding the holy place in New York was controlled by Kaiselius' companions. At this moment, in the holy place in New York, he was hit by the shockwave of the explosion in the holy place in London. Doctor Strange happened to come to the holy place in New York and saw this scene. Although he has learned a lot of spells, he is still a weakling in combat. Kaiselius, on the other hand, showed no mercy at all. In his hand, an invisible sharp blade appeared, which was summoned with the power of Dormamu. Then, he suddenly stabbed into the chest of the holy place magician in New York who was caught by his men. Strange was instantly shocked. He hurriedly cast his spell, and several golden magic lines appeared from the center of his 2 palms. This is one of the most basic methods of magician. It is also one of several magical abilities that Strange has just learned. Kaiselius saw that the other party turned out to be a rookie who didn't even have a magic weapon, and a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on his face. He held the sharp blade in his hand and walked forward slowly. At this time, the Ancient One and others went to the holy place in London, not realizing that Kaiselius had arrived in the holy place in New York. Therefore, only Strange, who is still a rookie, has to deal with the powerful Kaiselius. The situation was clearly unfriendly to Strange. But, at the moment, the door of holy place in New York was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Kaiselius, who was about to walk toward Strange, paused slightly and stopped. Who was coming here at this time? If it were the Ancient One, he would definitely open the portal and appear directly inside the holy place in New York instead of outside. Kaiselius turned his head quickly and looked in the direction of the door. When he saw the man walking in from the door, Kaiselius was slightly startled. This man, not very old, was wearing a gray sports suit and a pair of white sneakers on his feet, as if he was running. And his head, so smooth, turned out to be a bald head. Such a young bald head is indeed rare. But This is not the point. The point is, this guy suddenly broke into the holy place in New York. Was it an accident? Or was he here to cause trouble? However, whether he came here to cause trouble or came here by accident, it makes no difference to Kaiselius. Anyone who stops him from destroying New York's holy place will die. Before Linu could say anything, Kaiselius said directly to one of his men, "That you, go kill him, who wins the king." After saying this, Kaiselius turned his head again and looked at Strange in front of him. Although Strange is a rookie, he is at least a magician, and he doesn't want to be careless. And that bald man, who knows what kind of passerby he is, one of his men is enough to kill him. However, when Kaiselius was about to rush forward to deal with Strange again, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with Strange's expression. He did not look at his opponent, but at the gate of Holy Place in New York with a look of shock on his face. "You are the big boss behind the umbrella company, Linu?" Strange asked in surprise. Linu was also surprised. Unexpectedly, Strange knew about him. "Do you know me?" Linu smiled slightly and asked. One sentence from each of them immediately stopped Kaiselius. These two people don't seem to understand the current situation yet. You actually ignored yourself? Isn't this seeking death? At the moment, Kaiselius' eye sockets had all turned black. The black surroundings and many small lines looked very scary, kind of like makeup for a horror movie. But his face became even more ugly. Now he already possesses part of Dormamu's power and is powerful. However, these two people actually started talking when facing themselves. Unforgivable. Forget about the rookie magician. He has some abilities after all. But who is the boss of that umbrella company? That rookie magician actually called him the boss of the umbrella company? Kaiselius, who has been practicing magic for a long time and is not very familiar with various companies in the world, has no idea what the umbrella company is. He hadn't even heard of the company. However, the boss of a company dared to ignore him, which made Kaiselius' anger instantly burn. "Kill this nasty guy for me," Kaiselius said to all his men. His men's eyes also turned black, and they held invisible sharp blades in their hands. They are in a similar situation to Kaiselius. They're all obsessed with spells and summoning Dormamu, and don't care much about other things in this world. They're not from the United States, so they're not very impressed by the 750 names of the umbrella company. And at the moment, seeing Kaiselius' three men all surrounding Linu, Strange also became nervous. He knew that the umbrella company sent many biological monsters during the Battle of New York, and they were very powerful. But that is the power of the umbrella company, not the strength of the boss behind the umbrella company. Facing three magicians who possess part of Dormamu's power, his life is in danger. "Be careful, Run!" Strange shouted hurriedly to Linu. He shouted while moving downwards. Strange's sense of justice is still very strong, although he doesn't know Linu. However, when he saw Linu being surrounded by bad guys, he immediately wanted to rescue him. However, at this time, Kaiselius suddenly said with a ferocious smile, "Your opponent is me. I am distracted when the enemy is fighting, but the magician's taboo, didn't the Ancient One teach you?" Kaiselius also moved a few steps to the side, directly blocking the center of Strange and Linu's position. Strange's face instantly turned ugly. He just knew Linu as a person, but was not very familiar with Linu. But, as a doctor, his sense of justice made him want to save Linu very much. Only, looking at the invisible blade in Kaiselius' hand that had just killed the magician guarding the holy place in New York, Strange was hesitated. The time he spent learning magic at Camartage was too short, and it was obviously difficult to fight against a guy like Kaiselius. At this time, he had no chance to save the people. But Kaiselius was not in a hurry to take action against Strange. With a cruel smile on his face, he said, "Today, I will teach you, a little rookie, a lesson to make you understand the cruelty of this world. Just watch that person die." Kaiselius swung the invisible blade in his hand, completely blocking Strange's path to rescue. He hates the Ancient One and the disciples of the Ancient One very much. Before killing Strange, I also wanted to make Strange feel the despair of wanting to save people, but not being able to, and at the moment, Below, Kaiselius' men have already begun to take action. One of the three people took action without any hesitation. In his hand, he held the same invisible blade as Kaiselius and stabbed the minister instantly. Although these magicians possess spells, their bodies are no different from ordinary people. The speed with which he attacked Lin Yu was just like an ordinary person fighting. It's just that the weapons in his hands are sharper than ordinary swords and other weapons, seeing that the sharp blade was about to stab his chest. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, the speed of a sharp blade seemed as slow as a snail. Even if Lin Yu straightened up his chest and let him stab him, he probably wouldn't even be able to scratch his own skin. But that feels a bit demeaning. After all, there is still a fan who knows him, Bede, present. At this moment, just when the sharp blade was about 2 centimeters away from Lin Yu's chest, Lin Yu suddenly took action. His hand quickly turned into an afterimage, grabbing the sharp blade directly. Kaiselius' man looked shocked. He suddenly felt that the weapon in his hand seemed to be controlled, and he was completely unable to move. Even if I use all my strength, I can't make the weapon move forward even half a minute. And Lin Yu's face showed a smile again. It looked like a mocking smile. Ahead, Kaiselius and Strange were instantly shocked. The big boss of the umbrella company actually caught that sharp weapon with his hand. What a joke. Especially Kaiselius, who knows the sharpness of the invisible blade best, because that weapon was displayed using the ability of the mirror space, like space debris. But such a sharp weapon didn't even scratch the opponent's hand. Is there something wrong with your own weapon? Or is there something wrong with the opponent's hand? But before Kaiselius could figure out what was wrong, Lin Yu gently flipped his hand and snatched the weapon directly from the hands of Kaiselius' men. Then, with a gentle movement, he inserted the weapon directly into the opponent's stomach. This process is like drinking a glass of water, simple, clear, and easy. Before Kaiselius and his men could react, they found that the man who originally stabbed Lin Yu with a weapon had slowly fallen to the ground. On his chest was his own weapon. On the back, one end of the weapon was also exposed. His body was completely pierced. Kaiselius was stunned, pointed at Lin Yu, and asked in horror, "Who are you?" Lin Yu also raised his head, looked at Kaiselius, and said slowly, "Me? I am the boss of the umbrella company." Didn't Mr. Strange just say that? Umbrella company. Another umbrella company. I've heard this name several times today. But what is an umbrella company? Kaiselius was going crazy. He doesn't even know what an umbrella company is. It doesn't matter what company you are, kill him. Kaiselius shouted loudly. His figure also quickly rushed towards Lin Yu, and his 2 remaining men also had a ferocious look on their faces. One left and one right, and at the same time, they stabbed Lin Yu's body with the weapons in their hands. They are not afraid of death. After all, they already have the power of Dormamu in their bodies, and after death, their souls will return to the world of Dormamu they long for. But at the moment, just when the 2 of them stabbed Lin Yu with their weapons at the same time, they suddenly felt something wasn't right. It clearly stabbed the opponent's body, but it seemed to be stabbed in the air. Moreover, both of them had just used their full strength. Lin Yu's body seemed to be still in place without moving. But, however, the 2 of them found that when the weapons in their hands penetrated Lin Yu's body, there was no obstacle. It was like piercing the air. Something's wrong. That figure is simply an afterimage. The 2 men of Kaiselius suddenly discovered with horror that what they stabbed was actually the afterimage of the other party. And the other party's body has already appeared not far away. This speed is simply terrifying. But what's even more terrifying for these 2 people is that they can't stop at all. They had just exerted all their strength and stabbed at the minister with all their strength. But now, Lin Yu suddenly disappeared, but they couldn't hold back. The 2 people's faces suddenly showed a hint of panic, but the fear quickly solidified on their faces. The 2 slowly lowered their heads and discovered that an invisible blade appeared on their chests. The 2 of them actually thrust their weapons into each other's body. At the moment, Lin Yu, who was standing less than 1 meter away from the 2 of them, also had a look of feigned surprise on his face. "You are really cruel. You're so cruel to your own people." Lin Yu sighed. Lin Yu's words immediately made the expressions of the two Kaiselius men become even more ugly. But they were unable to refute. The blood of the two people flowed along the edge of the weapon and onto their hands. Slowly, the two of them fell to the ground. A desperate death. At this time, Kaiselius, who was rushing towards Lin Yu, had stopped long ago. He stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. 3 of his men actually died under his own weapons. An extremely strange feeling appeared in Kaiselius' heart. When he looked at Lin Yu again, he suddenly felt something was different. The anger just now seems to have been extinguished. It turned into a deep fear. That man easily caught the sharp weapon with his hands, and he also had such terrifying speed. Who was he? Kaiselius backed away slowly, as if he wanted to stay away from Lin Yu. After going through these things, he suddenly discovered that this bald man whom he despised seemed to be the real boss. But that's when, behind Kaiselius, a portal suddenly appeared. It was a portal opened using spells and the sling ring, which was completely different from when Lin Yu used the Tesseract to teleport. Immediately afterwards, in that portal, 3 people walked out. The leader was a bald woman wearing yellow training clothes. She was the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who had a relationship with Lin Yu. Behind him were 2 men, one slightly fat and the other slightly dark-skinned. These 2 people are the 2 strongest disciples of Ancient One, Wang and Modu. As soon as the 3 of them walked out of the portal, all their eyes were focused on Lin Yu. They even ignored Kaiselius. Ancient One did not expect to see Lin Yu again in the holy place in New York. Moreover, there were 3 Kaiselius men beside Lin Yu, and it was obviously Lin Yu who solved them. Ancient One couldn't help but wonder, why did Lin Yu come here suddenly? Although she and Lin Yu had reached some tacit consensus, Ancient One was deeply wary of Lin Yu's strength. If the other party wants to do something that is not conducive to the 3 holy places, it will probably be more difficult to deal with than Kaiselius. Wang and Modu, who were behind Ancient One, looked at Lin Yu with doubts on their faces. This guy is also bald. Could it be related to his teacher? Mr. Lin, why are you here? Ancient One forced a smile on his face and asked Lin Yu. She was not in the mood to chat with Lin Yu now. After all, London's holy place has been destroyed by Kaiselius. But, facing a strong man like Lin Yu, she couldn't help but pay attention to Lin Yu's ideas. Therefore, she immediately asked about Lin Yu's purpose. But, when these words were heard by the disciples of Ancient One, they seemed a little different. Wang and Modu's eyes widened instantly. They felt that their guess was true. As expected, my teacher knew that bald man. And, listening to the teacher's tone, it seems that it is completely different from usual, as if there is an inexplicable tremor in the tone. Is she excited? Various thoughts once again appeared in the minds of the 2 of them. Strange is just pure curiosity, because, in these days, he has seen the power of Ancient One Magician. But now, it sounds like Ancient One Magician is respected by the big boss of the Umbrella Company. Otherwise, why would you use the honorific title Mr. Lin? In addition, the methods used by Lin Yu before were indeed a bit too strong. Strange couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the boss of the Umbrella Company, Lin Yu, was as powerful as the Ancient One Magician? As for Kaiselius, who was ignored again, he was even more depressed. It's okay for Strange, the rookie who just became a magician, not to take him seriously. It's okay for the bald man who just killed 3 of his men not to take him seriously. However, the 3 Ancient Ones who just arrived also ignored him. Please give me flowers. How dare they? He has absorbed part of Dormamu's power, and his current strength is definitely not inferior to Ancient One. Those 2 disciples of the Ancient One were no match for him. But none of the 3 of them looked at me. Are you so ignored? Damn it. All deserve to die. Anger arose in Kaiselius' heart again. It was more intense than before. But Lin Yu seemed not to notice him at all, and smiled and said to the Ancient One Magician, "No, I was just passing by and noticed that there was a sound of fighting here, so I came to take a look." After Lin Yu finished speaking, it seemed that the eyes of the 3 Ancient Ones showed disbelief. 0. The three people's eyes swayed back and forth between themselves and the three corpses on the ground. The meaning seems to be, again, how could you kill someone when you pass by here? Before they came, there were only 3 people in this holy place in New York. It is certainly impossible for Kaiselius to kill his own men. Strange is just a rookie magician and has not yet killed their ability. Then it can only be the 3 people Linu killed. At this time, Linu smiled awkwardly, as if he wanted to resolve the embarrassment of having his lie exposed. I didn't kill these 3 people. They all stabbed themselves to death. If you don't believe it, look at it. They were all killed by stabbed to death with his own weapon. Following Lin Yu's explanation, Ancient One and others looked at a corpse on the ground again. Sure enough, it seems like they killed themselves. However, at this moment, listening to Lin Yu's boring explanation, Kaiselius finally couldn't help but take action. He slapped one hand directly on the ground in Holy Place, New York. Suddenly, the entire ground was like water, and the entire floor was flowing. In addition to the ground, the walls of Holy Place in New York are also constantly changing, as if they have become building blocks that can be rotated at will. This is one of the strongest abilities of the Dharma lineage, the mirror space. Originally, Kaiselius would not use this ability. However, after absorbing part of Dormamu's power, he is not only able to use this ability, he has even surpassed the ancient magician in the ability to control the mirror space. In his mirror space, he is nearly invincible. As the mirror space enveloped everyone, Kaiselius also had a sinister smile on his face. If you dare not take yourself seriously, then I will let you know how strong I am now. Kaiselius' behavior instantly made several of the Ancient One magician's apprentices nervous. None of them will use the mirror space ability. Not even Modu and Wong can. They also wanted to learn this skill, but in the end they had to give up. This ability is really difficult to learn, and the requirements for ability are extremely high. And, as far as they knew, Kaiselius probably couldn't either. However, he didn't expect that after turning himself into this ghostly appearance, he would be able to use this ability. As for Strange, he doesn't even know how. After all, he had calculated everything. He had only been a magician for a month, and he had not yet begun to learn such profound spells. Seeing Kaiselius directly displaying the mirror space, even the magician's face became serious. From Kaiselius' movements and the changes in the surrounding buildings, Ancient One magician can see that Kaiselius' mirror space ability is very powerful. Even compared to himself, he is not weak at all. If I didn't use Dormamu's dark power, I might not be able to deal with him very well. And at the moment, huge amounts of changes are taking place in the surrounding space. The position where Kaiselius stood seemed to be the center of this space. Under his feet, the earth was very stable, but the feet of others were shaking all the time, and they couldn't even stand firmly, let alone fight. Kaiselius also had a hideous smile on his face. In a battle between magicians, stability is very important, because all magic needs to be stable before it can be cast more easily. If you can't even stand firmly, you won't be able to cast the spell at all. The ability of the mirror space is fatal to those magicians who are pulled in. And the magician who created this mirror space has a great advantage. At the moment, Kaiselius slowly turned his head and looked at each enemy. The 4 people present were all his enemies. The more he looked, the happier he became. Whether it was the magician rookie, his 2 former classmates, or his former teacher Ancient One, their faces were all ugly. Finally, Kaiselius saw the end, and his eyes came to the boss of the umbrella company. But why is there no fear in that person's expression? Seeing that he is so powerful, his face is still calm? Are you frightened by your powerful ability? Kaiselius was slightly happy. He felt that the boss of this umbrella company had never seen such a powerful ability, so he was stunned by the sight in front of him. You ants, you're trying to prevent the arrival of the great Dormamu. It is an unforgivable crime. Kaiselius stood in the center of the mirror space, looked at the enemies around him, and said loudly. But before he could finish speaking, Linu suddenly spoke. He said slowly to the Ancient One across from him, "Are you going to deal with this stupid guy, or Am I going to deal with it? Linu pointed to Kaiselius in the center and asked the Ancient One. After all, this is a traitor under the Ancient One. If the Ancient One wants to personally kill the scum under his sect, then Linu will be given over to the Ancient One. All he had to do was draw some blood from him at the last moment. However, at the moment, upon hearing Linu's words, Ancient One's brows suddenly frowned. Kaiselius' strength has exceeded her expectations. The Ancient One knows how powerful Dormamu is. After Kaiselius communicated with Dormamu, his power had surpassed his own. If you were to deal with him yourself, you would probably need to use the Dormamu's power area on your body. That power is the deepest secret of the Ancient One. He didn't want to use dark power in front of his 3 disciples. If that happens, it is likely that his 3 disciples will misunderstand. It would be terrible if such misunderstanding led them to go astray. After thinking for a second, Gu made a decision. It is not convenient for her to show her true strength in front of her disciples. If Linu can take action against Silas, that would be the best. The Ancient One has no doubt that Linu can defeat Kaiselius. That man was a guy who could crush him with one punch in the face of his full defense. Although Kaiselius' mirror space is very powerful, this space is not very lethal. Its greatest use is to trap enemies and prevent them from casting spells easily. Facing a guy like Linu who is extremely physically powerful, it doesn't seem to be very useful. Ancient One said softly to Linu, "If Mr. Lin is willing to take action, that would be the best." Ancient One's words instantly stunned her 3 disciples. His teacher actually asked that bald man to deal with Kaiselius? When did the teacher become so low-key? Is it because that person is very strong? No matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as the only Sorcerer Supreme on Earth? Modu had the most impatient character. At this time, when he heard that Ancient One was preparing to let an outsider take action, he hurriedly said, "Teacher." As soon as he opened his mouth, Ancient One stretched out a hand to stop Modu's next words. She didn't look back and said slowly, "Don't ask, you don't need to take action, just watch here." Ancient One's words were so categorical that none of the 3 apprentices continued to speak. However, their hearts were full of doubts. And at the moment, Kaiselius stood in the center of the mirror space, quietly watching the conversation between several people. He was not in a hurry to take action. In this mirror space, his self-confidence was already overwhelming. Seeing that these people seemed to have finished their performance, Kaiselius finally spoke slowly and said, "Have you finished discussing it? Who is going to die first?" Kaiselius' tone was very arrogant, and he seemed to have forgotten the fear he felt when facing Linu's weird speed just now. It seems that using the mirror space ability has allowed him to regain his confidence. After all, among all magicians, only the Ancient One could perform this ability. And now, he has become a magician who can use the mirror space ability. Moreover, the control of the mirror space is even stronger than the Ancient One method. At this moment, after hearing what Kaiselius said, Linu suddenly laughed. He laughed and said, "Now that we've discussed it, let me die first." After saying this, Linu's muscles all over his body suddenly became tense. Powerful power instantly gathered in his body. Jumping lightning bolts suddenly appeared on Linu's body. Even his eyes suddenly turned into sparkling silver. In terms of burst ability 0.8, Thor's power is more suitable. Linu is also most accustomed to using this power, and at the moment, after seeing the changes in Linu's body, Kaiselius was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Linu's body would become like this. However, his hands did not slow down at all, and he hurriedly began to control the ground under Linu's feet and began to retreat. He wanted to use this method to send Linu far away, and then use long-distance spells to deal with Linu. This is a common method used by magicians when facing melee attacks. And, to be on the safe side, something like a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. That's one way to use mirror space ability. This mirror-like thing has very powerful defense. Standing behind the mirror and looking at Linu, who was getting further and further away, Kaiselius smiled again. This battle ended too quickly. Even before the three apprentices of the Ancient One could react, Kaiselius was already dead. This guy who made the whole Camartage very troubled was just punched to death. A sense of absurdity filled the hearts of the three disciples of Ancient One. The Ancient One was also a little surprised. She was thinking that if she had been in Wakanda at that time, if Linu had not stopped, then her fate would be no different from Laius. Thinking about Ancient One makes me feel a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't go too far that day. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will become a corpse. Just when Ancient One and his three disciples were deep in thought, Linu was not idle. He skillfully took out a syringe from his body, and then slowly came to Kaiselius' side. Then, he gently aimed at Kaiselius' heart and pricked it with a needle. Immediately afterwards, a tube of blood was drawn out. After Kaiselius communicated with Dormamu's power, the blood on his body began to turn slightly black. If it takes a long time, it will probably turn completely black. But now he doesn't have that chance. Not only him, but all his companions and men also died here. Dormamu, there is no way to come to Earth. At this time, in Linu's eyes, the attributes of the Kaiselius gene had also been revealed. Gene name: Human Integrate Lord of Dark Dimension Dormamu Power Gene, Kaiselius. Gene star rating: 5 stars. Experience available: 950 points. Gene contains ability branch: Special, Spirit 550. Attribute: Darkness 400. Seeing this attribute, Linu did not have much emotional fluctuations. Dormamu's power is indeed very powerful. Even if Kaiselius only has 60% of Dormamu's genes, he has already reached 800 points. This is already the gene that Linu has obtained that can provide the most experience points. The previous highest was probably the Cursed Warrior of the Dark Elves, which reached 700 points. And now, after integrating Dormamu's power, a human has reached 800 points. And the distribution of his genetic attributes is very special. There are only 2. One is the spiritual attribute in a special branch, as a magician, and Dormamu is also a consciousness separated from the body. It is normal for his mental attributes to be stronger. And his attribute is only darkness, which is not difficult to understand. After all, Dormamu is the Lord of the Dark Dimension, and his attribute is naturally darkness. Linu put the syringe back into his biochemical culture tank. At this time, Linu turned around and looked at Gu-san and her 3 apprentices. The expressions of the 3 disciples of Ancient One are not very natural. After all, facing such a powerful guy, they seemed a little cautious. Ancient One is slightly better. After all, she has seen many big scenes and has a certain understanding of Linu's strength before. In terms of accepting ability, she is much better than her 3 apprentices. Sorcerer Supreme must manage his disciples well in the future. Don't let such scum who fall into darkness appear again. Otherwise, I will have to help you clean up the family, Linu said with a smile. Although she was smiling, the words she spoke made the Ancient One's few disciples tremble in their hearts. Linu's intention was obviously to warn the disciples of Ancient One. If they want to communicate about Dormamu's power in the future, they will probably think of Linu's words, and also think of the disparity in strength between Linu and Kaiselius today. Ancient One also instantly understood the meaning of Linu's words. This sentence doesn't sound very nice, but it is helping yourself. Ancient One knows several of his apprentices very well. Wong and Strange were okay, but Mordo was a little stubborn. If he knew that he also had the power of darkness, he would probably betray him like Kaiselius. Ancient One took a deep look at Linu, who was smiling and calm, nodded slightly, and said, "This time, thank you, Mr. Lin, for taking the initiative. If Camartage is useful in the future, please let Mr. Lin know at any time." Ancient One is really grateful for Linu's move. That's why I said this. This was the first time in her life that she owed someone a favor. Linu also nodded slightly, and then said, "Okay, then you can deal with the things here first. I'll leave first." Ignoring the 3 stunned Ancient One disciples, Linu said hello to the Ancient One and turned around to leave. As for Ancient One, looking at Linu's leaving figure, A look of solemnity flashed across his face. If the plot in the previous movie was followed, he would have died in the battle with Kaiselius. The Ancient One once used the Eye of Agamotto and saw his countless endings. Every ending is basically the same. He will die at the hands of Kaiselius. However, she experienced an ending today that she had never seen before. Linu unexpectedly appeared and changed his destiny. What makes Ancient One even more incredible is that even if she uses the Eye of Agamotto, she can't see Linu's future clearly. Even Linu's past is a blur. Obviously, Linu's existence has exceeded the range that Eye of Agamotto can detect. That in the future, if you encounter any conflict with Mr. Lin or his umbrella company, you must stand firmly on Mr. Lin's side. Got it? Ancient One turned around and said to his 3 disciples. Strange, Wong and Moden nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, Master." They still trust Ancient One's words. And just now, Linu had already shown them that powerful strength. As far as Ancient One's arrangement is concerned, they probably will never offend Linu in their lifetime. However, what they don't know is that the reason for Ancient One's arrangement is not simply because of the strength Linu showed just now, but because she understands that Linu's strength is probably not just his individual combat power. Even the Eye of Agamotto, or the Time Gem, cannot detect this guy. It is estimated that his hidden power has surpassed this universe. Linu naturally didn't know what Ancient One's arrangements would be after he left. He is now in a very anxious and excited mood. After seeing Kaiselius' genes, he couldn't wait to return to the base to absorb his genes. This is the most powerful gene Linu has obtained so far, and its properties are very special. Linu is looking forward to the changes it can bring to his own strength. Kaiselius is still very confident about the defensive ability of the mirror he has used. Just like when Ancient One used this ability in front of Linu, he also felt that he should be foolproof. And at the moment, when he saw the mirror in front of Kaiselius, a smile suddenly appeared on the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One's face. This smile is very strange. The disciples behind her were a little confused. The current situation on the field does not look optimistic. The so-called big boss of the umbrella company was passive from the beginning. Although a strange thunder and lightning light flashed on his body, he had been pushed away by Kaiselius' ability to use mirror space. In addition, Kaiselius used the mirror-like defense skill. It was obvious that Linu would encounter Kaiselius if he wanted to. It's hard. If Ancient One hadn't agreed to let them take action until now, Modu and Wong would have been ready to help Linu. After all, a guy like Kaiselius who surrendered to Thomas must not exist in this world. Otherwise, the entire Earth will fall into a state of catastrophe. But at this time, whether it was Modu or Wong, they couldn't understand it when they saw the smile on the Ancient One magician's face. Why does the situation seem so bleak, but my teacher is smiling and seems to have everything under control? Could it be that the big boss of the umbrella company is just a bait, and his teacher is planning a stronger attack method? Modu and Wong, looking at the situation on the battlefield, could only guess silently in their hearts. And at the moment, on the battlefield, facing the confident Kaiselius, Linu finally started to move. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly glowed. The violent power instantly passed through his legs and reached his feet. The ground suddenly exploded. Boom! Debris was flying everywhere. The violent explosion sounded instantly throughout the space. But Linu's figure suddenly disappeared. The ground where Linu was originally located, although still moving under the control of Kaiselius, has turned into a ground of gravel and a huge amount of deep pit. Linu instantly burst out with terrifying power. This force directly acted on the ground, crushing the entire ground. Then the reaction force pushed Linu's body into an afterimage and punched Kaiselius, who had not yet reacted. Linu's action instantly stunned everyone, except for the Ancient One magician, who still had a smile on his face and seemed to be very familiar with the scene in front of him. Everyone else was stunned. Is this the power that humans can unleash? Crush the entire ground with one foot? What about others? Where did you go? In an instant, Many thoughts flashed through someone's mind, but Lin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared. Even Kaiselius, who was confident and smiling just now, was frightened again. He had never seen a human like this. As a magician, in his world, the strong ones are all magicians. The power of magicians comes from the magical power in their bodies. Every magic skill is extremely powerful, but the physical bodies of magicians are undoubtedly the same as ordinary people. And the strength of the bald man in front of him now is really terrifying. Kaiselius' heart suddenly became a little panicked. His eyes also couldn't keep up with Lin Yu's speed. Therefore, he could only see an afterimage. It is completely impossible to find where Lin Yu is now. But he knew that the other party's target must be himself. From the violent explosion under Lin Yu's feet to Lin Yu's reappearance, it only took a moment. When Lin Yu's figure appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Kaiselius. Right in front of that mirror. It took Kaiselius a lot of effort to use the power of the mirror space to push Lin Yu away. And now, in less than a blink of an eye, Lin Yu came to Kaiselius again. His fist instantly hit the mirror in front of Kaiselius. Lin Yu is also very familiar with this mirror. It seems that the magicians don't have many methods. At least the skills used by Kaiselius are somewhat similar to Ancient One. While punching, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth also turned up slightly. Compared to Ancient One, Kaiselius is still a bit weak. At that tense moment, Ancient One could instantly release 5 layers of magic shield, plus a mirror like this. And Kaiselius, seeing himself arriving, could do nothing but the mirror that had been placed long ago. His combat experience is still completely incomparable to Ancient One. Definitely, even if he uses a few more layers of defense, the result will not be any surprise. Lin Yu's fist suddenly erupted with dazzling thunder and lightning. Then, in Kaiselius' horrified expression, he instantly hit the mirror-like defense. Crack! The mirror cracked at the sound. It didn't play any role in blocking Lin Yu at all. When the body is strong enough, even space can be shattered, not to mention that this is just a mirror space, not a real space. Along with the sound of the mirror shattering, Lin Yu's fist was directly imprinted on Kaiselius' chest. At this moment, Lin Yu quickly withdrew more than 80% of his strength. But even the remaining 20% of the force was not something Kaiselius' fragile body could resist. Boom! With a loud noise, Kaiselius' body was instantly shot away like a cannonball. In the dimensional space, countless buildings were smashed. While in midair, Kaiselius spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his body functions quickly disappeared. Although Lin Yu's punch had contained most of its force, Kaiselius was still shattered by the punch, and his internal organs were shattered, killing him. At the same time, the moment Kaiselius died, the entire mirror space collapsed. Without the support of Kaiselius' mana, the mirror space also shattered. And Kaiselius' body is still in the process of flight. It flew directly from the mirror space to the real world, and then hit the wall of the Hall of Holy Place in New York. From Lin Yu's foot exerting force, to shattering the defensive mirror, to Kaiselius being knocked away and the mirror space shattering. This process only took less than 3 seconds. The 3 disciples of Ancient One felt that they were still worried about Lin Yu just now, but now it is over. With shock on their faces, they looked at Lin Yu, who had stopped, and then looked at Kaiselius, who was lying in the ruins in the distance. His chest completely collapsed and covered in blood, and he exhaled a long breath. All this has exceeded their imagination. Leaving the messy, holy place of New York, Lin Yu quickly took out his tesseract. As the blue light flashed, Lin Yu's figure appeared directly in the Umbrella Company's Raccoon City Hive underground base. As soon as he returned to his office, Lin Yu couldn't wait to take out the genes of Kaiselius and Dormamu integrate. Immediately afterwards, the Biochemical Technology Tree also absorbed that gene instantly. In Lin Yu's mind, the 2 branches of the Biochemical Technology Tree, special and attributes, each add a lot of experience. The backbone of the Biochemical Technology Tree has also soared by 950 experience points. Although Lin Yu's Biochemical Technology Tree trunk already has 6,300 experience points, it still seems to have directly increased a large amount of experience points. With the absorption of Kaiselius and Dormamu integrate genes, and the increase in Biochemical Technology Tree experience, Linu's body has also undergone some changes. This change is not Linu's body. It's Linu's spirit. Among the many genes absorbed in the past, although there are some with relatively strong mental power, compared with Dormamu, a special and powerful mental body, they're far behind. Dormamu's genes directly affect Linu's spirit. Linu felt that his brain seemed to be slightly swollen. It seems like a lot of stuff has been stuffed inside. Linu closed her eyes and felt these changes silently. As time went by, Linu felt that his head began to hurt. There seems to be something 883 constantly impacting outside of my mind. However, Linu is not worried. Linu can still bear a little pain. This change lasted longer than before. It lasted for about half an hour before Linu felt that the pain in his mind gradually became weaker. Linu also slowly opened his eyes. But at this moment, there seemed to be something wrong with Linu's expression. He felt that after this change, there seemed to be something extra in his brain. It was as if an invisible air mass appeared in his brain. Moreover, I can control it easily. It's as easy as controlling your own limbs and arms. As a time traveler, Linu had read many novels in his previous life, so he was not unfamiliar with this situation. This kind of thing, in the descriptions of novels and movies, should be called psychokinesis. Yes, it's psychokinesis. Linu's face instantly showed excitement. His eyes suddenly looked at a pen on his desk. Then, controlling the airball in his mind, it turned into the shape of a hand and gently grabbed the pen. Then, something magical happened. The B pen floated slowly under Linu's control. It's psychokinesis indeed. Linu suddenly felt happy. It goes without saying that psychokinesis is powerful. Although it seems that the air mass is not very big now, just controlling a pen seems a bit difficult. However, Linu feels that the Locust Party will become more powerful. And, not just psychokinesis, Linu felt like her brain had taken on a new look. When I think about things, it becomes clearer. It's like the memory has changed from 128K to 128G. Even what happened when he was a child in his previous life, Linu could easily recall it. This is a sign that your mental power has become extremely powerful. Feeling these changes, Linu couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. My mental power has become so powerful now. Wouldn't it be easy to learn spells by myself? Strange was able to become the Sorcerer Supreme in the previous life movie world because of his inherently strong mental power. But now, I know that my mental power is definitely stronger than Strange without any comparison. Linu thought to himself, it seems that I should take some time to go to Kamar Taj. Maybe after borrowing a few books there and reading them, I can become a powerful magician. Linu thinks this idea is feasible. The Marvel world is a world where multiple forces integrate. If you can become a magician, you can deal with more strange enemies. Even when the spell is powerful enough to a certain extent, you can use spells to deal with powerful guys like Dormamu. After thinking about it, I made a decision. But now, there is no need to worry. Linu has already felt that in the biochemical culture tank in his mind, the tracker he just acquired has undergone some strange changes. Its changes are similar to those of Linu, in that they are not changes in body shape, but there are changes in the brain. Only, after summoning the tracker, Linu found no change. Changes in the brain cannot be seen from the outside. However, there is something strange. There should be a parasitic life in the body of this first-generation tracker. Last time, Linu integrated Venom into the body of the first-generation tracker. But now there is no movement. Logically speaking, Venom is not a quiet guy. Linu hurriedly immersed himself in the body of the first-generation tracker. Suddenly, Linu was surprised again. He actually felt that there was an air mass similar to the one on Linu's body in the pursuer's brain. Moreover, the tracker's mental power has become extremely powerful. What excites Linu the most is that under the strong mental suppression of the tracker, the Venom was completely controlled. In other words, not only is the Venom unable to control the tracker's mind, but the tracker can control the Venom. Completely the other way around. Subsequently, Linu controlled the tracker's the god's telekinesis to move slightly, and the venom in the tracker's body instantly covered the surface of the tracker's body, turning into a huge amount of black monster. At this moment, Venom seemed to finally be able to speak. His tone was full of panic. Having been in the dark for several days, I originally saw the venom coming out and wanted to escape from the pursuer's body, but suddenly I found that my consciousness had been suppressed, and my body is completely controlled by this host. It freaked me out. What is going on? Where is this? Why can't I control my body? Just as he was able to speak, Venom asked 3 questions from his soul. But Linu didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense again. Linu controlled the tracker and directly put Venom's body back into the tracker's body. Now Venom has completely become a tool man. There is no active ability at all. Linu had no idea that the powerful mental power provided by the Dormamu gene could have such an effect. From this point of view, sending rioters to bring back its kind is definitely a very correct choice. When the time comes, if all these alien parasitic life forms are allowed to parasitize on the trackers, then they will have no choice but to be controlled by themselves. Red Queen notified Dr. Isaac and asked him to stop cloning the tracker and clone the new tracker. I will send him the new tracker in a moment. Linu hurriedly ordered to the Red Queen Road. Previously, Linu had arranged for Dr. Isaac to clone 1,000 first-generation trackers to prepare for parasitic alien life forms. But I didn't expect that the plan was not as fast as the changes. It seems that today's trackers can no longer be called the first-generation trackers. Although its appearance has not changed, its mental power has changed greatly. This spiritual power comes from Dormamu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Then, let's call it Dark Tracker. The name of the Dark Tracker has been named. Linu also went to the cloning laboratory and arranged for Dr. Isaac to re-clone the new Dark Tracker. And 100,000 were cloned at once. This time, Linu planned to let the cloning laboratory use up all the raw materials and clone Dark Seekers to a sufficient number. Calculating the time, the spacecraft going to the meteorite where the parasitic life is located will probably be able to return in a short time. The meteorite is not very far from the Earth. At that time, with the combination of parasitic life and Dark Tracker, the Umbrella Company's combat effectiveness will be further increased to a lot. There is a reason why Linu wants to improve the strength of the Umbrella Company as soon as possible. Because, according to Linu's estimation, Odin's life seems to be coming to an end soon. Without Odin's protection, Thanos should be coming to Earth soon. By then, it will not only be Thanos, but also his army of Vanguard. Without a strong army, it will be difficult to resist so many troops. But before Thanos arrives, Linu has one more thing to do. That is, establishing a new Umbrella Company base. The Marvel world is not peaceful, and Thanos is just a small boss. Not to mention the powerful beings in other universes, there are many powerful forces in the current universe. For example, the Kree Empire is one of them. In the Marvel Universe, there are 3 empires. They're the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire. Among them, the most aggressive one is the Kree Empire. Although the Kree Empire has not yet set its sights on the Earth, it is because Odin is still alive. If Odin dies, the 9 realms will probably be exposed to the sight of other forces. Thanos is just the first one, and there will definitely be other forces coming to Earth after Thanos. If you want the Umbrella Company to exist permanently, you must prepare in advance and build more alien bases. Not only can it make the existence of the Umbrella Company more stable, but can also serve as a springboard for the Umbrella Company to attack other planets. Linu is not prepared to let the Umbrella Company stay on Earth forever. Linu's statement that the Umbrella Company's goal is the stars and the sea is not just random bragging. All core members of the Umbrella Company, under Linu's order, gathered for the first time in a conference room in the Hive underground base in Raccoon City. This is the first time Linu has convened a meeting with all core members since he traveled through time. There are not many people attending the meeting, but they were all the core guys of the Umbrella Company. First, there is Linu's secretary, Alice, who can issue orders on Linu's behalf when Linu is absent. And then there is Weskier, the actual controller of all the armed forces of the Umbrella Company. There are also Dr. Isaac, the head of the cloning laboratory, Abigail, the head of the weapons research and development laboratory, and Alexia, the virus laboratory. In addition, there is Edward, the head of the engineering department of Umbrella Company. Edward is a man who is about 50 years old. He should be regarded as one of the elders of the Umbrella Company because he led the construction of almost all the Umbrella Company bases on the Earth. The expansion of the cloning laboratory was also handled by him. However, his status in the Umbrella Company is not as good as that of the previous laboratory directors. However, Linu also called him over today. Building a new base on an alien planet is impossible without Edward. Since everyone is here, let me talk about the theme of this meeting. Linu looked around everyone with a smile on his face and said slowly, "Our Umbrella Company's development on Earth has reached a bottleneck recently. Therefore, I decided to take the first step into the universe from now on, establish a new Umbrella Company base on an alien planet, and use the new base as a springboard to enter the universe." After hearing Linu's words, everyone present's eyes lit up. Although they had known for a long time that the Umbrella Company would never just stay on Earth, they never expected that this day would come so quickly. I have basically determined where the new base will be built. It is in a place called Vanah. The environment there is similar to that of Earth, but it is more suitable for living, and it is rich in minerals, water, and other resources. Now everyone needs to share their opinions and needs. Just when the Umbrella Company was ready to expand and enter the universe. Far away on the outskirts of the Andromeda Galaxy, millions of light years away from the Earth, a huge spaceship is floating quietly in the void of the universe. This spaceship is quite large, with a dark surface and a simple atmosphere. If Linu saw what this spaceship looked like, he would definitely name it. Holy Place Number 2. It's Thanos' spaceship. At the moment, inside the spaceship, Thanos is sitting on his throne, and at his feet, Supergiant, one of the 5 Obsidian generals, is reporting to Thanos. "Great Master, after my investigation, I found that Odin's divine power is declining at an accelerating rate. It is estimated that it will completely dissipate in no more than a month at most, and Odin's life will also come to an end. Supergiant has not appeared in the Marvel series of movies, but his role is the largest among the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos. He is a level universe scout and Thanos' biggest source of information. Some time ago, Supergiant was investigating news about Odin. Odin is Thanos' biggest obstacle to obtaining the Infinity Gauntlet. If Odin dies, Thanos can take action." After hearing Supergiant's report, Thanos' purple sweet face finally showed an excited smile. "Okay, let's start taking action. First destroy Xander and get the Power Stone." Thanos slowly stood up from the throne, his fighting spirit rising. Following Thanos' order, the huge holy place too flew towards the Xander star in the Andromeda Galaxy. A long time ago, the Guardians of Galaxy had sent the Power Stone to Xander and handed it over to the Nova Corps on the planet to protect the stone. 0. And now, Thanos is finally ready to get the gem. At the same time, in the palace of Asgard, Queen Frigga was looking at God King Odin with a worried look. Recently, Odin's physical condition has been getting worse and worse, and it seems that his end is not far away. Odin's body had been severely injured in previous battles. He had been using his divine power to suppress the injuries. Until now, his injuries seem to be somewhat unbearable. Seeing the worried look on Frigga's face, God King Odin smiled freely and said, "I am content with my life, and it's time to follow in the footsteps of my ancestors. It's just that after I leave, I'm afraid Thor's current power will not be enough to deal with the threats in the universe." Odin is most worried about his son Thor. Although Thor has grown rapidly in recent times, his strength is still not enough to protect the 9 realms. Especially, Odin knew that after his death, his daughter Hela would return to the underworld. Moreover, there has recently been a force in the universe, led by a Titan clan, that is killing people everywhere. Thor faces too many threats. Should we call Thor back? Frigga asked. Thor has been to Earth for many days, and he still doesn't know the news that his father is about to die. However, Odin shook his head and said, "There is no need to ask him to come back. I better go to Midgard myself. If that person can help Thor after I leave, Asgard and the Nine Realms will probably be able to survive this time safely." Crisis. After the Umbrella Company's general meeting was held, the entire Umbrella Company immediately took action. In addition to some superficial pharmaceutical and biotechnology businesses, other hidden sectors are all mobilized. The busiest one is definitely the engineering team. Under the leadership of Edward, hundreds of advanced team members, escorted by Weskier and his armed forces, went to Vanaheim through the portal built by Dr. Eric. As soon as they arrived here, everyone became excited. The air in Vanaheim is very sweet. There is a fresh smell everywhere. The surrounding environment is full of birdsong and flowers. It's like a paradise on Earth. Vanaheim was once very powerful, and the planet was inhabited by the powerful Vanah clan. However, the Warner Protoss and the Aesir Protoss are enemies, and the two sides are constantly fighting. In the end, the Asgard soldiers led by the father of God King Odin defeated the Trinity III clan of the Vanir god. Until now, the Warner Protoss has never appeared again. The entire Vanaheim was also plunged into chaos. The planet Vanaheim is countless times larger than the Earth, rich in resources and full of races. Various races dislike each other, so wars often occur. However, their technological level is very backward, and even their wars are quite primitive, so they did not cause much damage to the planet. The place where Edward's engineering team landed was exactly where Linu sent the remaining people of Wakanda last time. The people of Wakanda have been sent here for nearly a month. But after Edward, Weskier, and others arrived here, they found no traces of humans. Obviously, they were either killed or had left this place. With Weskier's protection, Linu didn't need to worry too much about the comfort of Edward and his engineering team, and allowed them to act on their own. Under the leadership of Weskier, the armed members of the Umbrella Company began to disperse and scout the nearby terrain. Edward and his team began to quickly explore the nearby geological conditions, and then discuss the construction plan for the Umbrella Company's first alien base. Just when the Umbrella Company was building large-scale civil engineering and preparing to build its first base on another planet. In front of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, an old man wearing a beige suit, white hair, and a black eye patch came. He doesn't look much different from the old people on the Earth. It seems that only the occasional flash of wisdom in his eyes can show his unique identity. God King Odin finally came to Earth in person. In front of the Umbrella Company headquarters building, Odin slowly walked into the door alone with a smile on his face. The receptionist at the bar at the door hurriedly stood up with a smile and asked, "Hello, old sir, what's the matter with you? Or are you here to see someone?" After all, the Umbrella Company is a big business, and the quality of the front desk girls is also very high. He didn't say anything bad to him because he was a one-eyed old man, but there was a hint of respect in his tone. Odin smiled softly and said, "I'm here to see your boss." As early as after Linu went to Asgard, Odin had learned about things on Earth. Through Thor and Heimdall's narration, we learned that Linu is a massacre version of a company called the Umbrella Company. But after hearing Odin's words, the front desk lady became a little serious. Not everyone is qualified to meet the boss of the Umbrella Company. Even those high-ranking congressmen have to register and line up if they want to see their boss. Not to mention just an old man. "Old sir, you got the right place. This is the Umbrella Company. If you want to see our boss, you need to make an appointment in advance," the lady at the front desk said politely. Odin wasn't angry. Instead, he said, "Then inform Linu that Odin is visiting." Odin came this time to ask for help from Linu, so he was prepared to follow the rules on Earth. I wasn't angry because the front desk lady stopped me. As the deadline approaches, Odin's temper seems to be much better than before. However, when the front desk lady heard Odin's words, her face showed confusion. "Old sir, you really got the wrong place. Our boss is Mr. Marcus, not the person you mentioned. We don't have anyone named Linu here," the front desk lady said embarrassedly. "He doesn't know Linu. Their boss is named Marcus." But at this time, Odin suddenly smiled again and said, "You don't need to notify me. He is already here." Following Odin's eyes, the receptionist looked back and immediately saw a bald man walking quickly towards this side with Ms. Alice, who had great power in the umbrella company, but did not know her position. The front desk lady has met Linu several times, but she doesn't know that this is her boss. In the umbrella company, only the group of people in the underground base know the real boss. Linu occasionally comes to the headquarters building and takes the private elevator directly to the top floor. It's normal for the people below not to know him. In addition, Linu keeps a low profile and doesn't want outsiders to know him. Therefore, all the employees in the umbrella company think that their big boss is Marcus. When Odin arrived in front of the gate of the umbrella company, Linu received the news from the Red Queen. Therefore, Lindsay immediately took Alice to the above-ground headquarters of the umbrella company. From a distance, Linu quickened his pace with a smile on his face. "God, why didn't you just notify me when you came, and why did you keep you waiting here for so long?" Linu originally wanted to call him God King, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. The title of God King is really too low-key. Apparently, Odin didn't want to make a big deal when he came. "It didn't take long, but I didn't expect that meeting you would be much harder than meeting me in Asgard." Odin joked. This sentence shows that the relationship between the two is very close. Indeed, when Linu went to Asgard last time, Odin was very friendly to Linu, and Linu still remembers that banquet. Linu smiled sheepishly and said, "I usually keep a low profile, and some people below don't know me. Come on, come and sit in my office." Linu greeted hurriedly. Odin 0.9 was not polite and followed Linu towards the special elevator. Alice also smiled slightly and followed. Although she didn't understand why Linu was so polite to an old man, and she didn't know who he was, but since Linu could treat him so seriously, he must be a very important guest. Alice would not dare to let other people serve tea and water to this kind of guest. Only if she appears in person can I feel relieved. After the 3 people left, the lady at the front desk was still confused. Ms. Alice, her position in Umbrella Company is very special. She had met her several times before, and even her boss Marcus was very respectful to her. But now, Ms. Alice turned out to be like the bald attendant, smiling apologetically while the two of them were talking. What are the identities of this bald man and this one-eyed old man? Just when the front desk lady stared blankly at the backs of Linu and others. Beside, a middle-aged man walked over in a hurry. The lady at the front desk turned her head hurriedly when she heard the footsteps and was suddenly startled. This person who arrived in a hurry turned out to be the boss of the umbrella company she thought was Marcus. The front desk lady hurriedly showed a flattering smile on her face. At Umbrella's above-ground headquarters, every employee knows Marcus. Moreover, the opportunities for them to talk to Marcus were few and far between. But now, Marcus was walking towards him, and the lady at the front desk immediately became nervous. "Hello, old boss," the front desk lady hurriedly called respectfully. Marcus was not angry. He smiled and said slowly to the front desk lady, "Remember from now on, if anyone comes to see Linu or Mr. Lin, they must treat them with the highest courtesy and notify me in time. Do you understand?" When Odin came to the front desk just now, Marcus was not far away. He naturally heard the conversation between Odin and the front desk lady. He originally planned to go over and greet him in person, but he didn't expect that his big boss actually came out. So he didn't go over to join in the fun. Hearing Marcus's words, the 14 front desk lady nodded ignorantly. There were a lot of puzzles in her heart. What is that, Mr. Lin? Why do even the bosses of umbrella companies value and respect them so much? "Boss, who is that Mr. Lin?" the front desk lady asked weakly. Hearing this question, Marcus said slowly, "His identity is not something you can ask. Just work hard." Marcus knew that Linu had always kept a low profile and did not want people to know his identity. And it was because of this that he was pushed to this apparent position. So, he could only continue to conceal Linu's true identity. Taking the elevator, Odin, Linu, and Alice arrive at the top floor of the Umbrella Company headquarters building. Here, there is only one calendar office. That's Linu's office. Although Linu doesn't come here often, Everything in the office is brand new, and someone will clean it every day. The environment of Linu's office is very good, with huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. You can have an overview of the entire Raccoon City. If you have better eyesight, you can even see New York City in the distance. Odin was instantly attracted by the scenery in front of him. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looked into the distance, and slowly sighed. I have to say, the scenery on Earth is indeed beautiful. Linu also smiled, took the glass of top-quality red wine handed over by Alice, and handed it to Odin. For the gorgeous universe, the scenery of the Earth is nothing. Linu said. Hearing Linu's words, Odin suddenly turned his head and looked at Linu. His eyes were full of wisdom. Mr. Lin's goal, it seems, is like this scenery. It is not limited to the Earth. Odin also had a smile on his face. He could see Linu's thoughts through Linu's words. And he seemed to see his own shadow in Linu. Today's Linu is high-spirited and seems to be somewhat similar to when he was young. But compared to his simple recklessness back then, Linu seems to be more steady. Perhaps Linu can go further than himself. Hearing Odin's words, Linu did not deny it. He looked through the huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows across Raccoon City and towards New York in the distance. This universe is indeed too big. As a native of Earth, I want to see more places. Immediately afterwards, Linu asked again, Is God King Odin coming to Earth this time to find your son Thor? Linu did not continue on the previous topic. Instead, he asked Odin why he came to Earth. In fact, Linu had already guessed some of it, but he just didn't say it out loud. According to the current development plot of a Marvel world, it seems that Odin's lifespan is basically coming to an end. Come to yourself at this time. The reason is obvious. No, I'm not here to see Thor, but specifically to see Mr. Lin. Odin said directly. The two slowly came to the sofa and sat down. This chat lasted for half a day. Even Alice was not present, just waiting quietly outside the door. Except for Linu and Odin, no one knew what the two talked about. Even Thor doesn't know. But what is certain is that the two must have reached some kind of agreement. Because when the two went out, Alice could see the same satisfied smile on the faces of Linu and Odin. It shows that both of them achieved their goals. After the chat, Odin declined Linu's invitation to have dinner together and left the Umbrella Company headquarters building. Although he came specifically to see Linu, he still wanted to see his son. After Thor came to Earth, he played around in the Umbrella Company, and then he didn't know where he went. Linu didn't pay too much attention. After Odin left, Alice couldn't help but ask, Boss, who is this person? If it were anyone else, I would definitely not dare to ask. But the relationship between Alice and Linu is not just that of a superior and a subordinate. Linu turned his head and looked at Alice, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Do you really want to know who he is? When Alice heard Linu's question, she still didn't understand. He was just an old man. How awesome could he be with a status of 173? Is it possible that he had a higher status than his boss? Alice nodded. Linu smiled and said, His name is Odin. Odin? Why does this name sound familiar? Huh? Odin, boss. Are you saying that he is the Odin in mythology? Thor's father? The king of God? Alice's face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, that person turned out to be the legendary god king in mythology. Oh my gosh. The most terrifying thing is that with his status, he actually came to visit his boss. Alice suddenly felt that after so many years of following her boss, she could no longer see through her boss. A few days later, on a seaside in Norway, Odin sat quietly on the grass by the sea, looking at the starry sky in the distance. It seems that through the endless starry sky, I can see the world where all the Aesir gods will go after death. There are the ancestors of the Aesir clan. Odin smiled and did not have any fear about the end of his life. Behind him, Thor stood silently. He already knew that his father's life was approaching. Therefore, Thor had a touch of sadness on his face. Father, is there no way I can extend your lifespan? Thor asked. Hearing his son's words, Odin smiled kindly. Why didn't he want to continue living? After all, there are people you love most in this world. His wife Frigga can live for another 1,000 years, and his son Thor is growing up rapidly. Even Loki has a lot of expectations in his heart. Although Loki is still imprisoned in Asgard's prison, he cannot be imprisoned forever and will be released sooner or later. However, after he left, there was no one to help him educate Loki. Although Frigga has a good relationship with Loki, maternal love and paternal love are completely different. Without a strong father, it may be difficult for Loki to return to the right path again. There is no chance. During these thousands of years of peace, I've already tried all the methods I should try. Odin said freely. There was literally nothing he could do about his own life. However, looking at his son Thor, he didn't have any regrets. You must remember what I say next. At this time, Odin suddenly became serious. He had some very important things to arrange with Thor. Upon hearing his father's words, Thor's face became solemn, and he hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen. After I leave, you have to take good care of your mother and younger brother, especially your younger brother, who is still very immature and needs you, the elder brother, to correct some of his mistakes. You have to shoulder the responsibility of being the elder brother. The universe we are in is so big. Even the 9 realms are only very small existences in it. And in this universe, there are countless powerful forces. They have been eyeing our 9 realms. I left if the news gets out. Many forces will definitely reach out to the 9 realms, and you'll be under a lot of pressure. But the other forces are not the most serious. The most serious thing is that you have a sister. Upon hearing the word sister, Thor's eyes immediately widened and his face was filled with shock. Do you have a sister? Why have I never heard of it when I grew up? Looking at the puzzled look on Thor's face, Odin shook his head slightly and said, In the first half of my life, I did a lot of wrong things and started many wars, and in those wars, your sister Hela was like Asgard's spear. Later I realized my mistake and wanted to correct everything, but your sister Hela was unwilling to stop the war, and her ambitions became bigger and bigger. So, I exiled her to the underworld. When he said this, Odin's face was filled with regret. Almost everything about Hela was caused by herself, and her ambition was also cultivated by herself back then. Handing owes too much to Hela. But for the sake of the people and stability of 9 realms and Asgard, he had to exile Hela to the underworld. However, immediately afterwards, Odin's expression became solemn again. Although I owe a lot to your sister Hela, after I leave, the power to seal the underworld will disappear, and she will most likely return to the world immediately. Do not let her return to Asgard. Her power is still there. Asgard will continue to grow without limit, and no one will be able to stop her ambition by then. Every word Odin said shocked Thor. Not only does he have a sister, but this sister is so powerful. Father, what should I do? Thor asked hurriedly. Although he has grown a lot recently, he is still not mature enough compared to Thor in Lin Yu's previous movies. Because of the influence of Lin Yu's appearance, many things he should have experienced did not happen. Hearing Thor's question, Odin suddenly raised his head and looked in one direction. His eyes seemed to have crossed the sea and arrived at Raccoon City. Odin originally didn't want to tell Thor about Hela. He had always felt that some things should happen and could not be avoided. But since meeting Lin Yu, he suddenly had other ideas. After I leave, the 2 most important things you have to do are to grow up as soon as possible, protect the 9 realms, protect the people of Asgard, and protect your mother 14. After a pause, Odin continued. The second thing is to stand firmly on the same front as Lin Yu. With Lin Yu's help, whether it is your sister Hela or other threats, they will be more vulnerable, easy to handle. After hearing his father's words, Thor couldn't help but nodded. He was deeply touched by Lin Yu's power. But, Odin went on to say, however, through my observation, Lin Yu is very ambitious and may make many enemies in the future, so this decision may be a double-edged sword. But in the future, you can only weigh the pros and cons and make decisions by yourself. Odin looked at his favorite son, gently reached out and patted Thor on the shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Odin's body suddenly turned into dots of starlight and began to float away in the wind. Thor was shocked when he saw this scene. My father actually left like this. He suddenly knelt on the ground, his face sad. seeing the little bits of starlight transformed into his father and floating into the starry sky. He couldn't help but shed tears. Asgard, the king of god Odin, finally left this world. At the moment, right after Odin's death, on the holy place too, which was slowly sailing in the void of the universe, Supergiant, one of the 5 obsidian generals, hurriedly came to Thanos again. His face lit up with excitement. The great master, Odin, the god king of Asgard, has passed away. Supergiant knelt on one knee and reported to Thanos on the throne. At the moment, Thanos is playing with the purple gem of the moment. After hearing Supergiant's words, a touch of excitement appeared on his face, and one hand suddenly clenched the purple gem in his hand. A fierce purple light shined through the gaps between his fingers, illuminating the entire room and turning it purple. Odin suddenly stood up, looked at the 5 obsidian generals under his command, and said, "Send my order, and the fleet will set off for Nidavellir." The huge holy place number 2 instantly turned on all its main thrusters and headed towards Nidavellir. Thanos has obtained the Power Stone in the hands of the Nova Corps. The next step is to find a weapon for this gem that can carry it. Thanos opened the palm holding the Power Stone, and goodly Zhao, there were already some burn marks on his palm. Without a powerful weapon to carry the Power Stone, even your own body cannot withstand the backlash of the infinite gems. At the moment, in the underworld, the most mysterious of the 9 realms, covered by endless darkness, a green figure suddenly stood up on a bone throne. Under her feet were all white bones. Hela has been exiled to this inhospitable place for more than 2,000 years. For more than 2,000 years, she has been waiting silently, waiting for the moment when the seal is lifted and he can return again. And this moment has finally arrived. A long time ago, she felt the seal loosening. She was ready for anything. With Odin's death, the seals finally disappeared. Hela's face also showed a long-lost smile. She slowly stood up from the bone throne, took a step forward, and her figure instantly disappeared into the underworld. Marvel Earth, Norwegian seaside. Thor was still kneeling on the ground, looking at the starry sky in the distance. There seemed to be an extra bright star in the starry sky. Although it was broad daylight, it looked bright and bright. Odin finally left this world. The person Thor admired and relied on the most was gone. He suddenly felt very lonely. Although his mother is still alive, his brother is also in Asgard, and his friends are waiting for his return. But in this world, his father is the person he loves most. At this moment, just when Thor was kneeling on the ground, missing his father, he suddenly felt some movement coming from behind him. It seems like someone is coming. Who will come over at this time and place? Thor didn't get up, just turned his head. A woman wearing green tights appeared in his sight. The woman had long black hair, dark eyeliner, and a half-smiling expression on her face. When he saw this woman for the first time, Thor knew who she was. It seems that there is a faint feeling in the blood. But Thor didn't expect that she would come so quickly. 160, as soon as her father left, she came to the earth. It seems that the old guy has finally returned to the embrace of the ancestors and gods. Hela raised her head, looked at the starry sky in the distance, and said slowly. She couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad. And at the moment, Thor also stood up from the ground. His eyes were fixed on the sister in front of him who was valued by his father. "Are you Hela?" Thor said coldly. If the original plot was to be followed, he would not have known how powerful his cheap sister was. But now, after Odin told him, he paid attention to Hela as soon as he saw her. After hearing Thor's words, Hela withdrew her gaze and looked at Thor. A smile finally appeared on her face. It looked like excitement, but more like taunting. "It seems that you are my poor brother." Hela smiled playfully. She still knew about this younger brother. Before she was exiled to the underworld, Thor was not yet born, but she was already pregnant. Pity? Why pity? Thor's face was still cold. Through her father's introduction, Hela has been completely classified as a bad guy in Thor's heart. Moreover, she does look a little different from the average Aesir. While the two were talking, Thor had quietly stretched out his hand, and a hammer flew rapidly from distance. He was ready for battle. "I'm afraid you have been deceived by that old guy from Odin for a long time. So you are pitiful. Definitely. The most pitiful thing about you is that you don't seem to understand the current situation clearly. Hela smiled coldly. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly moved quickly, just in the way of Mjolnir flying towards Thor. Thor was slightly startled. This woman actually stood in the way of Mjolnir. It's simply courting death. He directly stretched out a hand with his palm open and stared in the direction Mjolnir was flying from. Mjolnir's speed accelerates instantly. But just when Mjolnir was about to come behind Hela, something happened that horrified Thor. Hela turned around slightly and instantly grabbed Mjolnir with one hand, and Mjolnir was caught firmly by her. Thor's eyes suddenly widened. This hammer is his most powerful weapon. In this world, Thor only knows two people who can pick it up. One is himself, and the other is his father, the God King Odin. And now, Mjolnir is actually in the hands of Hela. Although Mjolnir has been shaking continuously, there is no way to escape from Hela's grasp. My poor brother, you're actually planning to use this weapon against me. Don't you know it was my weapon before? Hela smiled contemptuously. At this moment, the strength in her hand suddenly increased. Mjolnir shook even more violently, and 10 cracks suddenly appeared on Mjolnir. As the crack grew larger, a dazzling silver light was revealed in the crack. Immediately afterwards, the cracks became more and more like spiderwebs. Boom! The entire Mjolnir was crushed by Hela and turned into pieces. Seeing this scene, Thor seemed to have lost his soul, completely dumbfounded. Mjolnir is his most important weapon and his companion. In all previous battles, Mjolnir had been by his side, like his closest teammate. But now it has been destroyed, and it was easily crushed by one hand. Thor finally understood why his father wanted to talk to him alone about Hela before leaving. This woman is really too strong. Kneel down at the feet of your queen. Hela looked at Thor, who was a little distracted, and said coldly. These words instantly made the somewhat stunned Thor's expression turn serious. Kneel down? He is the legitimate prince of Asgard and the heir to the throne. How could he kneel at the feet of a woman? You actually destroyed my Mjolnir. You're really looking for death. Thor snorted coldly and punched Hela instantly. Without Mjolnir, his attacks look like street gang fights. It seems very funny. Hela's face suddenly showed a look of disgust. Odin is indeed an old fool, and the Asgard prince he trained is so unbearable. She waved her hand gently, and a long sword flew out from her hand. Instantly, it hit Thor's shoulder. Huge amounts of force directly took Thor flying far away. The sharp sword penetrated Thor's body directly, nailing Thor to a huge amount of rock. With just one shot, Thor, the so-called Thor, was seriously injured. Thor was immediately stunned. In terms of pure combat power and combat experience, Thor is no match for Hela. What's more, there is still no Thor of Mjolnir. Hela, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have much hope for her useless brother. She shook her head slightly and said slowly, You are so useless. Keeping you alive will only bring shame to Asgard. After saying that, Hela waved her hand gently, and an even bigger sword flew towards Thor's chest in an instant. She actually decided to kill her own brother. Watching the long sword magnify in front of your eyes, Yu Tianyuan is so sexy. But the long sword on his shoulder had pinned him to the boulder, making it impossible for him to dodge this attack. It seems that Thor is about to be killed by Hela's sword. But at this time, Thor suddenly saw a shield composed of golden lines appearing in front of him. The sword and shield connected, and a terrifying explosion broke out. After the explosion, the long sword fell to the ground, and the magic shield slowly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, beside Thor, a golden-framed portal slowly opened. A bald woman wearing yellow practice clothes walked out of the portal. When the golden shield suddenly appeared, Hela's face became serious. She still has some understanding of the profession of magician. On other planets in the universe, she has encountered the Sorcerer Supremes who protect other planets. Each of them possesses powerful magical power, and their strength is very terrifying. Hela once fought against supreme mages on other planets. Those Sorcerer Supremes have very strange combat methods and use a variety of powerful spells. Even Hela needs to be treated with caution. Moreover, Hela has been imprisoned in the underworld for thousands of years, and her strength has regressed a lot. Meeting a Sorcerer Supreme now is not a good sign. And, judging from the strength of the magic shield, this bald woman is probably the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, not an ordinary magician. I didn't expect that after I was exiled for 2,000 years, Midgard would actually have its own Sorcerer Supreme. Hela said slowly, looking at the Ancient One in front of her. There is a trace of solemnity on her face. Definitely just solemn. There is no fear. Hela has never been afraid of anything in her life. The most important thing is that after coming to Earth, she has begun to feel that her power is recovering rapidly. Those suppressed powers gradually return to her body. Although being on Earth is not like being in Asgard and cannot absorb the power of the Earth, if you can restore your previous power, there's still no big problem in dealing with a Sorcerer Supreme. The worst thing is just spending more divine power. And this time, the Ancient One, who had just walked out of the portal, slowly raised his head. The eyes she looked at Hela were full of vigilance. Although Hela does not know the Ancient One knows Hela's existence. The Ancient One once heard the legend of Hela countless times when he was adventuring in the universe. 2,000 years ago, Hela was almost more famous than Odin. Countless planets will tremble when they hear the name of Hela, the goddess of death. It can be seen that Hela was powerful at that time. I am the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, responsible for protecting the Earth. I hope you can explain your purpose. Ancient One asked slowly. She didn't want to start a war with Hela. This woman is so famous. Moreover, as long as she doesn't cause trouble on Earth, there is no need for the Ancient One to take action against her. But Ancient One still doesn't understand Hela too well. After hearing the Ancient One's question, Hela suddenly laughed. She has been in the underworld for too long, and his poor brother is too weak. Not enjoyable at all. Coupled with the effort of speaking just now, her strength has recovered a lot again. After hearing the Ancient One's question, she felt that she must let the people on Earth know her identity and strength. After all, in her time, the Earth was completely a vassal of Asgard. Kneel down and pay homage to your Majesty the Queen. From now on, I will regain control of Midgard on behalf of Asgard, and all life in Midgard will surrender under my feet. Those who don't surrender will die. Hela sneered and said to the Ancient One. This sentence made Ancient One dumbfounded. This woman is really too crazy. She is more arrogant than the Hela I have heard of before. He actually made himself kneel down? Ancient One's expression suddenly turned ugly. Although she didn't want to fight this crazy woman, she was really bullying her. As the only Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, Ancient One is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. In her hand, two fans composed of golden energy suddenly appeared, preparing for battle. Opposite her, Hela also had a sneer on her face again after seeing Ancient One's actions. With both hands, she gently wiped her hair from her forehead to the back. Suddenly, her hair turned into black antlers. This is her fighting form. It also means that she is ready to fight Gu with all her strength. Beside, Hela's long sword was nailed to Thor on the boulder, and Ba's long sword was pulled out from his body. One of his arms was completely disabled, but he still endured the severe pain, stood next to the Ancient One, looked at his sister Hela coldly, and made a fighting stance. After listening to the conversation between Ancient One and Hela just now, he had already figured out the identity of Ancient One. But now, he and Shur are on the same front. So, although he had no weapons and was seriously injured, he was still ready to continue fighting. People nowadays seem to have forgotten the consequences of going against the goddess of death. A black long sword appeared in Hela's two hands at the same time. This is one of Hela's most powerful abilities. She can use her divine power to condense long swords. As long as her divine power continues, there will be an endless supply of black long swords. Holding two black long swords, Hela slowly walked towards a nervous Thor and Tung San with a sneer on her face. Requesting flowers 0. The battle is about to break out. But at this moment, the accident happened again, just when Hela was about to kill these two guys who knew nothing about heaven and earth. Hela, who was walking towards the Ancient One and Thor, suddenly stopped. Her brows wrinkled slightly. Moreover, her eyes suddenly looked behind Ancient One and Thor. It seemed that something unexpected happened behind them. Seeing Hela's behavior, Ancient One and Thor also turned their heads cautiously at the same time and looked behind them with the corner of their eyes. They were both afraid that Hela would take the opportunity to take action, and they were also a little confused about what was happening behind them. However, when the two of them saw the figure quietly appearing behind them, a touch of excitement appeared on their faces at the same time. Although the Ancient One and Thor had never met each other before, both of them had been in contact with Linu. And they all know how powerful Linu is. And at the moment, the person who suddenly appeared behind them was Linu. After seeing Linu appear, the two suddenly stopped preparing to fight, slowly retreated, and came to Linu's side. "Mr. Lin," they both said in unison. "It seems I'm not too late. It's quite lively here," Linu said cheerfully with a smile on his face. Just when Hela descended from the underworld to the earth, the system in Linu's mind gave a reminder. Linu has been looking forward to Hela's arrival for a long time. For Hela, Linu didn't just want to get her genes. What Linu wants is Hela. "Who are you?" Hela asked coldly. The way Linu appears is very strange. The blue light looks a bit like a space gem. Moreover, judging from the performance of Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme and his younger brother Thor, this bald man who suddenly appeared is definitely not an ordinary person. Hela, who was originally very confident, suddenly felt a bad feeling in her heart. It seems that this Midgard and the Dacia, in my impression, have undergone earth-shaking changes. At this time, hearing Hela's question, Linu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Linu, the boss of the Umbrella Company. If you surrender to me, I can grant you immortality." Linu feels that he still lacks a thug, and Hela is a very good choice. Hela's face immediately turned ferocious after hearing Linu's words. In front of her, no one has ever dared to say such arrogant words. Even Odin wouldn't dare. A human from Midgard dares to be so disrespectful to the goddess of death. He is simply seeking death. "I originally wanted you to be my subordinate and spare your life, but now I have changed my mind. You will all die," Hela said coldly. She had just returned from the underworld, and she actually wanted to recruit some of her subordinates to help her. But it seems that none of the three people in front of me is a good choice. Anyone who dares to show his teeth in front of me must die. And at the moment, the Ancient One and Thor on the other side were standing next to Linu, secretly looking at Linu's expression. Since Linu came here, the two of them have completely regarded themselves as bystanders. It's like as long as Linu is here, they don't need 770 to do anything. Linu, on the other hand, still had a smile on his face and was not angry at all because of Hela's words. Linu knows that Hela has such a personality. It has always been like this in previous movies, which is one of the reasons why Linu prefers the role of Hela. Linu saw that Hela was about to take action and hurriedly explained, "You may have misunderstood me. I am not simply here to provoke you, but to tell the truth. My umbrella company is heading into the universe. If you can join my team, there will be countless battles waiting for you in the future. Moreover, I can also give you the command of all the troops, just like you did in Asgard. Even things that you can't do in Asgard, you can do in Umbrella Company." Linu looked at Hela with burning eyes, and his tone was very sincere. But Hela doesn't think so, although she could tell that this human bald man seemed to be speaking in a decent way, as the goddess of death and a god who wanted to conquer the entire universe. She had no intention of convincing others. In this world, no one has been able to surrender. Not even Odin back then. What's more, he's just the boss of a crappy company. Hela doesn't even know what a company is. Hela sneered again and said, "A group of ants really don't know how high the sky is." After hearing Hela's words, Linu knew that it seemed that he still had to show his strength in order to make the other party surrender. To put it simply, it has no effect on a strong person like Hela. At this moment, Linu turned his head, looked at Thor and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and asked slowly, "Are you going to take action, or shall I?" After all, these two people arrived first, and they're both his allies now. Out of respect for his allies, Linu asked before fighting. But, after hearing Linu's words, Thor hurriedly shook his head and took 2 steps back. "Come on, I'm no match for her," Thor said without hesitation. The injury on his shoulder caused one of his arms to become useless. If he wanted to recover, even with a strong body, it would probably take several days. And without the hammer, Thor's confidence is gone. Linu looked at Ancient One on the side again. Ancient One also slowly took 2 steps back. Her expression was a little strange, as if she was recalling the scene where she met Linu before. Although she was not afraid of Hela, she also knew that it would not be easy for her to defeat Hela. It might even tip over. After all, Hela's strength was almost equal to Odin 2,000 years ago. That is a proper level godfather. Although the Ancient One is also very powerful, Hela became famous too early. After 2,000 years, the Ancient One is worried that Hela will be even stronger. Instead of fighting for breath and taking risks, it would be better to stand behind Linu and watch the show. With Linu here, Hela probably won't get any good results. Looking at the 2 guys who had retreated behind him again, Linu showed a slight smile on his lips. What I said just now is indeed just considering the alliance relationship. Linu didn't really want to give up Hela to these 2 people. What's more, these 2 people seem to be no match for Hela. Hela, among all the movies in the Marvel world, is definitely a very powerful boss. Even Thanos would probably not be a match for Hela if he didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet full of gems. Linu took a step forward slowly. Looking at Hela with a cold face and holding 2 swords, he said, "Since you choose to fight, I can only make you surrender through force." As soon as Linu finished speaking, the 2 long swords in Hela's hands flew out instantly and flew towards Linu. Hela's face was full of anger. Whoever makes someone surrender cannot be said with words. The speed of the car with the long sword was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Linu in almost the blink of an eye. One stabbed Linu in the chest, and the other stabbed Linu in the face. And, just when the 2 long swords were about to stab Linu, Linu also saw Hela throw out the long sword again. Her combat experience is very rich, much better than Thor who is half-baked. As long as she takes action, she will not leave any room for the enemy to fight back. This is the experience she gained after leading the Asgard army to conquer countless planets. And, although she disdains what Linu said, Hela is not stupid. She can see Linu's strength from the performance of the Sorcerer Supreme and her brother. At the moment, just when the 2 long swords were about to stab Linu, Linu finally moved. He suddenly stretched out a hand, turned into an afterimage, and grabbed the long sword that stabbed his face. Linu's purpose is not just to defeat Hela. He needs to show Hela his strength, his invincibility. You must convince her before you can accept her as your subordinate. Seeing Linu move so fast, Hela was slightly surprised. Linu's hand completely turned into an afterimage, and even Hela could hardly see it clearly. But when she saw that Linu was only guarding one of the 2 long swords so carelessly, Hela became slightly excited. She felt that the other party was too trusting. The power of his long sword cannot be resisted by the human body. Even Odin, facing his own attack, must dodge with all his strength 1.4. As for that human, he just used his hand to catch his weapon and even ignored his other long sword that was stabbing his chest. This is totally asking for death. Seeing Linu's behavior, Hela even stopped attacking. There are 2 long swords in front, followed by 2 swords in the back. It seems that it should be enough. Time flies. When the first long sword touched Linu's palm and suddenly stopped in Linu's hand, Hela was suddenly startled. That bald human actually caught his sword with his palm. Hela's heart felt solemn. Her eyes also looked at the second sword flying towards the opponent's chest. Although he caught the first one, so what? The second one had already stabbed his body. Although Hela was surprised that Linu could catch his weapon with his bare hands. However, Hela is still very confident about the next weapon. After all, using your hands to pick it up means that the other person's palm is very hard, and there should be something fishy on the palm. But it seems a bit ridiculous to resist a flying sword with your chest. Moreover, from the corner of Hela's eye, she could see that the Supreme Master did not make any movements. If the Sorcerer Supreme takes action, he may have seen from the corner of his eye that the Sorcerer Supreme has not made any move. If the Sorcerer Supreme takes action, he may be able to use the power of magic to help the bald human in front of him block the long sword piercing his chest. But the Sorcerer Supreme didn't take action. Obviously, they must have been careless. In other words, because I believe in myself. In battle, being too conceited can lead to overturning. The corners of Hela's mouth were slightly curved. She already felt that victory was in sight. However, when the long sword pierced Lin Yu's chest, a dang sound suddenly came out. It's like two metals colliding together. What? Hela was shocked. When that man's chest collided with his own weapon, how could there be a sound of metal colliding? Could it be that he is wearing some kind of powerful metal armor? Hela guessed. But then, she denied her guess. Because Lin Yu's clothes were torn apart by the sword when it stabbed his chest just now. And through the cracks in his clothes, the muscles of Lin Yu's chest can be clearly seen. Crystal clear and white, just like jade. And, most importantly, there were no traces of anything on Lin Yu's chest muscles. Not even a little bit of skin is broken. Immediately afterwards, the other two long swords released by Hela also came to Lin Yu. The same one stabbed Lin Yu's chest, and the other stabbed Lin Yu's forehead. But this time, Lin Yu did not stretch out his hand again. In his hand, he was still holding the flying sword he had just caught. In Hela's horrified eyes, two more crisp sounds reached Hela's ears. Clang! Two long swords fell down in response. Lin Yu's chest was still intact. There wasn't even a single scratch on his forehead. Hela was completely dumbfounded. This kind of situation has never happened to her in thousands of years of life. There has never been any life that can resist his own sword with his body. Hela slowly took 2 steps back, and finally a look of fear appeared on her face. Lin Yu used her actions to let her understand the power of Lin Bao's defense. At this time, Lin Yu also slowly showed a smile, holding the first long sword shot by Hela in his hand, and gently scratched the ground. A clear scratch instantly appeared on the hard rock on the ground. This shows that it is not that Hela's sword is not sharp enough, but that Lin Yu's defense is simply abnormal. After so many improvements to the Biochemical Technology Tree, Lin Yu's defense is truly abnormal. Especially the last Dark Elf Curse Warrior. The defense provided to Lin Yu is really too strong. Coupled with the genes of other races, although defense is not the strongest point, it also provides a lot of defense bonuses. After taking it all together, Lin Yu's defense power was now extremely abnormal. Definitely, Lin Yu's daring to resist Hela's attack was not a reckless act. The first time Lin Yu's palm came into contact with a long sword shot by Hela, Lin Yu basically understood the intensity of Hela's attack. That's why I dared to resist the next 3 long swords. Everything is within Lin Yu's plan. And this time, Lin Yu suddenly said to Hela, "If you want to conquer the universe, your strength is not enough, and my umbrella company has a lot of technological strength that you can't imagine, which can greatly enhance your power. Now, I'll show you what a real attack is." Lin Yu's eyes suddenly revealed a glimmer of light. The strength of the body condensed instantly. The powerful force directly caused his feet to crush the rocks under his feet, and then he suddenly threw the hand holding the sword forward. Hela's long sword turned into a black stream of light and quickly attacked Hela. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly exploded. That speed was extremely fast. Hela suddenly realized with horror that she couldn't escape at all, because her eyes could not catch up with the figure of the sword. Too fast. Hela was shocked. It seems that in the next second, she will die under her own sword. Then, that sharp breath suddenly touched Hela's neck and shot behind Hela. Lin Yu's attack was not directed at Hela. Instead, it stuck to Hela's body and flew towards a hill behind Hela. Boom! The violent explosion sound reached everyone's ears. The Ancient One and Thor behind Lin Yu were stunned. At the same time, After hearing the violent explosion behind her and seeing the faces of Ancient One and Thor, Hela finally couldn't help but turned around slowly. Immediately, she understood why the expressions of the two people were so exaggerated. A few thousand meters behind Hela, a huge mountain peak that seemed to be hundreds of meters high collapsed. And in the distant sky behind the collapsed mountain peak, a small black that flew towards the distance, dragging a golden tail. He quickly disappeared from Hela's sight. That small black, that was clearly the long sword in Linu's hand just now. And that golden tail is a golden flame formed by the friction between the black sword and the air. Linu's attack is certainly powerful. After destroying a mountain peak, he still flew so far away. And it can generate flames by friction with the air, which shows that its speed must be quite terrifying. At least Hela couldn't get it to reach this speed, even if he tried his best. It's impossible now, and it wasn't possible when it was at its peak. Hela slowly turned around and looked at Linu again. At the moment, Linu's face remained as calm as before, with a smile like a spring breeze. It seemed like a trivial thing had been done. Hela finally understood the strength gap between herself and Linu. If that casual attack just now had landed on him, it would have penetrated his body instantly. Although Hela's defense is considered very strong in the universe, when faced with an attack of this level, her proud defense is no different than a layer of paper. Except for Hela, Thor's ability to accept is obviously much stronger. Both of them have seen Linu show his strength before. When in Asgard, Linu easily killed the cursed warriors of the Dark Elves. In Wakanda, Ancient One released 5 layers of magic shield and a layer of mirror space defense, but they were unable to block Linu's punch. And now, Linu's strength has increased a lot. The two of them were already a little numb to Linu's terrifying strength. Their eyes also turned from the mountain peak in the distance that had turned into a field of rubble to Hela. At the moment, Hela had no desire to fight Linu at all. After all, this gap cannot be overcome by hard work. How about becoming my subordinate and helping me lead the army? Linu extended an olive branch to Hela again. Before Linu took action, Hela would not consider this problem at all. In other words, if someone dares to say that he surrenders to him in front of him, Hela will definitely kill him without mercy. But now, the situation is somewhat different. Linu's strength is really too strong. Changdao Hela has no idea of fighting Linu. No matter whether it is attack or defense, Hela cannot match it. Hela's most powerful attack method is these long swords, but they cannot harm Linu at all. Linu's casual attack was completely beyond the ability of Hela to defend. In other words, in front of Linu, she had no chance of winning at all. Hela, who had been imprisoned for more than 2,000 years, just appeared in the outside world and met a pervert like Linu. She felt too much bitterness in her heart. Although Linu seems to be smiling and peaceful now, Hela knows that if she rejects the other party, he will definitely not look like this again. Hela was extremely confused in her heart. Should we give up our freedom and surrender to the super powerful man in front of us? Or should we find a way to escape? It is impossible to fight. It is impossible to win. Now Hela only has 2 choices: surrender and find a way to escape. But it would be difficult to escape. Moreover, judging from the situation when the other party came here just now, the other party should have a space gem on his body. Even if he escapes, he will probably be caught up. After enduring more than 2,000 years of loneliness, Hela really didn't want to die. At this moment, just when Hela was deep in thought, thinking about what to do, Linu spoke again. With a smile on his face, he said slowly, "How about you stop making a decision in a hurry? I will take you to see my company, and it won't be too late to make a decision." Linu's words made Hela's eyes light up. It's better not to be in a hurry to make a decision. Now she is undecided on hesitation. Hela nodded slightly, and the confusion on her face calmed down a little. At this moment, Linu looked at Ancient One and Thor and asked, "Are you two going to be my guests?" Ancient One shook her head. She had been stimulated a lot by Linu recently and was going to return to Kamartaj to continue to improve and practice. Thor, on the other hand, nodded excitedly. The relationship between Thor and Linu is still good. In addition, my sister's problem seems to have been solved, so it is a good choice to go back and play with Linu. And the most important thing was that Thor seemed to have something wrong with the way his sister looked at Linu. Although this cheap sister took action against herself and wanted to kill herself, but she is indeed her own sister. If something happened between her and Linu, wouldn't they become relatives? In that case, can Linu, a big backer, still be able to escape? A new idea suddenly appeared in Thor's mind. Subsequently, the Ancient One turned around and opened the portal, bid farewell to everyone, and returned to Kamartaj. Linu, on the other hand, put one hand on Thor's shoulder and the other hand on Hela's shoulder. However, before Linu's hand touched Hela's body, she hurriedly dodged back. Her eyes were full of vigilance. After living for thousands of years, no other man has touched me except Odin. Even if Odin touched him, it was only when he was a child. After all, the title of Goddess of Death is not for nothing. However, Hela knew that Linu definitely had no other agenda. He probably wanted to teleport himself away. Moreover, if Linu really wanted to catch him, it would be impossible for him to escape. At this moment, Linu didn't expect Hela to avoid it. He was a little surprised, but then I thought about it and felt relieved. Although Hela is a bit older, she fights and kills all day long, and has such a strong personality that she probably has never been in contact with any men. However, how can you use the space gem without touching your body? Linu looked at Hela helplessly and then stretched out his hand. This time, Hela seemed to understand what Linu meant. There was no dodge again. However, when Linu's hand touched her shoulder, Linu could clearly feel Hela's body trembling slightly. Some resistance, but at least this time I didn't hide anymore. Linu is also quite embarrassed. After all, the 1,000-year-old goddess of death had her shoulders dropped by me. Ahem. Linu coughed twice for some reason. It seemed to relieve his embarrassment. However, it seems to be even more embarrassing, especially when Linu saw Thor on the side looking at him with a lewd expression, as if he had done something bad. Linu simply stopped thinking about it. As the blue light flashed, the three figures disappeared. Linu did not take out the Tesseract in his hand. He found that the Tesseract could be used easily even if it was in his own biochemical culture tank, without having to hold it in his hands at all. This makes it a lot more convenient. At the same time, on the training ground at Umbrella Corporation's Hive Underground base in Raccoon City, the figures of Linu and 3 others suddenly appeared. It startled hundreds of armed members of the Umbrella Company who were training. But when they saw that the person coming was Linu, they immediately relaxed. Everyone hurriedly lined up and stood in front of Linu. Although Weskier is not here, the consciousness and quality of these guys are still very high. And at the moment, Linu nodded with satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Hela's side. Linu's hand has been retracted, but Hela still seems to have not recovered, and she doesn't know what she is thinking. Look at my soldiers, how are they? Linu asked softly. Hearing Linu's words, Hela suddenly came back to her senses, hurriedly raised her head, and looked at the Umbrella Company soldiers opposite. Upon seeing this, Hela's expression suddenly changed slightly. As the goddess of death, she is not only powerful, but also has great eyesight. She could see that these warriors seem to be very strong, even stronger than the warriors of Asgard. Logically speaking, the humans in Midgard should not be so strong. At this time, Linu seemed to see the shock on Hela's face, turned around and said to the soldiers, Qian Zhao, the first 2 come out and show me your strength. Linu gave an order, and 2 soldiers suddenly walked out from the front of the team. One of them came to the training equipment and easily lifted a huge amount of barbell with one hand. That barbell looks like it weighs at least 1,000 pounds. The metal rod in the middle of the barbell was bent, but the soldier seemed very relaxed. The other one came to a sandbag made of vibranium nets and punched out, causing a violent explosion in the training ground. This punch, both in terms of speed and power, is quite terrifying. Even in Asgard, there are no such powerful warriors. Hela was completely stunned. Why are these people so strong? What a scary cabinet. Hela felt that even if she fought hundreds of them, she would probably have little chance of winning. How many are there? Hela asked weakly. Linu smiled slightly and said, 10 million. 10,000. Hela was slightly surprised. There are actually 10,000 such powerful warriors. If it could really be left to me to control, then I would definitely be able to make them famous throughout the universe. Hela's eyes suddenly flashed with desire. Although she is a woman, she is a little different from ordinary women. What she likes most are powerful warriors, the stronger the better. Although in her heart, she was still unwilling to become Lin Yu's subordinate. But after seeing these powerful warriors and hearing the number 10,000, she was already imagining the scene when she commanded these warriors. That will definitely make you invincible. If his pet griffin is still there and charging ahead, then he will definitely be able to conquer more planets. Hela felt a little excited just thinking about it. But when she looked at Lin Yu and suddenly found that Lin Yu was also looking at her, her face quickly returned to calm. Lin Yu is still his enemy now. How can you show excitement in front of the enemy? Doesn't this allow the enemy to understand his thoughts? Wrong. Why do you have such thoughts? She is the goddess of death and an Asgard Protoss. How could 387 become the subordinate of an ordinary human in Midgard? Impossible, absolutely impossible. While thinking about it, Hela's mood became cold again. On the other side of Lin Yu, Thor was not only a little surprised after seeing the strength of these warriors. It turns out that Lin Yu is not only so powerful, but he also has so many powerful subordinates. You said there are 10,000 such warriors in your umbrella company? Thor asked in shock. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Is it more than 10,000? On Earth, 10,000 soldiers are nothing. After all, the number of humans on the entire Marvel Earth exceeds billions." Thor nodded slightly and said weakly, "Definitely more." What he didn't say was that in his hometown, the total number of soldiers in Asgard was less than 10,000. This is not too much. I will let you see what real abundance is later. Lin Yu said lightly. Hela also became a little confused after hearing Lin Yu's words. Could it be that he has more powerful warriors under his command? There was a hint of expectation in Hela's heart. If there really are stronger and more warriors, maybe it would be good to work under him. However, after Lin Yu said this, Thor's expression was a little different. He seemed to have thought of something. A hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "You're not going to take us to see those biological monsters, are you?" Thor asked hurriedly. During the Battle of New York, he had seen those terrifying monsters. Whether it is a Thunder Licker or a Frost Hunter, each one is very powerful in combat. And the scariest thing is the big guy. That strong guy could even knock away a huge Leviathan beast with one punch. During the Battle of New York, Thor didn't know Lin Yu yet, so he was just very shocked by those terrifying biochemical monsters and didn't know much about them. But those biochemical monsters left a very deep impression on Thor. He is also looking forward to knowing how many kinds of terrifying monsters Lin Yu has now. Biochemical monster? Hela said to herself in a low voice. She had never heard the term. She knew the word monster, but she didn't know what a biochemical monster was. This word should be unique to the Earth. Lin Yu smiled softly, seeming to be somewhat satisfied with the performance of the two of them. Then, Lin Yu said to the armed members of the Umbrella Company, standing in a neat square formation, "Disband." Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu turned around and walked towards the elevator nearby. Thor, on the other hand, hurriedly followed. Hela also hesitated a little and followed Thor. What is a biochemical monster? 2 minutes later, the three took the elevator, then walked for a while, and finally arrived at the Umbrella Company's cloning laboratory. Without Lin Yu's instructions, when she walked to the laboratory door, the Red Queen automatically opened the door. The cloning laboratory is very large, and various experiments are going on inside. However, it was not these experiments that Lin Yu wanted Hela to see. The few people continued to walk forward, and finally, after passing a long corridor, they came to a door with even bigger amounts. This door cannot be opened by the Red Queen on its own. Lin Yu must issue an order before the Red Queen can open it. Following Lin Yu's order, the thick metal door in front of him finally opened slowly. As soon as he walked in, Lin Yu heard two exclamations from behind him. Thor, Thor, and Hela, the goddess of death, were stunned by the battle in front of them. After they walked through the door, what appeared in front of them was a huge amount of space. It was so huge that they thought they were in space. In front of them is a cylindrical building with huge amounts. This cylinder is very large, and its diameter is estimated to be at least several kilometers. And it's bottomless. In the center of this cylinder, there are many corridors connecting the outer walls of the building. On the walls of this cylindrical building, there are rooms with the same file size. Each room is about 5 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide. The doors to the room are all made of glass, and you can see what's going on inside through the glass. This is Umbrella Company's latest expanded biochemical species cultivation warehouse. Every glass room is a cultivation warehouse. Through the glass of the culture chamber, you can clearly see a biochemical monster inside. Moreover, in the nearest training warehouse in front of Hela and Thor is the tall Cursed Tyrant. 100,000 Cursed Tyrants were neatly arranged in those breeding warehouses. Quite shocking. When Thor saw this, he felt his heart start to beat wildly. He knows the strength of those big guys best. Each of them is extremely powerful. But now, in front of him, there are simply countless such powerful monsters. He couldn't even count how many there were. Moreover, if you look down the barrel-shaped building in front of you, you can't see where its bottom is. Thor even suspected that the Umbrella Company had directly dug through the entire Earth. Are these the kind of monsters that fought the Chitauri army at that time? Thor asked with a trembling voice, pointing to a cursed tyrant sleeping in a biochemical species cultivation warehouse not far away. He already understood why his father, before leaving, told him that he must maintain a good relationship with Linu. Even though Odin knew that Linu had the ambition to attack the entire universe, he firmly let Thor stand by Linu's side. Only now did Thor understand his father's good intentions. He is not simply because of Linu's personal strength, but part of the reason must be because Linu holds this terrifying power in his hands. At this time, hearing Thor's question, Linu smiled slightly and said, "Yes, but also no." During the Battle of New York, his tyrant was still the first-generation tyrant. But these current tyrants have been replaced twice. The strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Linu's words made both Thor and Hela a little confused. What is yes and no? Linu could only explain again. They are indeed the same kind of biochemical monsters, but compared with the Battle of New York, they have evolved twice, and their strength is much stronger than what you saw back then. Hearing Linu's explanation, Thor's face showed a look of shock again. At that time, the tyrant was already quite powerful, but he did not expect that his strength would increase twice more. Hela was still in shock and had not recovered. She thought that 10,000 such powerful warriors were already quite terrifying. But he didn't expect that Linu would have such a terrifying monster under his command. Although those monsters are not moving in the training warehouse, you could tell how powerful they are just from their appearance. Could it be that he is planning to put so many biological monsters under his control? Hela couldn't help but guess. At the same time, she roughly understood the meaning of the name biochemical monster. It's probably a word that says these monsters are ugly. However, in Hela's mind, she doesn't care about ugliness, as long as she is strong enough. However, just when Linu was about to say something, the Red Queen's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Boss, Alice asked me to inform you that the spacecraft carrying the parasitic life has returned and is expected to arrive on Earth in half an hour, landing near the suburbs of San Francisco." Upon hearing the news, Linu's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. The parasitic life is finally here. That means that your trackers can integrate those parasitic life forms. Linu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Now that the parasitic life has arrived, Hela can completely control these trackers who have integrated the parasitic life. After all, after their minds were affected by the Dormamu gene, they became smarter than other biochemical monsters and could fully understand Hela's commands and orders. Coupled with powerful parasitic life forms, their strength and intelligence will be the strongest among all their biological monsters. At the moment, after seeing these biochemical monsters, hesitation appeared again in High Exine. If Linu was really prepared to let her control so many powerful warriors, she would find it difficult to refuse. Although becoming Linu's subordinate was not the ending she liked, she had no choice in the first place, and it seemed that being under Linu would allow her to realize her own value. Adding these 2 points together, Hela's original persistence has been somewhat shaken. However, at this moment, Linu suddenly said, "Although these biochemical monsters are very strong, they are not prepared for you. Their IQs are not high. I have prepared some more powerful and highly intelligent warriors for you. Come with me," Linu said with a smile. Although Hela was a little surprised, she still followed quietly. When she saw the true power controlled by Linu, she was already much more proactive than before. Thor followed him quietly. He also wanted to know what kind of power Linu had in his hands. After walking for a while, Linu and the others came to a new gate. When the gate opens, it looks like a subway station. In the subway station, there were many Umbrella Company employees waiting quietly. The Umbrella Corporation built a vast network of underground trains throughout the United States, with the San Francisco Life Foundation being controlled by the Umbrella Company. During this time, the underground train to San Francisco was also open to traffic. You could have taken the two of them to teleport using the Tesseract, but in order to let Hela better understand the Umbrella Company, Linu did not use the Tesseract this time, but chose to take the underground army. In this waiting room, all the Umbrella Company employees hurriedly saluted after seeing Linu's arrival. Unlike the employees in the above-ground headquarters, the employees working in the underground base still know the big boss Linu. Soon, the underground train stopped in front of everyone. All the employees did not move, waiting quietly for Linu to get on the bus first. Linu, smiling and waving to all the employees, also came to the car. Thor, and Hela followed. Immediately afterwards, the train headed quickly towards San Francisco. The train is very fast and uses high-speed train technology independently researched by Umbrella Company. It only took less than half an hour to arrive at the basement of the Life Foundation headquarters in San Francisco. Taking the elevator, the three of them came to the control room where the spacecraft landed. At the moment, Alice has been waiting here quietly. Seeing Linu arriving, Alice hurriedly greeted him. "Boss!" Alice shouted happily. "How's it going? How long until landing?" Linu asked. Alice reported hurriedly. "There are only 3 minutes left before landing, and the landing location has basically been calculated." Linu nodded with a smile, and then said, "Ask Weskier to take the people and clean up the idle people around the site. Except for the armed forces and core members of the Umbrella Company, no one else is allowed to come within 10 kilometers of the landing cabin." After thinking about it, Linu said again, "All camera equipment is not allowed to be brought in. In addition, the network signal near the landing point should be blocked. No one is allowed to report the situation in the landing cabin this time." Linu doesn't want others to know about parasitic life. Although no one on Earth can stop the power of the Umbrella Company, Linu still wants to keep a low profile. Developing silently is the way to go. Soon, a team of Umbrella Company armed forces led by Weskier appeared on the big screen in the command room. There are about 2,000 people in this team. It quickly controlled a 10-kilometer radius near the landing point and drove away all nearby residents. 2 minutes later, finally, a landing cabin trailing flames appeared in the sky. This landing cabin was much larger than the first landing cabin of the Life Foundation at that time. It is completely designed to bring back more parasitic life from space. After seeing that the landing cabin landed safely on the ground, Linu grabbed Hela and Thor's shoulders again and disappeared into the command room in an instant. Alice didn't follow because she still needed to be in the command room. It can be seen on the big screen in the command room that Linu and 3 others have appeared next to the landing cabin. At this time, Weskier had also led his men to Linu's side. Immediately afterwards, the landing bay door opened. A huge creature walked out of the landing cabin. It is the Cursed Tyrant who was parasitized by the Riot. Riot controlled the body of the Cursed Tyrant and came to Linu. The look on his face looked like he was smiling, but he didn't seem to be able to control it very well. A hoarse voice also came from the Cursed Tyrant's throat. "Boss, I'm back, and I brought back 30,000 of my companions." Riot said excitedly. 30,000 is enough. After all, the size of the spacecraft is limited. Although this spacecraft was built to bring back more parasitic life forms, the number of 30,000 has already filled the entire landing bay. During these days sailing in the spaceship, Riot thought about many things. The final decision was to surrender completely to Linu. After all, its life is now in Linu's hands, and there seems to be no other way to follow Linu wholeheartedly. Now that he has decided, he is ready to perform well. But 360, it's not certain whether his companions can follow Linu wholeheartedly. After the riot came out, no one appeared in the landing cabin. The 10 human astronauts from before have all become food for the riots. Okay, Linu said lightly. Linu is still very satisfied with the performance of the riots. Immediately afterwards, under Linu's order, Weskier led his men into the landing cabin and lifted out countless glassware from inside. In every glass vessel, you could see a mass of slime-like creatures, slowly squirming. Parasitic life cannot survive alone for long. This glassware was designed by the Life Foundation at that time to allow parasitic life to survive. Weskier ordered his men to carry the glass vessels containing the parasitic life and deliver them to the Umbrella Company's special transport vehicle. 30,000 parasitic beings slowly moved towards the San Francisco Life Foundation headquarters. Afterwards, they will take the underground train and return to the Umbrella Company's Raccoon City Hive underground base. After welcoming the parasitic life, Linu soon returned to the Hive underground base with Thor, and Hela, and came to the cloning laboratory again. At the moment, Dr. Isaac, the head of the cloning laboratory, was already waiting excitedly. Seeing Linu arriving, Isaac hurriedly asked, "Boss, I heard that 30,000 parasitic beings have arrived?" As one of the core members of the Umbrella Company, Isaac naturally knows about parasitic life. Linu smiled and nodded. Then he said to Isaac, "There are actually 30,000 parasitic life forms." Then increased the number of trackers to 30,000, which exactly corresponds to the number of these parasitic life forms. After hearing Linu's order, Isaac hurriedly agreed. After a while, all 30,000 parasitic beings were sent over. Linu, along with Hela and Thor, personally watched the integration process of 10,000 trackers and 10,000 parasitic life forms. Even though Hela and Thor are well-informed, they have never seen such a strange combination. One is a disgusting, slime-like creature, and the other is an equally ugly and disgusting biochemical monster with many tentacle-like things growing all over its body. The two combined together look even more evil. Since the dark trackers integrated Dormamu's genes, the parasitic life forms that entered their bodies had no chance of resistance and were completely controlled by the tracker's own will. The combination of the two is completely dominated by the tracker. Even after the transformation, the parasitic life has no control over the tracker's body. Finally, with the cloning laboratory going all out, a few hours later, 10,000 dark trackers and 10,000 parasitic life forms were combined. And Linu finally showed a smile on his face. This should be the most powerful team in the Umbrella Company. Immediately afterwards, under Linu's order, 10,000 dark trackers who had integrated parasitic life, plus the rioters who had long been integrated into the body of the Cursed Tyrant, all came to the largest training ground in the Hive underground base. This training ground was specially built for these huge biochemical monsters, so 10,000 dark trackers could be completely released at the same time. At the moment, Linu stood quietly in front of 10,000 dark stalkers. Beside him, Thor and the goddess of death Hela still had a little shock on their faces. Riot stood together with the 10,000 of his men, quietly waiting for Linu's speech. At the moment of the riot, I had completely thought through it and completely regarded myself as Linu's subordinate. Even if it had discovered that its own kind could no longer control its own body after entering the bodies of those monsters, it did not have any doubts. Although Riot was the leader of these parasitic life forms, and those parasitic life forms were all of his own race, he still chose to live in the face of the danger to his own life. After these few hours of busy work, Hela finally understood the Umbrella Company better. The power of this company even judging from her status, is quite terrifying. Just the sight of these biochemical monsters standing in front of him was enough to shock Hela. After experiencing this, the stubbornness in her heart has basically disappeared. Facing Lin Yu's terrifying personal strength, coupled with the huge and invincible foundation of the Umbrella Company, Hela has completely given up in her heart. And at the moment, Lin Yu turned his head, looked at Hela, and finally extended his olive branch again. This army of 10,000 Dark Trackers is the most powerful army under my command. Although there are only 10,000 Dark Trackers now, the company's cloning laboratory is continuing to clone new Dark Trackers on a large scale. It is expected that 20,000 new Dark Trackers will appear in 5 or 6 days. Moreover, this is not the end. There will be more biochemical armies in the future. There are at least millions of parasitic life forms, and they will all become your subordinates by then. 17. Lin Yu pointed to Riot standing at the front again and said slowly, "Its name is Riot, and it is the leader of these parasitic life forms. If you're willing to become a member of the Umbrella 1.9 company, it will be your deputy. Help you command the most powerful team of this Umbrella company." Lin Yu's tone was sincere. After saying that, he only looked at Hela quietly, waiting for her reply. In the team of Dark Pursuers, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Riot also hurriedly knelt down on one knee to express his loyalty. "Yes, boss. I will assist this lady well and serve the Umbrella Company and the boss." After the Riot devoured those astronauts, they also learned a lot about the rules on Earth. That's why he behaves so humanely. Lin Yu was also very satisfied with Riot's performance and nodded slightly while looking at Riot. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu turned his head again and looked at Hela, waiting for her answer. Looking at Lin Yu's burning eyes, Hela actually already had the answer in her heart. After seeing Lin Yu's terrifying strength, she no longer had the heart to resist. Then she saw the powerful army under Lin Yu, and a ripple appeared in her heart. This is a question that cannot be denied. Rejection is death. If you don't refuse, you will lead a powerful army under Lin Yu and be able to conquer the entire universe. Without Lin Yu's introduction, Hela already understood Lin Yu's ambition. Such a huge army is definitely not used to fight civil war on Earth. This Earth cannot accommodate so many terrifying warriors. Then there is only one reason. Lin Yu's goal is definitely the entire universe. Same as your goal, even more arrogant and powerful than himself. "Okay," Hela said firmly. "Now that you've decided, don't hesitation. This is the real goddess of death, Hela." Hearing this answer, Lin Xiu suddenly laughed loudly. The joining of Hela will elevate the strength of Umbrella Company to a higher level again. At this moment, seeing that Lin Yu and Hela had reached a consensus, Thor finally felt relieved. Thor was still very afraid of his sister. After all, she casually crushed her own Mjolnir and almost killed herself. Now, since she surrendered to Lin Yu and became a member of the Umbrella Company, everything would be fine. Lin Yu is still trustworthy. After all, this was something that his father had specifically told him before his death. "Lin Yu, I'm going back to Asgard," Thor said weakly to Lin Yu. His expression became a little lonely. He had been nervously concerned about Hela's affairs just now, so he had no time to think about his father's death. Now that the matter was resolved, his mood became sad again. Lin Yu also understood that Thor, who had just lost his father, must be very sad. He walked over and patted Thor's shoulder gently, and then said, "Go ahead, let me know if you need my help in the future." Lin Yu's words are very sincere. After all, an agreement has been reached with Odin. Moreover, Thor is really pitiful. Later, Lin Yu arranged for Alice to bring Thor to the ground. On the ground, Thor silently chanted Heimdall's name in his heart, and a Bifrost suddenly appeared, teleporting Thor back to Asgard. In the Umbrella Company's Raccoon City Hive underground base, Lin Yu still felt very excited looking at Hela beside him. In previous movies, Lin Yu's favorite villain was Hela. Lin Yu has always been brooding about her death, and now it is finally a dream come true. "Come on, let me show you our company," Lin Yu said with a smile. Hela has just joined Umbrella Company and doesn't know enough about Umbrella Company yet. Later, Lin Yu took Hela to visit the Umbrella Company. Linu took Hela to visit the cloning laboratory, the virus laboratory, the weapons research and development laboratory in Wakanda, and even the unfinished new base of Vanaheim. When arriving at Vanaheim through the portal, Hela was shocked again. What she didn't expect was that the Umbrella Company's sphere of influence had already extended beyond the Earth. Vanaheim's base is quite large. Although it has not yet been completed, some clues can already be seen through the prototype of the base currently under construction. After returning from Vanaheim, Linu arranged for Alice to take Hela to settle down again. After all, Hela will live in an Umbrella Company from now on. Rooms and offices still need to be arranged. And Linu, after returning from Vanaheim, handed the Tesseract to Dr. Eric again. Vanaheim's work also requires transporting supplies on the Earth through portals. The portal needs to continue to exist stably. Linu was very lucky to be able to win over Dr. Eric at that time. With him, the Umbrella Company can better develop bases outside the Earth. By the way, is Dr. Ku's parasitic life running on the surface? Linu asked. The spaceship that carried the rioters to his hometown was not just to bring back these 30,000 parasitic beings. The spacecraft also carries a locator made by Dr. Eric. When the spacecraft landed, the locator was quietly placed in the Riot's hometown. Dr. Eric nodded and said, "It has been set up. If you can detect the position of the locator, you can use the locator to open the portal to there at any time." Hearing Dr. Eric's words, Linu smiled and nodded. In this case, there will be no need to waste time and money to launch spaceships in the future. When you need parasitic life, you only need to open the portal. Well, don't open that portal easily. I will notify you specifically if necessary. Linu ordered. On the other side of the portal are millions of parasitic life forms, and Linu doesn't want them to sneak in quietly. If they are needed, they must be arranged in advance. At the same time, in the universe, the huge Holy Place 2 spacecraft also came to Nidaville among the 9 realms. Nidaville is built from many metal rings surrounding a dead fixed star core. This is the home of Dwarf. At the same time, the dwarfs are also protected by Asgard and can survive as blacksmiths in the universe. But when Thanos arrived with the 5 obsidian generals and his army, the dwarfs did not wait for reinforcements from Asgard. At the moment, the people of Asgard were all immersed in sadness. They all already know about Odin's death. Before Thor came back, they had already felt the fall of the God King. All the people of Asgard participated in this grand mourning event. The Prince of Asgard, the next God King Thor, also returned to Asgard just as the mourning activities were about to begin. Even Heimdall, he left his post. The entire Aesir clan misses Odin. Therefore, Heimdall, who was responsible for monitoring the entire 9 realms, did not discover Nidaville's situation in time. At the moment, Thanos looked at the dwarf king Ai Chue, who was taller than him, with a cold smile on his face. "Help me build a weapon that can hold 6 infinite gems at the same time, and I won't kill you," Thanos said coldly. Beside him was an endless army of Vanguard guards, an army of hundreds of thousands, facing the dwarf clan with a total population of only a few thousand people, occupies huge amounts of advantage. At the moment, while listening to Thanos' words, the dwarf king raised his head and looked in the direction of Asgard. Thanos has arrived, but Asgard's reinforcements have been silent. Asgard promised to protect itself. King Dwarf was anxious and angry, but he didn't dare to fight Thanos at all. The dwarf king never met Thanos. The dwarf clan is no longer a warlike race. Their favorite thing is to forge weapons, and their forging ability is very famous in the universe. Many other races in the universe come to them to forge weapons. At that time, I also caused a lot of trouble. However, since surrendering to Asgard, the lives of the dwarfs have gradually calmed down. Under the protection of Odin, the reputation of the dwarf family in the universe has gradually faded. No one dares to provoke the dwarf clan anymore. After all, Odin's strength back then was considered quite powerful even in the entire universe. There are very few people who dare to challenge Odin. So, since then, the dwarf family has lived a fairly simple and peaceful life. There is nothing to do every day except completing the tasks given by Asgard. This kind of life is very good. But at the same time, the combat effectiveness of the dwarf family is getting worse and worse. They used to be brave and good at fighting, but now they have long forgotten how to fight. Facing Thanos' army, King Dwarf finally realized the weakness of his people. In particular, King Dwarf saw the faint purple light emanating from Thanos. The well-informed dwarf king naturally recognized what it was. The power gem is purple. Among the 6 infinite gems, it is one of the most intuitive gems for improving combat effectiveness. No wonder this guy wants to help him build weapons. It turned out that he already had an infinite gems in his hand. The dwarf clan can indeed create a weapon that can withstand the power of 6 infinite gems at the same time. However, if that weapon is built, the entire universe will be under the control of this guy in front of you. Even Odin is probably not his opponent. We will not build the kind of weapons you mentioned, and the dwarf family is not omnipotent. The dwarf king shook his head and said after hesitation, he really didn't want to help this guy build the Infinity Gauntlet. And the dwarf king is also looking forward to the arrival of Asgard's rescue. But at this time, after hearing the dwarf king's rejection, Thanos showed a cruel smile on his face. He waved gently. The 5 obsidian generals behind him stood up, especially the black dwarf at the front. He grabbed a dwarf and easily lifted the dwarf. More than 2,000 dwarfs shouted at the same time and were ready to fight. However, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. The power of dwarf is originally very powerful, but Thanos' subordinate is so powerful. Moreover, Thanos is not only backed by the 5 obsidian generals, but also thousands of Vanguard guards. The dwarfs have no doubt about the combat effectiveness of those Vanguard guards. They have 4 arms and are extremely strong, as if they were born specifically for fighting. Moreover, it is not these monsters that are scary, but the huge Holy Place 2 spaceship behind Thanos. The size of that spaceship is even larger than Nidavellir, where the dwarf family lives. If the main gun on it were to attack Nidavellir, it would definitely blow Nidavellir into pieces within a few seconds. At this time, Black Dwarf was not idle either. There was a trace of ridicule on his face, and then he threw the dwarf in his hand into the sky with a strong throw. Then, the giant axe in his hand was instantly thrown out by the other hand. The giant axe crashed into the dwarf in midair. In midair, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then fell on Nidavill's star ring, and there was no more movement. That dwarf was directly killed by Black Dwarf. More than 2,000 dwarfs were immediately stunned. That's their companion. He was beaten to death right in front of his eyes. Fight, W! Fight them! All the dwarfs, armed with weapons, waved. I want to rush forward and fight Black Dwarf to the death. But the dwarf king standing in front of them did not move out of the way. He looked at Thanos in front of him with a livid face and stretched out his 2 hands to block all his kin behind. Among the entire dwarf clan, only the dwarf king seems to be the most sober now. If we start a war with the enemy in front of us at this time, the dwarf family will face annihilation. All they can rely on is Odin's rescue. But until now, no rescue has arrived from Asgard. It seems that something went wrong. The dwarf king looked ugly. At this time, Thanos seemed to see what the dwarf king was thinking and said slowly, "Maybe you don't know yet. Odin is dead, and no one can protect you. Asgard without Odin is completely vulnerable." Thanos is telling the truth. In his opinion, the biggest reason why Asgard can become a very powerful force in the universe is because of the king of God Odin. Without Odin, the others have nothing to fear. He has already found out all the supergiant among the 5 obsidian generals under his command. In Asgard now, the strongest person is Odin's eldest son, Thor. Although he also bears the name of a god, his strength is very average. Only by relying on a weapon called Mjolnir in his hand can he have a little fighting power. As for the others, none of them can fight. Definitely, even Thor holding Mjolnir in his hand, Thanos did not take it seriously. What's more, now that Thanos already has the Power Stone in his hand, he doesn't care about Asgard even more. After hearing Thanos' words, the Dwarf King's expression suddenly changed. Normally, he would definitely not believe this statement. But now, the enemies have come to Nidavellir, but Asgard has not responded at all. Obviously, what this enemy said may be true. If so, it would be troublesome. Are we really going to build him an infinity gauntlet? The Dwarf King's psychology appeared hesitation. And this time, Asgard. The ceremony to honor God King Odin is ongoing. All the Aesir people were present, with sad faces and heavy hearts. They loved Odin very much, the God King who had conquered a large territory for Asgard and was also very benevolent. But God did not fulfill his wish. Even Thor shed tears of grief. At this moment, Heimdall, who was standing behind Thor, suddenly stepped forward, patted Thor's shoulder gently, and comforted him. Cheer up. Asgard still needs you to lead, and the entire 9 realms also need your protection. Zhao Hao. Heimdall is the patron saint of Asgard and has a high status in Asgard. Before Odin left for Earth, he specifically asked Heimdall to help take care of his son Thor. With the help of Heimdall, Thor can gain a foothold in the 9 realms faster. Feeling the strength from Heimdall's hand, Thor turned his head and nodded towards everyone in Heimdall. But when Thor looked at Heimdall, he found that something suddenly seemed wrong with Heimdall's expression. Heimdall seems to have noticed something. It's broken. There's an enemy invasion in Nidavellir. Heimdall suddenly exclaimed. Just when he said that the 9 realms needed Thor to protect them, he scanned the 9 realms with his own eyes. Thanos and his army were immediately spotted. Hearing Heimdall's words, Thor, his mother Frigga, and the surrounding Asgardians all had a look of shock on their faces. God King Odin just passed away, and enemies immediately invaded the 9 realms? The Asgardians, who were immersed in sorrow, suddenly showed surprised expressions. They have been in peace for thousands of years under Odin's protection. And now, Odin has just passed away, and someone is bullying him at the doorstep. He simply doesn't care about the Asgard warriors. Especially Thor, the anger on his face instantly burned at the moment. His father had just passed away, and someone actually dared to disturb his father's morning meeting. If he didn't give these hateful intruders a hard lesson, then his father would definitely not be able to forgive himself. Thor turned his head and looked at the people of Asgard behind him, then at the 3 Asgard warriors and Sif, with a look of determination on his face. Pass my command. All Asgard soldiers must gather and follow me on the expedition, Thor said loudly. His voice spread throughout Asgard. The people of Asgard had a look of excitement on their faces. Odin's death does require some blood to sacrifice his socks. The blood of enemies can prove the greatness of Asgard. Following Thor's order, all the Asgard soldiers began to put on their armor again and gathered in the square in front of the palace. The 3 Asgard warriors and the 4 Sifs stood quietly at the front of the warriors. A total of 8,000 energetic Asgard warriors, holding swords and shields, are full of fighting spirit. Thor walked slowly in front of the soldiers, with a smile on his face. With such a powerful army, why worry about not being able to defeat the enemy? Let's go. Thor raised one of his hands. Everyone turned and walked towards Bifrost. But Thor felt a little uncomfortable, because he used to raise his Mjolnir when he commanded the army like this. But now, his hands are empty, and he doesn't even have a weapon. At this moment, Thor's mother slowly walked over from behind. She looked at her son, and then handed the Spear of Eternity into Thor's hand. The Spear of Eternity is Odin's weapon. Very powerful, several times stronger than Mjolnir. Only the God King of Asgard is qualified to use this weapon. Now, it's time to hand over the Eternal Spear to Thor. Frigga gently touched her son's face and said slowly, "Go and be safe." After Odin died, for Frigga, her son was everything to her. Thor nodded heavily, holding the Eternal Spear tightly in his hand, and followed the large army to Bifrost. Immediately afterwards, Heimdall gently turned the Guardian's sword in his hand, and Bifrost burst out with a colorful light. A colorful beam of light was instantly launched from the front of Bifrost and shot towards the distant Nidavellir. At the moment, Nidavellir, Thanos is preparing to arrange for his men to kill a few more dwarfs to shock the disobedient Dwarf King. However, before he could take action, he discovered a beam of light coming from the universe, falling directly behind the dwarfs. Seeing this beam of light, Thanos also stopped what he was doing. Thanos still knows about Bifrost. What he didn't expect was that after Odin died, these idiots would dare to come looking for death. Thanos grinned slightly, asked his men to stay still for a moment, and then quietly waited for the Asgardians in Bifrost. Unlike Thanos and others, when the dwarfs saw this familiar scene, they all cheered. Even the Dwarf King showed excitement. Asgard's reinforcements have finally arrived. As long as the Asgardians are here, no one can do anything to Nidavellir. The dwarfs slowly retreated and gathered around Bifrost. At this time, Asgard warriors finally began to appear in Bifrost. A total of 8,000 soldiers, four in a row, formed a neat queue and filed out. After the 8,000 warriors came out, there were the three warriors of Asgard and Sif, and finally Thor holding the Eternal Spear. When he saw Thor appearing with the Eternal Spear, the Dwarf King suddenly looked stunned. The Eternal Spear was created by the Dwarf clan. This is a powerful weapon specially crafted for Asgard's Odin. Normally, only the God King can use it. But now, the Eternal Spear is in Thor's hand. Befch, obviously, what Thanos said should be true. Odin is dead. The Dwarf King also knows the situation of Asgard very well. Indeed, the strongest person in Asgard is the God King Odin. And secondly, there is Thor, the eldest son of Odin. But compared with Odin, Thor is still far behind. Can he defeat these terrifying enemies? This is unknown, but it is much better than no reinforcements. Who dares to invade the place protected by Asgard? As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Thor slammed the eternal gun in his hand into the ground. Everyone on Nidavellir heard a deafening sound. The Eternal Spear is indeed very powerful, but that doesn't scare Thanos yet. After hearing Thor's words, Thanos suddenly laughed. Since the people from Asgard are also here, it saves me a special trip to kill you all and can also help reduce the burden on this universe. Thanos said slowly. He was indeed planning to take a trip to Asgard. Killing half of all life on every planet is the mission he has set for himself. Even Asgard is no exception. However, after hearing Thanos' words, Thor also laughed. The smile was full of coldness. You should be the surviving Titan. Don't you think Zhang Kuang is in the wrong place? Thor raised the eternal gun in his hand and pointed it directly at Thanos in the distance. Before Odin left, he told Thor about Thanos. So the first time he saw Thanos, Thor recognized this last Titan. The Eternal Spear seems to give Thor endless power. Holding the Eternal Spear in his hand, it is as if his father is by his side. At the moment, Thor is full of fighting spirit. I'm afraid even if Thanos were to retreat, he would definitely fight with him. Only a hearty battle could make him temporarily forget the sadness of his father's death. At this time, when Thor pointed his gun at Thanos, the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos suddenly became unhappy. Not all the 5 Obsidian generals were present, only 4 of them. Supergiant, as Thanos' scout, would not participate in the battle. He went to collect information for Thanos. The other 4 people all had angry looks on their faces. In their eyes, Thanos is great and cannot be blasphemed, not even just pointing a weapon at it. Master, let me destroy the whole hateful guy. Ebony Maw took the lead and said. Hearing Ebony Maw's request, Thanos nodded slightly and said, Come on, not just the leader, but everyone else too. Thanos isn't going to waste time here with a brat like Thor. Following Thanos' order, all 5 Obsidian generals immediately dispatched. Even the tens of thousands of Vanguard Guard behind him rushed towards Asgard's army crazily. The war has begun.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.